Renata Okafor was days from sealing a billion-dollar merger when a stranger claimed to be her late boss's secret son. To save her company, she entered a fake engagement with Niko Sorrel, a man who knew more about the scandal than he admitted. What happens when a lie you tell to protect everything becomes the one thing you can't live without? The 90-Day Lie, a web novel, billionaire CEO romance. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The legal notice arrived at 5:47 a.m., folded into a cream envelope with no return address. Renata Okafor caught it between the coffee carafe and her first read of the merger brief, turning it once before she sliced the seal. Her penthouse was still dark at the edges. River light bled through the floor-to-ceiling glass, gray and cold, and the only sound was the soft hiss of the espresso machine finishing its cycle. She read the first line, standing up. Notice of inheritance claim. Estate of Malcolm Lund, deceased. Her thumb pressed flat against the paper. She read it again, slower, the words settling into her chest like something heavy and wrong. Caleb Reynard, secret son. Emergency board hearing requested. Voting shares. Injunction grounds. The espresso machine clicked off. The silence that followed was worse. She set the notice beside her brief and picked up her phone. No headlines yet. Someone had timed the delivery to arrive before the servers woke, before the news cycle opened, before she could prepare a response. That precision told her everything. This was not a random claim from a desperate opportunist. This was a weapon, and someone inside her own building had aimed it. By 6:12 a.m., she was dressed. By 6:18, her driver was running the engine in the garage below. By 6:22, she was in the back of the black car, the notice flattened across her knee, the merger brief untouched beside her, and the first headline hit her phone like a small detonation. Atlas Meridian CEO faces inheritance challenge from founder's secret son. She did not flinch. She watched the ticker below the article. Atlas Meridian shares had opened soft. They would drop harder by lunch. The car slid through the tunnel toward Hudson Yards. Renata counted exits, corners, seconds. She had built this company from one warehouse in Queens and a routing algorithm she had written on a folding table while her mother slept in the next room. She had turned it into a billion-dollar logistics machine that moved goods across 4 continents. She had never cashed out early, never taken a bonus she did not earn, never let anyone see her bleed. And now some man she had never met was standing in front of a camera claiming Malcolm Lund was his father. The lobby of Atlas Meridian was a war zone. Reporters pressed against the glass. Security had formed a human chain inside the revolving doors, and the white marble floor reflected the chaos in fragments, flashing camera lights, pinned suits, the shot overlap of voices demanding answers. Renata stepped out of the car and walked through the side entrance, the one the delivery trucks used, her heels striking concrete instead of polished stone. Celine Ibarra met her on the service elevator landing. 12 outlets so far, Celine said, falling into step beside her. Her voice was calm, almost rich, as if she had been awake for hours and had already cataloged every angle. Bloomberg, Reuters, The Journal, 3 legal blogs, and a cable segment that ran at 5 a.m. They had footage of him walking into a courthouse. Dressed well, gray suit, looked credible. Footage from where? Unknown. He appeared at the surrogate's court filing window yesterday afternoon. Someone tipped the cameras. Renata punched the elevator button. Who tipped them? Celine did not answer immediately. That silence was an answer. The elevator climbed. Renata watched the floor numbers change and felt the weight of every person in the building waking up to a headline that made her look like an interloper in her own empire. She had spent 12 years proving she belonged in Malcolm Lund's chair. 12 years of margin reports, quarterly wins, sleepless nights, and the quiet suspicion from board members who had never quite believed a woman with a warehouse origin story could hold the line. And now a dead man's supposed son had appeared, armed with papers and a story, and just enough grievance to make the cameras care. Celine. Yes. How fast can we kill this? Celine's reflection in the elevator mirror was unreadable. Depends on what the documents show. Priyanka is already reviewing. If the claim is thin, we file a motion, push a rebuttal statement by end of day, starve it of oxygen. But if the press frames this as a legacy dispute rather than a fraud, the optics get harder. He looks like the wronged party. You look like the gatekeeper. I am the gatekeeper. Exactly. The elevator doors opened onto the executive floor. The air was cooler here, filtered, silent. Renata stepped out and saw Priyanka Sethi waiting near the corner office with a stack of printed documents, her expression still as a photograph. "Tell me," Renata said. Priyanka handed her the top page. Birth certificate. Affidavit from a retired nurse who claims she attended Malcolm Lund's private arrangement with the mother. A handwritten letter he allegedly wrote to Caleb when the boy was 7. Notarized. Dated. There is enough surface coherence to buy a preliminary hearing. How coherent? Coherent enough that we cannot dismiss it in a single press release. We need to prove the forgery, not just allege it. Renata read the birth certificate copy. Mother's name, Elena Reynard. Father's name, Malcolm Lund. County of filing, Westchester. She had never heard of Elena Reynard. She had never heard of Caleb Reynard. But Malcolm Lund had been a complicated man, charming, secretive, generous with his attention, and stingy with his truth, and she could not prove in 30 seconds that this was not his son. "Who else has seen this?" she asked. Dorian called an emergency board caucus for 8. Priyanka said. "He is already circulating talking points about transparency and legacy stewardship. He wants to position Caleb as a wounded party before we can establish him as a fraud." Renata felt the trap close. Dorian Mickelson had never accepted her leadership. He had voted against her promotion to CEO, had fought her restructuring, had watched the merger like a hawk waiting for something to bleed. And now he had a candidate, a polished claimant with a story that played directly into every board member's anxiety about legitimacy, inheritance, and the chaos of an outsider at the helm. 8 o'clock, she repeated. 20 minutes. She turned and walked into her office. The glass walls faced east. The city spread below her, hard and glittering, and somewhere in it, a man named Caleb Reynard was rehearsing a story that could cost her everything she had built. She set the notice on her desk. She did not sit. Celine followed her in. "There is one option that moves faster than litigation. I am not going to pay him off." "I know. That is not what I mean." Renata turned. Celine's expression had shifted. There was something careful in it, something strategic, and Renata recognized the look because she had worn it herself before every difficult negotiation. "What are you proposing?" Celine closed the office door. "A bigger story. Something that drowns his claim in sheer volume, redirects the cameras, and forces the board to focus on your stability instead of his grievance. A narrative that makes you look untouchable rather than embattled." "What kind of story?" "A romance," Celine said. "A surprise engagement. Someone credible, charming, photographed. A fairy tale that makes the inheritance story feel like yesterday's gossip." Renata stared at her. For a long moment, the only sound was the distant hum of the city waking up beneath the glass. "You are serious," Renata said. "I am always serious. A fake engagement. An image strategy. You control the narrative. You pick the person. You set the terms. And when the merger closes and the claim collapses, you end it gracefully. But right now, you need something bigger than a legal rebuttal. You need a story that makes people want to look at you instead of at him." Renata turned back to the window. The city kept moving. Trucks, trains, people, headlines, the whole machine grinding forward without waiting for her to catch up. She thought about the key in her pocket, the one to her first delivery van, the one she had kept 12 years because it reminded her what she had come from and what she would never go back to. "Who I even use?" she asked, and the question felt like stepping onto moving ground. Celine smiled. "I have someone," she said. "His name is Niko Sorrel. He is very, very good at this." The boardroom waited. The cameras waited. Somewhere in the city, Caleb Reynard was waiting too. Renata looked at the claim on her desk and felt the future splitting into 2 paths: the long fight through courts and evidence, or the risk of a lie dressed in diamonds. She did not know yet which would cost her more, compressed and remitting of the clown the little bear. Renata did not move from the window. The city below her kept grinding forward, trucks and trains and headlines, none of them waiting for her to decide. She could feel Celine standing behind her, patient and still, the way someone waited for her to decide. She could feel Celine standing behind her, patient and still, the way someone waited for a trap to close. "A fake engagement," Renata said again, testing the weight of the words. "An image strategy," Celine corrected. "You are not marrying anyone. You are buying time." "Buying it with what?" "With the only currency that moves faster than a scandal. A better scandal." Renata turned. Celine's face was composed, her arms crossed loosely over her cream silk blouse, every inch of her engineered for persuasion. She had been in crisis communications for 15 years, had buried worse stories than this, had told Renata once that the truth was just raw material, and the real work was shaping what people believed. "The board caucus starts in 12 minutes, Renata said. "Dorian is already in the room." "I know. He's going to use Caleb's claim to argue that I cannot control the narrative." "He is, and you need to walk into that room with something bigger than a legal denial." Renata's phone buzzed on the desk. She glanced at it. "Priyanka, board caucus starting. I need you here." Renata did not move. "If I do this," she said slowly, "I am lying to every person in that room. You are protecting a company that employs 14,000 people. The lie is the shield. The merger is the weapon. Use it. And when the truth comes out, if the merger closes before the claim collapses, the truth becomes a footnote. If the claim collapses first, the engagement dissolves gracefully, and no one asks questions because the happy ending already happened." Renata laughed. It was a short, dry sound, the laugh that always came before she said no. Do not let yourself call it that." Renata wanted to argue. She wanted to tell Celine that there was a difference between strategic communication and pretending to be in love with a stranger. But the words stuck because she knew Celine was right. Every public appearance was a version of herself, sharper, colder, more controlled. She had been performing for so long that she had forgotten which parts of her were real. "What if I say no?" Renata said. "Then you walk into the boardroom with a legal defense and a press strategy that asks people to trust you. And you hope that trust holds long enough for Priyanka to find something that proves Caleb is lying. And if the trust does not hold," Celine's expression did not change, "then Dorian calls a vote of confidence before the merger closes, and you spend the next 6 months fighting for your job while the company bleeds value." Renata looked at the claim on her desk, the cream envelope, the precise legal language, the photograph of Caleb Reynard that she had not looked at closely enough. She picked it up. The man in the photograph was lean, dark-haired, with gray eyes that seemed to look past the camera. There was a small scar under his chin, a notch in his left earlobe. He wore a gray suit that fit him well, not expensive but intentional, the kind of suit a man wore when he wanted to be taken seriously. He looked credible. He looked like someone who had been waiting a long time to step into the light. "How do I know Niko Sorrel will not make this worse?" Renata said. "You do not," Celine said. "But I have vetted him. He has never broken a contract. He has never been connected to a failed operation. He is expensive, discreet, and he does not develop attachments." "That is a comfort." "It should be. He will do exactly what you pay him to do, and when it is over, he will walk away." Renata set the photograph down. Her fingers brushed the edge of the envelope, and she thought about the key in her pocket, the first delivery van, the warehouse in Queens, the algorithm she had hidden on a folding table with a borrowed laptop, and no guarantee that any of it would work. She had built Atlas Meridian from nothing. She had fought for every contract, every hire, every inch of ground. She had bled for this company in ways no one would ever see in a headline. And now a man she had never met was trying to take it from her with a stack of paper and a story that smelled like a lie. "Set up the meeting," Renata said. Celine's smile returned, deeper this time. "This evening, somewhere private." "Not here. Not anywhere he can see the building first." "I know a place. Quiet, clean, no cameras. Renata nodded. She felt something shift inside her, a door opening onto ground she had never walked before. "One more thing," Celine said, already moving toward the door. "When you meet him, do not treat him like a subordinate." "Excuse me?" "He will take the job either way, but he works better when he is treated like a partner, not a vendor. Make him feel valuable, and he will protect you. Make him feel used, and he will do the minimum." "I am hiring him to lie for me. He is being used." "Yes, but he does not need to know that." Celine opened the door. The hallway lights flickered, fluorescent and unforgiving, and Renata could hear the distant murmur of voices from the boardroom. She picked up the claim envelope and slid it into her drawer. She did not lock it. The boardroom waited. Dorian waited. Caleb Reynard waited somewhere in the city, probably rehearsing his story in front of a mirror, perfecting the angle of his grief. And in a few hours, she would meet a man named Niko Sorrel, a fixer who had never failed a contract, a man she would ask to play the role of her future. She did not know yet that he had already seen the claim, that the name Caleb Reynard had made his stomach drop the first time he read it, that he was already calculating how close the forgery was to the blueprint he had helped write years ago in a different city with a different name. She did not know that the man she was about to hire had helped build the weapon now aimed at her throat. The boardroom door opened. Dorian Mickelson stood at the head of the table, gray and polished, his smile thin as a blade. "Renata, we were just discussing the morning's developments." She walked in without answering, took her seat at the table's opposite end, and had the weight of every eye in the room settle on her like a tax. The meeting had begun. Somewhere across the city, a man she had never met was waiting for her call. Chapter 3. The club smelled of old leather and money that did not need to announce itself. Renata arrived 7 minutes early, enough time to scan the room twice, note the exits, and register that the single waiter behind the bars had been trained to look at nothing. Celine had chosen well. No cameras, no windows to the street, just dim light, velvet benches, and the kind of privacy that cost more than most people made in a year. She sat with her back to a wall, facing the door. Pattern. Always. Niko Sorrel arrived exactly on time. Not early, not late. He paused in the doorway long enough to let her see him before he moved forward, and Renata understood immediately that the pause was deliberate. He wanted her to have a moment to adjust, to decide whether she was afraid or curious. She was neither. Or she told herself she was neither. He was taller than she expected, lean, broad-shouldered, with dark hair cut close at the sides, and a face that seemed designed to be trusted. Warm eyes, a mouth that looked like it smiled easily. He wore a charcoal jacket with no tie, and his hands were empty. No phone, no folder, no prop. He sat across from her without waiting for an invitation and placed his palms flat on the table. "You are Renata Okafor. You knew that before you walked in." "I did. I wanted to hear you say it." His voice was calm, unhurried, with something warm underneath that made her want to lower her guard. She did not lower her guard. "Celine tells me you can sell a lie to a room full of people and make them believe they saw the truth." Niko tilted his head. "I sell believable stories. The truth of them is not my department." "Then what is your department?" "Structure, consistency, emotional logic." He leaned back, and his eyes moved over her face with the precision that felt like an audit. A lie that feels true does not depend on the facts. It depends on how the people watching want to feel. Your board wants to feel safe. Your investors want to feel confident. The press wants to feel like they discovered something intimate. And what do I want to feel? He held her gaze a beat too long. Safe. The word landed somewhere she did not want it to land. She stuttered in her seat and pulled the folder from her bag, the one Celine had prepared. His file, his references, the contracts he had wrecked before. She set it on the table between them without opening it. Celine vetted you. I trust her judgment, but I need to hear from you directly how this works. How what works? The engagement, the performance, the romance. Niko smiled, and it was not a salesman's smile. It was softer, almost rueful, as if he found her formality endearing. I show up, I stand beside you, I look at you the way a man looks at someone he is falling for. I touch your hand, your back, your shoulder. I learn your preferences, your dislikes, your morning routine. I remember the names of your staff. I ask about your day in front of witnesses. I make you laugh in public exactly once, at exactly the right moment, so the photographers capture it. And in private. In private, we maintain professional distance. No assumptions, no expectations, no emotional entanglement. He raised an eyebrow. That is a large word for a contract negotiation. I mean it? I am sure you do. And at the end of 90 days, you walk away. No contact, no follow-up, no attachment. Niko looked at her for a long moment. His eyes were warm, but there was something else underneath, something tired that he macked quickly. I can do that, he said. You sound certain. I am certain of my ability to follow a contract. I am less certain that you will want me to walk away when the time comes. Renata's jaw tightened. Do not mistake performance for reality. I never do. She slid the folder across the table. Read the terms. If they are acceptable, sign the last page and return it to Celine by tomorrow morning. He did not open the folder. He held it in both hands, and she watched his fingers press against the cardboard as if he were memorizing its weight. You are treating me like a contractor, he said. You are a contractor. I am. But if you want me to perform this role well, you need to give me something more than a contract to work with. Like what? He leaned forward and his voice dropped, intimate, unhurried, the voice of a man sharing a secret in a crowded room. A detail, a real one. Something only you would know, not people on mourning. A memory that makes you smile when you think no one is watching. I need something true to hold on to, because when the cameras are on us, I cannot perform love from nothing. The request disarmed her. She had prepared for demands about money, about scheduling, about the boundaries of the performance. She had not prepared for him to ask for a piece of her history. She thought about the key in her pocket, the first delivery van, the warehouse in Queens, the algorithm she had written at 3 a.m. on a folding table, exhausted, terrified, convinced she was going to fail. She did not tell him any of that. My first delivery van was a rusted Ford that broke down twice a week, she said. I kept a wrench in the glove compartment and a prayer in my mouth. I named it Laika, after the dog they sent into space, because I knew I was probably going to crash, but I wanted to go anyway. Niko smiled, not the performer smile, a real one. Thank you, he said. It is not a story for the cameras. No, it is a story for me. He stood and she stood with him reflexively, as if the room had tilted and she needed to rebalance. He extended his hand. She took it. His palm was warm, dry, and his grip was firm but not aggressive. The kind of handshake that said, I am here. I am reliable. I will not let go unless you ask. I will read the terms tonight, he said. I will sign them, and I will meet you tomorrow wherever you need me to be. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. The hardest part is still ahead. He let go of her hand, and she felt the absence of his warmth like a small loss she had not prepared for. He turned and walked toward the door. At the threshold, he paused, the same deliberate pause he had used when he entered, and looked back over his shoulder. Renata. Yes. The next time we meet, we will be engaged. Make sure you are ready to be seen. He stepped out into the night. The door closed behind him with a soft click, and Renata stood alone in the dim room, her hands still half extended, her mind already turning over the question she should have asked but had not. Why would a man with his skill set, his precision, his warmth, accept a job that treated him like a weapon to be hired and discarded? She did not have an answer, but she knew, with the same certainty that had carried her through every fight of her life, that she would find out. The waiter behind the bars had not moved. Renata gathered her bag, straightened her jacket, and walked out into the rain-slicked street, where the city glittered like a trap set for someone else. Chapter 4. The muted blue light of her home office softened the edges of everything it touched. Renata sat at the desk with her laptop open, a legal pad beside it, and the first draft of the terms she had spent the last hour building from rules, instincts, and the bruises of previous negotiations. Section 1 defined duration, 90 days, no extensions, no renegotiation. Section 2 defined public conduct, joint appearances as agreed in advance, a consistent story, synchronized responses to press questions, physical affection calibrated to the setting but never excessive. Section 3 defined boundaries, no sexual expectations, no private leverage, no emotional entanglement. Section 4 defined exit. Either party could terminate with 48 hours notice if the arrangement compromised their personal safety or professional viability. She read it back. It read like a merger agreement with softer language and a section on hand-holding. At 6:47 a.m., Celine texted, "Niko signed, sending scanned copy. He wants to meet this morning at your office to finalize terms." Renata stared at the message. He had read the contract, signed it, and asked for a meeting in less than 12 hours. That was either efficiency or eagerness, and she did not know which unsettled her more. She typed back, 9 a.m., my office, 30 minutes. The reply came within seconds. He knows. Renata set down her phone and returned to the terms. She added subclauses. 5 amperies. No unannounced visits to personal residence without prior consent. 5 bytes. No discussion of private histories with media. 5c. No photographs inside either party's private spaces except those coordinated by communications team. 5d. No financial entanglements beyond agreed-upon compensation for professional services rendered. She looked at the last one and wondered if she was protecting herself from him or from the part of herself that had been willing to tell a stranger about Laika. At 8:52 a.m., her assistant confirmed Niko had arrived in the lobby. At 8:56 a.m., he knocked on her open door. He wore a dark jacket with no tie, the same quiet precision as the night before. He carried a folder, her folder, the contract she had given him. "You changed the terms," he said. "I refined them." He stepped inside without waiting for an invitation and set the folder on her desk. 10 new subclauses, 6 additional restrictions, a prohibition on photographs in private spaces. "You read them?" "I read them." He pulled the chair across from her desk and sat without asking. "You added a rule about no discussion of private histories with media. Did something happen last night that made you nervous?" "I am not nervous. I am thorough." "There is a difference?" She did not answer. She watched him open the folder and flip to the last page, where his signature already sat clean and deliberate. "I signed," he said, "but I have one condition that is not in this document." Renata's hand went still on the keyboard. "We agreed to negotiate terms in advance. This is not a change to the terms, it is a condition of performance." "Name it." He leaned back in the chair, and his posture shifted, still relaxed, but the relaxation had weight now. "When the cameras are on us, you stop directing." She waited. "You will want to," he said. "You are used to being in control of every room, every conversation, every inch of how you are perceived. But if you are micromanaging my hand placement or second-guessing how long I hold eye contact with you, the performance will feel like 2 people reading from different scripts. The press will smell it in a heartbeat. I am not going to stand by and watch you make choices that compromise the narrative. Then choose the right person and trust him in the moment. That is the only way this works." She felt the familiar resistance climb through her chest, the urge to push back, to reassert control, to remind him that she signed his checks and set the boundaries. But she also remembered how he had entered the club the night before, the pause at the door, the way he had read the room before he had read her, the small scar on his thumb and the precision in his hands. "You are asking for complete autonomy in public. I am asking for the space to do what I am being paid to do. You picked me. Celine vetted me. I know how to make a room believe something that is not true." His voice softened. "But I cannot make them believe it if I am performing to please you instead of performing to convince that." She thought about the gala, the cameras, the shuck-toothed smile of the press when they smelled uncertainty. "If I agree," she said slowly, "what happens when you make a call I disagree with in the middle of an event?" You follow my lead in the moment. You correct me after every event before you disappear. I can do that. And you tell me if anything changes, if Caleb escalates, if Dorian approaches you, if anyone offers you money to flip the story." He looked at her for a long moment. His eyes were warm, but there was something beneath them that she could not read. "That is not a standard term for a contractor," he said. "You are not a standard contractor." "No," he said quietly. "I am not." She did not ask what he meant. She was not sure she wanted to know. He stood and extended his hand. She took it. 90 days, he said. No emotional entanglement, no expectations, no assumptions. That is the agreement. And when this is over, you walk away without looking back. Yes. He held her hand a moment longer than a handshake required. His thumb pressed gently against her knuckles, and she felt the heat of it travel up her arm. "Then I suppose we should start practicing," he said. "Practicing what?" "Looking at each other like we mean it." He released her hand and walked toward the door. At the threshold he paused, the same deliberate pause as the night before. "Renata." "Yes." "You have an 11 a.m. briefing with Celine. She wants to discuss the gala." "I know. I will be there." He stepped out and the door clicked shut behind him. Renata sat very still, her hand still tingling from where he had touched her. She looked down at the legal pad. The terms sat in her handwriting, clean and specific and absolute. But something had shifted in the room, something she had not written down and could not control. Her phone buzzed. She picked it up. "Priyanka, I am looking at the claim documents again. There is something in the formatting I do not like." Truckee 5. The dress was black, structured, and felt like armor. Renata stood at the edge of the gala floor, a champagne flute in her left hand, and watched the crowd part around her like water around stone. The ballroom glittered under cascading crystal chandeliers, 500 guests in couture and black tie. A silent auction for causes she had already forgotten. Her heels ached against the marble, and every camera phone in the room seemed angled toward her face. Celine had planned this as the first test. The Children's Defense Fund Gala, high visibility, low political risk. An evening where Renata could be seen being soft without being questioned about it. Around the room in 30 seconds. Celine had said before the car dropped them, "You stay in the center, you let him lead, you smile when he touches you. That's the entire job." Renata had nodded. She had understood the mechanics. She had not understood how it would feel. Niko appeared at her side exactly on cue. His hand settled at the small of her back, warm and certain, as if he had been standing there for years. "Relax," he murmured, his mouth close enough to her ear that it looked like a private confession. "You look like you're calculating the fire exits." "I am calculating the fire exits." "Stop. You're supposed to look like the happiest woman in the room." She forced her shoulders down. "I don't know what that looks like." "Then follow me." He took her hand, laced his fingers through hers, and stepped them both into the current of the gala. The first wave hit within seconds. A society columnist whose name Renata could never remember appeared with a flash of teeth and a recorder. "Miss Okafor, is it true you and Mr. Sorrel are engaged?" Renata opened her mouth. Niko answered instead. "Ask me what the ring looks like. She's too modest to describe it." The columnist laughed. Renata felt Rico's thumb stroke the inside of her wrist. Once, light. 3 carats, he continued. Old European cut. She told me she wanted something that looked like it belonged to someone who'd built a company from a warehouse floor, not something that looked like it belonged to a boardroom. Renata Polt stuttered. She had never told him that. "Where did you propose?" the columnist pressed. "Her office," Niko said, without missing a beat. 2 in the morning. She was still working. I brought coffee and the ring and told her that if she was going to spend the rest of her life building things, I wanted to be the thing she came home to. The columnist's eyes widened. Her pen moved. Renata stood frozen. "Beautiful," the columnist breathed. "Thank you," Niko said. "Excuse us, we promised the next dance to her CFO and I've been told he's a terrible dancer, so I want to watch." He guided her away with a hand that did not shake. Renata waited until they were past the columnist and into the fringe of the crowd before she leaned close. We never rehearsed that. No. You invented a proposal story on the spot. I did. And you said I work until 2 in the morning. Niko looked down at her. His face was unreadable, but his voice was quiet. You do, don't you? She did not answer, because he was right. He led her through the next hour like a man reading a room she had never learned to see. He knew when to pull her closer and when to let her circulate alone. He knew which donors to charm, which board members to avoid, and which photographers to face directly instead of glancing away. When a hedge fund manager asked about the merger, Niko steered the conversation back to the charity auction before Renata could answer. When an older woman complimented her dress, Niko said, I picked it, with a straight face, and the woman beamed as if he had just won her vote for life. At every touch, Renata felt the heat of his skin through the fabric of her dress. His hand at her waist, his fingers brushing the back of her neck when he leaned in to whisper, his palm sliding across her shoulder blade as he guided her through a turn on the dance floor. There was a tenderness in the way he moved her that she could not categorize. It was not aggressive, it was not possessive, it was careful, as if she were something fragile that he had been trusted to hold. She did not know how to feel about that. At 10:42 p.m., a reporter from the Business Chronicle cornered them near the bars. Mr. Sorrel, the timing of your engagement is raising questions. Some are saying it's a convenient distraction from the inheritance challenge. Niko did not flinch. He looked at the reporter with an expression of patient, almost amused sincerity. I understand why people would say that, he said. It looks neat from the outside. But the truth is, I proposed 3 weeks before the claim surfaced. I was going to do it at the end of the month anyway, but then my mother asked when I was going to stop wasting time. So I moved the timeline up. The reporter blinked. Your mother? She's direct, doesn't believe in waiting. Niko smiled, rueful and warm. Renata can confirm. Renata felt every eye in the small circle turn to her. She swallowed. His mother is terrifying, she said. I agreed to the engagement partly because I was afraid she would fly to New York and fire me herself. The reporter laughed. The tension broke. Niko's hand found Fons under the bars. He squeezed, once. Good. She did not know which of those earned that mark. By 11:30, Celine texted from somewhere in the crowd, headlines already shifting. Atlas CEO's secret romance. Mystery man reveals proposal story. Caleb is trending down. Keep going. Renata read the message twice. She should have felt triumphant. The strategy was working. The narrative was bending exactly the way Celine had drawn it. Instead, she felt hollow. Because Niko had told a story about coffee at 2 in the morning, and a ring, and coming home that sounded like something real. And she did not know if he had invented it from research or from something else, something she could not afford to name. Renata. She looked up. Niko stood at the edge of the dance floor, hand extended. One more. I don't dance. You do now. She took his hand. The music shifted into something slow and old, a jazz standard she did not recognize. Niko pulled her close, one hand at her waist, the other cradling her right hand against his chest. She could feel his heartbeat under her palm, steady, even. You made up the part about my office? She said, low so only he could hear. I did. And the line about building things and coming home? Yes. She looked at the buttons of his shirt, not at his face. How did you know I work until 2 in the morning? He did not answer immediately. The music turned. He guided her through the step, his hand a gentle pressure at her back. I looked at your building's utility data, he said finally. The West Wing lights stay on past midnight every night. And Celine mentioned it once, offhand, during our first call. Renata felt something cold and warm at the same time. He had noticed. He had asked. He had built a story from the fragments of her actual life. That is terrifying, she said. It is my job. No, she lifted her gaze and met his eyes. That is not your job. Your job is to make people believe a lie. That was a truth you had to dig for. Niko did not look away. The song ended. He released her slowly, his hand sliding down her arm until only their fingers touched. Then, nothing. You should get some air before the next round, he said. I should. She walked toward the terrace doors without looking back. Behind her, she heard Niko answer a question from someone named Charles, his voice light and professional again. the warmth folded away like a garment he could put on and off at will. And Renata realized, with a clarity that made her stomach drop, that she had no idea which version of him was the real one. If any version was real at all. But I know. Chapter 6. The numbers climbed. Renata stood at her office window at 7:12 a.m., watching the pre-market ticker on her phone, watching the line that had been bleeding red for 2 days turn the color of new grass. Atlas Meridian shares had recovered 4 points since the gala photos broke. 4 points in 6 hours. The romance narrative was working exactly as Celine had drawn it. She should have felt victorious. Instead, she felt like the building was breathing around her, inhaling the lie she had set loose and exhaling it back as money. Celine appeared in the doorway without knocking, phone pressed to her ear, tablet tucked under her arm. She ended the call with a swipe and walked to the desk, already talking. We have coverage in 12 outlets this morning. 12. CBS did a segment on the proposal story. Your gala dress is being called the most significant public appearance by a female CEO since the pandemic. Caleb is not even a sidebar. Renata set the phone down. What does that mean? Not even a sidebar. It means he is yesterday's news. Celine dropped the tablet on the desk and turned it toward Renata. See for yourself. The screen showed a split layout. On the left, Renata and Niko on the dance floor, her hand against his chest, his mouth close to her ear. The caption read, Adley Seyo's secret fiancé revealed. Who is Niko Sorrel? On the right, a smaller thumbnail of Caleb Reynard leaving surrogate's court. The caption beneath it read, Heir claim fades as romance takes spotlight. You did this, Renata said quietly. We did this. Celine's smile was thin and satisfied. You and your very convincing fiancé. The board is already softening. I had 3 directors call this morning asking if they could meet him. What do you tell them? That he was busy planning the wedding. Renata picked up her coffee. It had gone cold. She drank it anyway. The door opened again. Priyanka Sethi entered without greeting, a manila folder in her hand, her face unreadable. She stopped at the edge of the desk and looked at Celine first, then Renata, as if measuring what could be said in company. The press coverage is impressive, Priyanka said, but I have concerns. Celine's smile tightened. Of course you do. Someone timed this very well. Priyanka opened the folder and slid out a single sheet of paper. The gala was on the calendar for 6 months. The engagement narrative was not. Yet the proposal story broke at exactly the moment when institutional investors were preparing to hedge against the claim. That is not coincidence. That is coordination. Renata set the cold coffee down. You think we were set up? I think the cover story is working. Priyanka tapped the paper. But I also think Caleb Reynard did not file a preliminary motion this morning. He did not issue a statement. He did not respond to any press inquiries. For a man who wants to be seen as the aggrieved heir, he is being very quiet. Celine crossed her arms. Quiet is good. It means the narrative is working. Or it means he is not the one driving the machine. Renata read the message twice. He had noticed the same thing Priyanka had. She typed, What do you think he is doing? The dots appeared and stayed. Then, building a better stage. When he comes back, he will not be alone. Renata set the phone down. She looked at the key ring on her desk. The key to Laika, her first delivery van, worn and scratched, older than Atlas Meridian's headquarters, older than her penthouse, older than the woman she had become. She picked it up and held it. The building hummed around her. The ticker climbed. The narrative worked. But somewhere in the city, Caleb Reynard was not answering questions, and that silence was louder than any headline Celine could manufacture. Renata's phone buzzed again. She expected Niko. It was Priyanka. Found a name. The formatting signature matches a known fraud case from 6 years ago. Consultant listed on the file. Tomas Galevsky. Do you know that name? Renata stared at the screen. She did not know the name. But something cold and certain told her she would learn it soon. Chapter 7. The afternoon light slanted through Priyanka's office blinds, striping the conference table in gold and shadow. Renata sat at the head, phone face up, Niko's warning still pressed into her ribs like a bruise. building a better stage. He met them at the Metropolitan Club. Priyanka's voice was flat, controlled, the voice of someone reporting a wound. 3 of them, Catherine Velasquez, Harold Tran, and your old friend Dorian. Renata said nothing. 47 minutes, private dining room, no staff in rotation that anyone will talk about. How do you know? Because Catherine's assistant and I share a coffee vendor. Priyanka slid a single photograph across the table. Caleb Reynard exiting the club, gray coat, hands in pockets, head slightly lowered like a man who had just delivered something heavy and was letting it settle. He looks satisfied, Renata said. He looks credible. The word hit harder than an accusation. Renata picked up the photograph. The notch in Caleb's earlobe was visible even at this angle. The small scar under his chin caught the streetlight. He was lean, athletic, dressed in the uniform of men who belonged in rooms like the one Dorian controlled. He looked like he had been born for this. Do we know what he told them? Fragments. Priyanka pulled out a legal pad. Catherine's assistant heard pieces through the door before service stopped. The gist is consistent with the claim. Malcolm Lung visited a woman in Cambridge during the summers of 1988 and 1989. She was a graduate student. He paid for her apartment. He wrote letters. He promised to acknowledge the child when the timing was right. Timing was never right for Malcolm Lund. That was his specialty. He told them the letter stopped when the child was 6, that he tried to make contact again through intermediaries and was blocked by Margurti's family lawyers. Priyanka's pen moved as she spoke, tracking notes she did not need. He said he spent 23 years watching Atlas Meridian from the outside, reading about the company his father built while someone else ran it. Someone else. Renata set the photograph down. He means me. He means anyone who is not allumed by blood. The word sat between them. Blood. As if Renata's 15 years of sweat, strategy, and survival counted less than a biological connection to a dead man who had been charming and absent in equal measure. Priyanka leaned forward. Here is what worries me. Catherine asked questions, Gerald asked questions, but neither of them called me afterward to verify anything he said. That means they are not treating this as a legal claim yet. They are treating it as a story. A story they want to believe, or a story they want to use. Priyanka's jaw tightened. Dorian did not speak during the meeting. He sat at the far end of the table and let Caleb run the room. But he was the one who arranged the access. He was the one who chose the venue. He was the one who told Catherine it would be worth her time. Renata felt the cold certainty settle deeper. Dorian is not just backing the claim. He is building the platform. Yes, and we cannot prove it. Not yet. Priyanka closed the pad. But I can tell you this. Before that meeting, Caleb Reynard was a rumor with a folder. After that meeting, he is a person. Catherine remembered his face. Harold remembered his voice. They will carry that impression into every conversation about the merger. Renata looked at the photograph again. Caleb's head was slightly turned, as if he had heard his name, and was deciding whether to acknowledge it. He looked like a man learning how to own a room. How did he sound? Renata asked. Catherine's assistant. Did she say anything about his tone? Measured. Not angry, not pleading. He told the story like he had been holding it for so long that the edges had worn smooth. Priyanka paused. She said he sounded sad, genuinely sad, like a man who had been waiting his whole life to be heard. That is not sad, Renata said. That is rehearsed. Is it? The question hung. Renata thought of the gala. Niko's voice, low and warm, telling a room full of strangers about coffee at 2 a.m, and a ring that belonged on the hand of someone who built things. She had believed it for a moment. She had wanted to believe it. Performance worked when it touched something real. Caleb Reynard had found something real to touch. Resentment. Exclusion. The ache of being left out of a legacy someone else decided he did not deserve. Sounds like he practiced, Priyanka said. But practiced does not mean false. Sometimes practiced means he has been telling himself that story for 20 years. That is harder to break than a lie. Renata stood and walked to the window. The city was gold and gray in the late afternoon, the river catching light like a blade. Somewhere out there, Caleb Reynard was walking back to wherever he was staying, satisfied with the weight of the impression he had left. And Dorian was already planning the next meeting. Do we know who is next? Renata asked. Not yet, but Dorian has 6 directors who are swing votes on the merger. If he runs Caleb through all of them before the vote, the narrative solidifies. Each meeting makes the next one easier. By the time we get to the shareholder gala, he is not a claimant anymore. He is a presence, a fact. A fact we cannot kill with a romance story. No, Priyanka's voice was quiet. Celine's narrative buys us air. It does not buy us ground. Renata's phone buzzed. She glanced at it. Niko. Word is moving. Someone is prepping the room before you walk in. Do you know who? She typed back. Dorian. He just ran Caleb through 3 directors at the Metropolitan Club. The dots appeared immediately. Niko. Then the next meeting is already scheduled. He will not stop at 3. He will run the room one by one until the narrative is built. Renata stared at the screen. She thought about Dorian at the board caucus, standing at the head of the table, calling in outside directors. She thought about the cream envelope arriving at her home at dawn, timed perfectly. She thought about the cameras waiting at Surrogate's court. Someone inside her building had helped deliver the claim. Someone inside her board was amplifying it. And the man she had hired to sell a lie had recognized the pattern before she did. When he comes back, he will not be alone. Niko had said that hours ago, and he had been right. Renata typed, "How do I stop it?" The dots appeared, disappeared, stayed. Then, you do not stop it. You build a bigger story. But this time the story has to be yours, not mine, not Celine's, yours. She did not answer. She turned back to the table. Priyanka was watching her with an expression that was half concern and half something else. Wariness. The look of a woman who had seen Renata fight before and knew the cost. "Tell me about Tomasz Kalelski," Renata said. Priyanka's eyes sharpened. "You want to follow that thread now?" Someone built Caleb Reynard's documents. Someone trained him to walk into a room and sound sad enough to make directors forget they are being played. I want to know who that someone is. I have a contact who worked with Kalevsky 6 years ago. He is nervous, skittish, still trying to stay legitimate. If I push too hard, he will run. Then do not push. Renata picked up the photograph again. Find out where he is. Find out who he is afraid of. And find out if he knows the name of the man who built the blueprint for the claim. Priyanka's pen stopped moving. You think Niko is connected? I do not know what I think. Renata slid the photograph into her jacket pocket. But I know he recognized Caleb's silence before I did. I know he warned me before Priyanka Sethi did. And I know he had that file in his hands before he ever walked into my office. She walked to the door. Find Kalevsky, quietly. And if I find him? Renata paused at the threshold. The city was gold and gray through the window. Somewhere in it, Caleb Reynard was practicing his sadness. Dorian was scheduling the next meeting. And Niko Sorrel was watching the boardroom from an angle she could not see. Then we ask him who taught Caleb to sound like the truth. Hitting up. Chapter 8. The text arrived at 11:47 p.m. Renata read it twice, standing in her kitchen with the city spread dark beyond the glass. I need to see the originals, not copies, the actual documents. She had not asked Niko for anything since the gala. He had texted warnings and observations, a careful distance that matched the contract terms. But he had never requested access. She typed back. Why? The dots appeared and disappeared 3 times before his answer came. Because I need to know what we are fighting. The claim documents were in Priyanka's office, locked in a fire safe behind a door that required biometric clearance. Renata could authorize access. She could also decline and force Niko to work blind. She looked at the delivery van key on her ring. Then she typed, Tomorrow, 7 a.m., my office. She did not tell Priyanka. She told herself it was because Priyanka would want to be present, and that would slow things down. But the truth was simpler and more uncomfortable. She wanted to see Niko's face when he looked at the pages without a lawyer in the room. He arrived at 6:58, carrying nothing but a leather folio and the same careful composure he had worn at the club. Dark jacket, no tie, a shirt the color of slate. The scar on his right thumb was visible when he set the folio on her conference table. Where are they? Renata placed the folder on the table between them. Priyanka had made high-resolution copies, every page scanned at a level that caught watermark textures and fiber grain. The originals stayed in the safe. Niko opened the folder. She watched his hands first, the way he touched the edges of each page, not picking them up immediately, just resting his fingertips along the margins as if he was reading the paper itself before he read the words. His thumb traced the witness block on the nurse affidavit. He went still. I need better light. Renata switched on the overhead fixture. The LED hum filled the silence. Niko lifted the page and angled it toward the light. His eyes moved slowly across the signature line, then back to the block of text above it. His breathing had changed, shallower, held at the top of each inhale. What are you looking for? Sequence. He set the page down and pulled out the birth certificate. Every document has a manufacturing order, even real ones, but forged documents have a different kind of rhythm. The person building them learns the template from the outside in, signature block first, then body text, then watermark positioning. Real documents grow from the content outward. He flipped to the handwritten letter. The one Malcolm Lund was supposed to have written to Caleb's mother. Renata watched his thumb stop on the first paragraph. Here. She stepped around the table. What? The archival phrasing. He pointed to a line near the top. I trust this letter finds you well in your new arrangement. That construction is too precise for the period. New arrangement was not a phrase Malcolm Lund used in any of his verified correspondence from 1989. I checked the estate archive last night. You checked the estate archive? I have resources. He said it flatly, without the warmth he used for cameras. But that is not the problem. The problem is that the phrasing is wrong. The problem is that the phrasing is almost right. He looked up at her. Someone did the research. They read Lund's letters. They studied his vocabulary patterns, and then they made one small mistake, one word choice that did not match the period, because they were too focused on the bigger tells. He turned back to the birth certificate. The signature pressure is too even. Renata leaned closer. The signature was a clean, sloping cursive, Malcolm Lund's name, looped with the kind of practiced fluency that looked natural. Lund had a tremor in his right hand by 1988, Niko said. It is documented in his medical records from that year. His signatures from the period show hesitation marks, tiny breaks in the ink flow where his hand shook. This signature does not have those. It is smooth, perfect, which means it was drawn after Lund's tremor was known, or drawn by someone who did not know about the tremor. Niko's voice was quiet. Which means the forger worked from a reference signature from before 1988, but built the document around a later date. A subtle mismatch, almost invisible unless you know to look. Renata was very still. How do you know to look? Niko's hand hovered above the page. The scar on his thumb caught the light. Because I built documents exactly like this, 7 years ago. For a different client, a different inheritance, the same architecture. The words hung in the air. Renata felt lesson, so over the dialed hold. Hook lifted then his glory. We shushed his hands first, the way he touched the edge of each page, not picking them up immediately, just resting his fingertips along the margins, as if he was reading the paper itself before I read the words. It is not simple. It is not simple. He tapped the birth certificate. Whoever refined this is better than I was. They corrected every weakness in the original design. The only reason I can see the tells is that I built the original. Thank you where he takes the better events to step with me. Am I watching the state's effort women? I am so adjusting to the no critical fill and received a good stare. That is not what I asked. The silence between them stretched. Niko's hand was still resting on the birth certificate. His thumb pressed against the edge of the paper, the scar pale against his skin. I reached out to him 4 days ago, he said. After the gala, I used a secure channel I thought he would recognize. I told him I needed to know who had commissioned the new work. And he did not answer. Niko met her eyes. I assumed he was running, but if Priyanka just told you he vanished 3 days ago, then he was already gone before I contacted him. Renata's stomach turned cold. Someone got to him first. Someone got to him first. Niko set the birth certificate down and aligned it with the edge of the folder. Which means whoever built this knows I am involved, and they're cleaning the trail before I can follow it. The room felt smaller. Renata stood and walked to the window. The city was waking below, lights blinking on in towers she could not name. Somewhere in it, the person who had refined Niko's old blueprint was watching, waiting, probably already planning the next move. "How many people know about your old work?" "3. Niko's voice was quiet behind her. "Gillespie, me, and the man who commissioned the original blueprint." "Who was that?" The silence stretched. When Renata turned, Niko was standing at the table with the photograph of Gillespie in his hand. His expression was different now, something raw and careful at the same time. "I do not know his real name," he said. "He used a pseudonym, paid in cash, met in locations he chose at the last minute. He was the most careful client I ever worked for." "But you recognized his architecture in Caleb's documents." "Yes. Which means he is still alive, still operating, and he just re-emerged to destroy my company using the blueprint you built for him." Niko did not answer, but he did not look away, and that, somehow, was worse. Chapter 9. The morning light was wrong. Renata stood at her bedroom window at 7:47 a.m., watching gray clouds settle over the river like something waiting to drop. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Niko's face across the table, the way his voice had gone flat when he said, "I do not know his real name." 3 hours since she had sent him home. 3 hours since the photograph of Tomasz Gillespie had burned into her memory. 3 hours since someone had gotten to him first. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand. "Celine, first wave goes live in 30 minutes. Look at your phone before you turn on anything else." Renata stared at the message. Then she sat on the edge of the bed and waited. The first image arrived at 7:02 a.m. It was a photograph of her and Niko at the gala, taken from an angle she did not remember anyone standing at. She was looking up at him, her lips parted mid-sentence, a glass of champagne in her hand. His hand was at the small of her back, his head tilted toward hers, his expression soft in a way that made the image feel stolen. The caption read, Meridian CEO Renata Okafor and fiancé Niko Sorrel share a private moment at the Children's Defense Fund gala. Sources say the couple has been together quietly for over a year. Renata read the line twice. Over a year. Celine had built a history for them overnight. The second image came at 7:14, black and white. Renata and Niko walking out of the gala together, her coat draped over his arm, his mouth close to her ear. The caption was shorter. Power couple or fairy tale? Sorrel's steady presence has been a calming force during Okafor's recent legal challenges. Calming force. She almost laughed. The third image hit at 7:29, a coordinated sighting. Someone had photographed them at the club where they first met, 2 days before the gala, and the timestamp had been altered. The caption read, Before the proposal, Sorrel and Okafor were spotted at a private members club in early January, looking deep in conversation. Friends say the proposal came weeks later. Renata scrolled through the comments. She looks so happy. Finally a CEO who doesn't look like she's about to fire someone. He's gorgeous. Is he real? She set the phone down. Her jaw was tight. By 8:15, Celine's campaign had spread across 5 outlets. Logistics magazine ran a sidebar. Meridian CEO finds loves mid-merger pressure. The accompanying photograph showed Renata laughing, her head tilted back, Niko's hand on her arm. The byline read, Staff writer, but the language was Celine's, polished and intimate, making Renata sound like a woman who had finally let someone past her armor. Business Chronicle followed at 8:42. Their angle was different, sharper. Meridian's romance narrative, smart strategy or genuine connection. The piece quoted an anonymous board source who said the engagement had stabilized investor confidence, and a market analyst who called it the most effective crisis management play in recent memory. The word play landed like a slap. Renata read it 3 times. Then she called Celine. It is working, Celine said before she could speak. The Chronicle piece is good because it leaves doubt. Doubt keeps people reading. Reading keeps them from looking at Caleb. He called it a crisis management play. He called it effective. That is better than being called a fraud. And the photo of you laughing is already being picked up by 3 more outlets. Celine paused. You look happy in that one. Did you know that? Renata did not answer. She hung up. At 9:14, Celine texted again. Toner breakfast at the Lowell, 11 a.m. Niko will meet you there. Press outside. Wave. Smile. Keep moving. The photographer in the gray coat is mine. The one in the blue jacket is not. Renata stared at the message. Then she dressed. She chose a cream blazer, dark trousers, low heels. Professional. Controlled. Nothing that would feed the romantic heroine angle Celine had engineered. She caught herself in the mirror and stopped. You are fighting the wrong battle. The thought came from somewhere deeper than strategy. Somewhere that still remembered the feeling of Niko's thumb on her knuckles, the way his voice had softened when he told her about the proposal story. The look on his face when he said, I wanted to fix it before you had to know. She pulled on her coat and left. The hotel was a fortress of old money, marble floors, high ceilings, staff who moved like shadows. Niko was waiting in the lobby. He wore a charcoal jacket, no tie, and something careful in his posture that she had not seen before. When their eyes met, he crossed the room in 5 strides and settled his hand at her waist with practiced ease. They are watching from the mezzanine, he said, his mouth close to her ear. 2 photographers, one from the Post. I know. You look like you are walking into a deposition. Renata's step faltered. Niko's hand tightened at her waist, guiding her toward the breakfast room, but his pace slowed. He leaned in again, his voice lower now. What is wrong? The Chronicle called it a play. Call it a play, call it performance. The stock is up 4 more points since the gala. He steered her past a columnist who pretended not to see them. Does it matter what they call it if it works? Yes. The word came out harder than she meant. Niko's hand stopped moving. For a fraction of a second they stood still in the middle of the lobby, surrounded by guests who did not notice them. Tell me what you need. Renata looked at him. His expression was different from the night before. There was no calculation in it, no performance, just the same quiet attention he had given her when he called her at 2 a.m. to ask if she was awake. I need them to see me, she said. Not the dress, not the engagement, not the fairy tale. Me. Niko held her gaze. Then he nodded once. Then we will give them that. The breakfast was a blur of donor hands and soft inquiries. Niko stayed close but not crowding. When a reporter approached with a question about the engagement, he answered without the polished charm she had seen at the gala. He mentioned her work, her company, the algorithm she had written on a folding table, the warehouse in Queens. The woman who built Atlas Meridian, he said, is not hiding behind a romance. She is letting people see the romance because she understands that trust comes in many forms. But the woman I know is the one who reloaded the routing algorithm at 3 a.m. in a room with no heat. That is who you should be writing about. The reporter's pen moved. Renata watched Niko's face. He was not performing. He was telling the truth about what he had learned of her, the details he had gathered through research, through utility data, through the fragments she had let slip. And he was using them to build a version of her that did not nod softening. She did not know what to do with that. At 12:47, Celine texted again. Donor breakfast at the Lowell, 11 a.m. Niko will meet you there. Press outside. Rave. Smile. Keep moving. The photographers caught her exit, the gray coat and the blue jacket both trained on her as she stepped into the black car waiting at the curb. The door closed. The car pulled away. And in the silence of the back seat, Renata opened Priyanka's message again and felt the floor shift beneath her. Do not bring Niko. She did not know if that was enough to tell her what was coming, but she knew it was enough to tell her who Priyanka had found. Chapter 10. The car dropped her at the service entrance, as instructed. Priyanka was waiting in the basement corridor, phone in hand, no jacket. Her eyes flicked past Renata's shoulder once, confirming she had come alone. 4th floor, she said. My office. No one else knows you are here. Renata followed her into the staff elevator. The doors closed. The car hummed upward in silence. What did you find? Priyanka did not answer until the doors opened onto a narrow hallway lined with file cabinets and the smell of old carpet. She unlocked an office that looked more like a war room than a lawyer's workspace. Papers spread across every surface, a laptop open to a frozen video frame, 3 monitors showing different document scans. Priyanka closed the door. I found Galevsky. Renata's chest tightened. Where? Not where. Priyanka turned the laptop toward her. Who? The screen showed a freeze frame from what looked like a security camera. A man in a duck coat, shoulders hunched, face half turned away. Thomas Galevsky, Priyanka said. Montreal airport, 3 days ago. He was not running from us. He was running from someone else. What happened to him? Priyanka's jaw worked. He never got on the plane. His bag did. He is still in the terminal footage, but then he disappears into a maintenance corridor and does not come out. Renata looked at the frozen image. Disappears. Disappears. No body, no trace, no one filed a missing person report. Priyanka tapped the screen. But someone booked that flight for him. The ticket was purchased 2 hours before he arrived at the airport. Cash, no $499 check. Someone wanted him gone. Or someone wanted him quiet. Priyanka pulled up another document, and I found the account that paid for the ticket. It traces back to a shell company registered in Delaware, the same shell company that paid for the document analysis on Caleb Reynard's claim. Renata stared at her. Galevsky worked for Caleb. Galevsky was paid by the same source that funded the forgery analysis. Whether he knew what he was assembling or not, he was the link between the blueprint and the final product. Priyanka leaned back. And someone erased that link before we could reach him. The room felt smaller. Does Niko know? I do not know what Niko knows. Priyanka's voice dropped. But I do know he contacted Galevsky 4 days ago. I pulled the call records, short call, less than 90 seconds, from a burner number that was activated the same day. Renata's stomach turned. He told me he reached out. Did he tell you what they discussed? He said he got no response. Priyanka held her gaze. The call lasted 90 seconds. That is long enough for a warning, a threat, a negotiation. She paused. Or a tip that someone was coming. Renata felt the accusations settling into the room like smoke. You think Niko warned him? I think it is a possibility we cannot afford to ignore. Priyanka's voice was calm, measured, devastating. Your fake fiancé built the blueprint for the forgery that is destroying your company. He contacted the only person who could trace that forgery back to its source. And now that person has vanished. Renata said nothing. The evidence was circumstantial, fragile, but it fit. The hearing is Thursday, Priyanka said. Caleb's team filed a motion for emergency standing. They are claiming they have no evidence that will change the board's understanding of the claim. What kind of evidence? The filing did not specify, but the timing is not accidental. They want to put something in front of the board before you can debunk the original documents. Renata pressed her palm flat against the deck. 3 days. 3 days to find the truth or bury it. Priyanka's voice softened. And I do not know if I can trust the man you are sleeping next to. The word hit harder than it should have. Renata pulled her hand back. Neither do I. She called Niko from the car. Where are you? Still at the hotel. Celine has me doing a call with a style section reporter, something about wedding planning. His voice was dry. I told them we are thinking of a small ceremony, maybe by the water. Can you be ready in an hour? There was a pause. What happened? Priyanka found Galevsky. He is gone. Caleb filed for emergency standing with new evidence. She watched the city slide past the window. I need to get out of the city before Celine schedules another interview. There is a donor dinner in Boston tomorrow night. We can use it as cover. Cover for what? To find out who refined your blueprint before Thursday. Another pause. I will be ready. She hung up without saying goodbye. The private jet belonged to Atlas Meridian, a Gulfstream that Malcolm Lund had purchased 20 years ago and never fully updated. The seats were cream leather, the wood paneling was showing its age, and the cabin smelled faintly of old paper and jet fuel. Renata sat by the window, watching the tarmac recede. Niko sat across from her, 1 seat away, a folder open on his lap. He had not asked what Priyanka had said. He had not pushed. He had simply shown up, climbed the stairs, and settled into silence. She should have told him about the call record. She did not. The plane lifted. The city shrank beneath them, glass and steel solding into gray haze. Renata closed her eyes. Then the turbulence hit. It came without warning, a violent drop that pressed her stomach into her throat. The seatbelt caught her hard across the hips. She heard something clatter, a coffee cup, a phone, and then the plane dropped again, and her hand shot out on its own. She grabbed Niko's hand. His fingers closed around hers instantly, firm, steady, grounding. He did not look at her. He did not say anything. He just held on. The turbulence passed in 30 seconds. The plane leveled, and Renata realized she was still gripping his hand. She let go slowly, pulled her hand back, and pressed it flat against her thigh. Her palm was damp. Niko did not comment. He returned his attention to the folder in his lap, slipping a page, his expression unchanged, as if nothing had happened. That restraint unsettled her more than any flirtation would have. She wanted him to say something, to acknowledge it, to turn that small moment into something she could define and dismiss. But he gave her nothing but silence, and that silence left the moment alive, unfinished, pulsing between them. The plane hummed toward Boston. Renata stared out the window and tried not to think about the feel of his hand. Her phone buzzed, a message from a number she did not recognize. More evidence arriving, Thursday. The board will see the full picture. You cannot hide behind a ring forever. She read it twice. Then she turned the screen toward Niko. His eyes scanned the text, his jaw tightened. Who sent it? Unknown. Caleb's team. Or someone who wants me to know they are watching. Niko set the solder down. They want you off balance before the hearing. They want me afraid. Are you? Renata looked at him. The question hung between them, honest and dangerous. I do not know, she said. And that, more than the threat, more than the turbulence, more than the weight of the day, was the truth. Niko held her gaze. Then he reached into his jacket, pulled out his phone, and typed something. What are you doing? Tracing the number. Can you do that? I know someone who can. He did not expound further, and Renata realized, watching him, that she still did not know exactly what he was capable of, what connections he had kept alive, what doors he could open in the hours before everything collapsed. She was sitting across from a man who had built the blueprint for her destruction, and she was beginning to trust him more than she trusted anyone. The plane banked toward the runway. Below them, Boston glittered cold and distant, and in 3 days, everything would break. Chapter 11. The hotel room in Back Bay was all muted gray tones and river light, the kind of space designed to soothe. Renata stood at the window, phone pressed to her ear, watching the Charles River slide past like a dark vein through the city. Celine's voice came through the speaker, clipped and urgent. The style section piece will run tomorrow. Soft focus, wedding colors, how you met. But it is not enough. What else do you need? Legacy. Renata closed her eyes. The engagement narrative is working. Stock is up. You are trending above Caleb in every outlet I track, but it is still a distraction, not a foundation. If Dorian keeps walking Caleb through those director meetings, he will build a story that feels heavier than ours. Romance evaporates. Blood claims stick. Then what is your solution? The Connecticut estate. Renata's hand tightened on the phone. Malcolm's house. For 48 hours. Photographers on the rounds. You and Niko walking the old paths, touching the old stone, looking like the future Atlas Meridian needs. A woman who honors the founder's legacy while building her own. A man who belongs beside her. It is not just romance, Renata. It is continuity. It is stewardship. The word landed hard. Stewardship. What does Margarethe say? Margarethe has not returned my call. Of course she had not. Renata had met the founder's widow exactly 4 times in 11 years. Once at Malcolm's funeral, where Margarethe had worn black silk and shaken her hand with cool precision. Once at a board dinner where she had said almost nothing. Twice at charity events where she had watched Renata from across the room like a woman reading a book she had not decided to finish. The house belonged to Margarethe. The land, the walls, the ghosts. Set up the call, Renata said. I will ask her myself. The call came at 9:47 p.m. Renata was alone. Niko had gone to his own room 2 doors down, and she had watched him walk away without asking where he was going or when he would return. The restraint between them was becoming a muscle memory, a new kind of exhaustion. She answered on the first ring. Renata, Marta will. My jars head on Sakrai Swemben. Byrne was always behind. The brothing's a place for the score cap Celine, takes of life to plus, so he screens at all of this prosage. I imagine you want the house. The woman's voice was measured, unhurried, the voice of someone who had never needed to rush for anything. Celine says we need a weekend at the estate, photographers, a narrative of continuity. Celine says, she is my head of communications. She is right about the optics. A pause. And what do you say? Renata turned from the window. The room was dark except for the lamp by the bed. Her reflection stared back at her from the glass, hollow, composed, a woman wearing armor she could not tuck off. I say I need to survive Thursday. And you think my husband's house will save you? I think it will help. Another pause. Longer this time. Margaret Lund had lived in that house for 42 years. She had watched Malcolm Lund charm investors, charm women, charm everyone except the wife who knew exactly what he was. She had buried him in the family plot and then closed the gates and refused to let the world inside. I will open the house, Margaret said. Renata waited. But I do not want photographers on the lawn at dawn, treating my garden like a film set. You will have Sunday afternoon, 3 hours. The rest of the weekend is yours, but it is quiet. Do you understand? Yes. And you will come yourself, not Celine, not your fixer, you. And we will talk before you leave. About what? The line went silent for a beat. About what you are really protecting. Margaret hung up. Renata lowered the phone and stared at the dark screen. She did not know if that was permission or a warning. She found Niko in the hotel bars at 10:30. He was sitting alone at a corner table, a glass of something amber untouched in front of him, watching the room with the patience of a man who had spent his life reading other people's exits. She sat across from him. We are going to Connecticut tomorrow morning. The founder's estate. Celine wants legacy imagery. Margaret agreed. Niko's eyes shifted to her. Margaret Lund agreed. She has conditions. 3 hours of photos. Sunday afternoon. The rest is quiet. And the quiet part? Renata looked at him. I do not know yet. He picked up the glass, turned it in his hand, set it down without drinking. You look like you just walked out of a negotiation you are not sure you won. I am not sure I did. The bars was nearly empty. A couple by the window, a bartender polishing glassware, the low hum of jazz from speakers Renata could not see. It felt like a room holding its breath. What do you know about Margaret Lund? She asked. Niko considered the question. I know she stayed, even when everyone in that world assumed she would leave. I know she never gave interviews and never contradicted the public story of Malcolm Lund as a great man. And I know she has a gardener who has worked for her for 31 years, and a housekeeper who knows where every document in that house is stored. How do you know that? I looked. Of course he had. By the time she arrived at the estate, he would already know the floor plan, the history, the soft spots. You are unsettling, she said. I know. He said it without apology. She should have gone to bed. Instead, she stayed. The bartender brought her a glass of water she did not touch. Niko's drink remained full. They talked about the donor dinner, about the hearing, about the weather in Boston. Nothing important. Everything layered. At 11:15, her phone buzzed. A text from Priyanka. Margaret Lund called me. She had questions about Niko. I told her he was vetted. She did not believe me. Renata read it twice. Then she looked up at Niko. Margaret is asking about you. He did not flinch. What did Priyanka tell her? The truth, that you were vetted. And Margaret did not believe it. Niko met her eyes. Smart woman. The next morning they flew to Connecticut in a rented car. The sky was iron gray, the trees along the Merritt Parkway bare and sharp, and the estate appeared through the mist like something from a forgotten century. Stone walls, wrought iron gates, a long gravel drive lined with oaks that had stood there long before Malcolm Lund bought the land and longer after he was buried beneath it. The house rose at the end of the drive, 3 stories of gray fieldstone and dark windows, a place built to endure. Renata stepped out of the car. The air smelled of salt and wet earth. Margaret Lund stood on the front steps, dressed in charcoal wool, her silver hair pulled back, her face unreadable. She did not look at Niko. She looked at Renata, and the look in her eyes was not cold. It was watchful, measuring. The look of a woman who had spent 42 years learning to recognize a lie before it reached her door. "Welcome," Margade said. She held out her hand, and Renata knew, stepping forward, that this weekend was not a performance. It was a test. Chapter 12. The photographer arrived at 2:47 p.m., exactly as Margade had stipulated. She was a thin woman named Eloise, with sharp cheekbones and a leather camera bag slung across her body. She moved through the estate like she understood something about old houses and the people who lived in them. She asked no questions. Renata stood in the library while Eloise tested light through the windows. The room smelled of paper and dust and the faint cedar of furniture wax applied by the same hand for decades. Bookshelves rose to the ceiling, filled with spines that had never been read for entertainment, only for reference or display. Niko appeared in the doorway. "They won us by the stone wall first, the one overlooking the water." Renata followed him outside. The grounds fell away from the house in terraced lawns that led to a low stone wall at the edge of the cliff. Beyond it, the Sound stretched gray and restless under the afternoon sky. The light had a quality she had only ever seen in coastal New England, thin and golden at once, as if the air itself was holding still for something. Eloise positioned them against the wall. "Closer," she said, "his arm around your waist. Yes, look at the water. Now look at each other." Renata turned her head. Niko was already watching her. There was no performance in his eyes, no signal, just the patient stillness she had come to recognize, the way he held space for her to arrive at whatever she needed to say. The shutter clicked. Again. They moved through the grounds for 2 hours. The caretaker's cottage, the old greenhouse, empty now, its glass roof intact but clouded with age. The oak grove where Malcolm Lund had once posed for a magazine feature about great American founders, back when such things meant something. Each time Eloise adjusted them, Renata felt the weight of the house behind her. Dark windows, curtains that never stirred. Margade watching from somewhere, not interfering, just present. At 4:30, Eloise packed her equipment. "Celine will have the selects by morning," she said. "You gave me what I needed." She walked to her car without looking back. The quiet fell like a curtain. Renata stood alone at the stone wall, the wind picking up off the water, her hands cold inside her jacket pockets. The house was a solid silhouette against the fading sky. She tried to imagine Malcolm Lund in that house, charming his way through rooms, making promises he never kept to women who believed him. She could not see it. All she saw was Margade, carrying 42 years of silence like a second spine. "It is different in person," Niko said. She had not heard him approach. "What is?" "The weight of it. The history." He stood beside her at the wall, hands in his coat pockets, his profile sharp against the gray light. "I read the file. I knew the dimensions, but it does not prepare you for the feeling that something here is still alive and watching." Renata looked at him. "You talk about this place like you have stood in houses like it before." "I have." He said it simply, and for a moment she saw it. The other jobs, the other families, the other frauds he had helped contain or construct, the ones that never made it into Celine's vetting file. "How many?" she asked. He turned to face her. "Does it matter?" "It matters to me." The wind pulled at his hair. He did not answer. Dinner was served at 7:30. Margade presided at the head of the table, a long mahogany piece that could have seated 20. Only 3 places were set, at the end closest to the fire. Candles, crystal, the kind of quiet that felt like a judgment. The housekeeper, a gray-haired woman named Marta, brought out bowls of soup and said nothing. "Tell me about your company," Margade said to Renata. It was not a question. It was a command dressed as hospitality. Renata told her. She kept it simple. The warehouse in Queens, the routing algorithm, the years of building while no one watched. She did not embellish. She did not claim credit for surviving things she had chosen. Margade listened. When Renata finished, Margade set down her spoon. "Malcolm never understood that building requires staying. He thought you could build and leave, that someone else would tend the thing you made." She looked at Renata. "You are still here." "Yes, even now." When people are trying to remove you. Especially now. Margethi nodded, a small movement that could have meant anything. After dinner, Niko excused himself to make a call. Renata watched him walk down the hall, his footsteps precise on the wide floorboards, his posture alert in a house where no danger had been named. He moved like someone who had longed to read rooms by their exits and their shadows. A practice man, Margethi said from behind her. Renata turned. Margethi stood in the doorway of the library, a glass of something dark in her hand. Your fiancé moves like someone accustomed to being watched. He is careful. Careful is not the same as honest. Renata met her gaze. Are you trying to warn me about something, Margethi? The older woman took a sip of her drink. I am trying to decide if you already know. She walked away without another word. Renata found Niko in the east wing. The room was small, lined with books, a single armchair by a cold fireplace. He stood at the window, his phone dark in his hand, his reflection faint against the black glass. Who did you call? No one. Then what were you doing? He turned, counting the exits, mapping the floor plan, looking for anything that does not belong. This is not your war anymore. No. His voice was quiet, but I am standing next to the person it belongs to. And I refuse to be the reason she walks into a room without knowing what is waiting for her. The words landed somewhere deep in her chest. She crossed the room and stood beside him at the window. Outside, the grounds had vanished into darkness. The only light came from the house itself, a warm glow that did not reach the trees. I do not know what to do with you, she said. Neither do I. She felt his hand brush hers. She did not pull away. And in the silence of a house that kept its secrets better than any person ever could, she wondered if trusting him was the most dangerous thing she would ever choose, or the only one that mattered. Wait, Sticks, it's a bit short. She stood at the window long enough for the house to settle around them. The old floorboards stopped creaking. The wind died against the glass. Somewhere above, a door clicked shut, Marta finishing her rounds, sealing the house for the night. Renata did not move her hand. Neither did he. But the air between them had changed. The silence was no longer the kind that waited for someone to break it. It was the kind that held. I should check on Marguerite, she said. You should not. Why? Because she wants you to follow her. Niko's voice was low, steady. She left the library first, left you standing in the hall. She is testing whether you come when called or hold your ground. Renata looked at him. You read people like they are case files. I read people because I learned what happens when you do not. She turned from the window. He followed, not close enough to crowd her, not far enough to let her forget he was there. The library door was still open. Margothy's glass sat empty on the side table. The room was dark. She had gone upstairs without saying goodnight. Renata climbed the stairs slowly. The house creaked around her. Old wood, old bones, the kind of place that remembered every conversation that had ever happened inside it. Niko walked a step behind her. She could feel his attention sweeping the hallway, cataloging doors, windows, shadow. Does it exhaust you? She asked without turning. What? Seeing every room as a threat assessment. He was quiet for a beat. It used to. Now it is just the way I breathe. She stopped at the top of the stairs. The hallway stretched in both directions. Guest rooms on the left, Margothy's suite at the far end of the right. A single lamp burned on a side table, throwing long shadows across the floor. The way you breathe, she repeated. Yes. Who taught you that? He did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice was careful, measured, like a man testing ice before he stepped on it. Someone who needed me to stay alive. She faced him. The light caught half his face, the other half stayed in shadow. It seemed fitting for a man whose truth arrived only in pieces. Tell me something real, she said. About what? About why you took this job. He held her gaze. Celine called. She said a company was under attack by a claim that looked too clean. She said the CEO needed someone who understood how these things worked. And you understood? I recognized the architecture. His jaw tightened. I told myself I was taking it to control the damage, to make sure the thing I built did not destroy someone who did not deserve it. But that is not the whole truth. No, he stepped closer, not quite within reach, close enough that she could see the tension in his throat. I took it because I wanted to see who was running the blueprint now, because the person who refined my work is still out there, and I thought if I got close enough to the claim, I would find them. And did you? Not yet. She studied him. And what about me? What about you? Where do I fit in your calculation? He was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "You are not supposed to be real." The words landed between them. "I came here to find a forger, Renata, not to meet someone who makes me forget why I came." She felt something crack open in her chest. "What if I am real?" she said, "and you still leave? Then I will be the fool who found the one thing worth staying for and walked away anyway." She led him to her room, not because she had decided to, because her body moved before her mind caught up, and by the time she understood what she was doing, they were already inside. The door closed behind them, the silence heavier than it had been in the hallway. The room was large, a four-poster bed, a fireplace that had not been lit, windows that faced the dark ocean. She did not turn on the lamp. The moonlight was enough. "I do not know how to do this," she said. "Do what?" "Be in a room with someone without calculating what they want from me." He stood near the door, not advancing, not retreating, giving her the space to choose the next step. "You do not have to calculate with me. Everyone calculates with me." "I know." His voice was soft. "That is why I am telling you not to." She pressed her palm against her sternum. The pressure helped. It kept the feeling in her chest from breaking through her ribs. "I built this company alone," she said. "I fought for it alone. I slept in that warehouse alone, with the delivery vans parked outside and the alarm system I installed myself because I could not afford security." He did not move. "And now I am supposed to trust a man who walked into my life, carrying the blueprint of my destruction." "Yes." "Because he says he wants to protect me." "Yes." "Even though he has already lied to me." "Yes." She let out a breath that was almost a laugh. "That is insane." "I know." He stepped forward finally. One step, two. "But it is also true. And I do not have a better argument than that." She looked at him. The moonlight caught the scar on his thumb, the careful line of his shoulders, the way he held himself like a man who had learned that stillness was the safest form of honesty. "I am tired," she said. "Of what?" "Of being the person who has to be ready for everything, who never gets to be soft because the moment I soften, someone takes something from me." His expression shifted. Something raw flickered across it. "Then be soft here." "I do not know how." "You are doing it right now." She looked down at her hand, still pressed against her chest. She had not realized she was crying. He crossed the room slowly. Not rushing, not assuming. When he reached her, he did not touch her. He just stood there, close enough that she could feel the warmth coming off his body. "I do not have a clean history," he said. "I built something that hurt people. I took money from people who should never have had my skills. I told myself I was just a tool, that the hands using me were the ones responsible." "You were lying to yourself." "I was." His voice was soft. "I am still lying to myself. Every day. About what I deserve. About whether I can be something other than what I made." She looked up at him. "But I am telling you the truth now. Is that enough?" "I do not know." He held her gaze. "But it is all I have." They stood in the dark. The waves crashed against the cliffs below. Her hand came down from her chest. She reached for his. "I do not know if I can trust you," she said. "I know. I do not know if this is real or if I am so starved for kindness that I would mistake performance for care." "I know that too." She looked at their hands. His fingers wrapped around hers. Warm. Steady. "But I am still here," she said. "So am I. Even though we both know this ends." He did not answer. And in the silence, she understood. He would not promise her a future. He would only promise her the present. The knock came at 1:47 a.m. Hard, insistent. Renard was awake before the sound finished. Niko was already on his feet, moving toward the door without hesitation. He opened it. Mada stood in the hallway, her gray hair loose around her shoulders, her face pale in the lamplight. "Mrs. Lund asks that you come downstairs. Now." "What is wrong?" Renata asked. Marta looked at her. "There is a car in the drive. A man just arrived. He says he is here to see you." "Who?" Morta's voice dropped. "He says his name is Tomas Glivsky, and that he has information about the forged claim that will kill you both if you do not listen." Chapter 14. Renata stood frozen in the doorway, Marta's words still hanging in the air. Tomas Glivsky. Here. Now. The name hit like cold water. She turned to Niko. His face had gone still in a way she had never seen. Not fear, not surprise. Something older and more careful. "Where is he?" Renata asked. "Library," Marta said. "Mrs. Lung is with him." Niko moved first, not toward the stairs, toward the window at the end of the hall. He pulled the curtain back a finger's width and scanned the driveway below. "One car," he said. "Sedan. Rental plates." "You know him," Renata said. It was not a question. "I knew him." Niko let the curtain fall. 7 years ago, he was the analyst who checked my work. And now? I do not know what he is now. They took the stairs fast. The house creaked around them, old bones settling. At the bottom, Margathy stood in the library doorway, her silver hair catching the low light from inside. "He will not speak to me," she said. "He wants you." Renata stepped past her. The library was small, paneled in dark wood, with a fire that had burned down to embers. Tomas Glivsky stood near the hearth, a thin man in a coat that looked too heavy for the season. His hands were empty. His face was drawn. He looked at Renata when she entered. Then his eyes slid past her and landed on Niko. "You," Glivsky said. "Tomas, you should have stayed dead." "I was not dead. I was quiet." "Same thing." Renata stepped between them. "You came here to talk to me, so talk." Glivsky pulled an envelope from his coat. It was creased, stained at the edges, the same cream color as the one that had arrived at her apartment 3 weeks ago. "I built your claim documents," he said. "Every page. The birth certificate, the decisive, the letter. Who paid you?" "Someone who knew exactly what to ask for." He held the envelope out. "Someone who had a blueprint already written." Renata took it. The paper was warm from his coat. She opened the flap. Inside was a single photograph. A man in his late 30s, dark hair, sharp jaw, standing outside a building she recognized. The Atlas Meridian headquarters. The timestamp in the corner read 3 weeks before the claim landed. The man was not Caleb Reynard. It was Dorian Mickelson. "Your board member," Glivsky said. "He hired me. He gave me the architecture. He told me exactly how to build a son Malcolm Lund never had." Niko made a sound low in his throat. "He used my design." "Yes." Glivsky's voice was flat. "He used your design, and he paid me enough to disappear, which I did, until Priyanka Sethi found the formatting signature and started pulling threads." "You vanished," Renata said. "The airport footage, the maintenance corridor." "I had help." Glivsky's jaw tightened. "Dorian's people picked me up. They kept me in a house in New Jersey for 6 days. I escaped this morning." "Why would he keep you alive?" "Because I kept the original." Glivsky tapped the envelope. "The real one. The one with his fingerprints on the payment chain. He wanted it back. I told him I burned it." "Did you?" Glivsky smiled. It was not a kind smile. "I hid it where he will never find it." Renata stared at the photograph in her hands. Dorian Mickelson, the man who had sat across from her at board meetings for 3 years, who had smiled at her strategy presentations and nodded at her quarterly results, who had been feeding information to Caleb Reynard before she even knew Caleb existed. "How deep does this go?" "Deep." Glivsky looked at Niko. "Deeper than your fixer friend knows. Dorian did not find the blueprint by accident. Someone gave it to him. Someone who has been waiting 7 years to use it." The room went still. "Who?" Renata asked. "Someone who knew Niko built it. Someone who saved a copy. Someone who has been watching Atlas Meridian long enough to know exactly when to strike. Gillespie's eyes stayed on Niko. I think you know who that is. Niko was quiet for a long moment. Then he spoke. The client I never met. Yes, the one who paid in cash, who used pseudonyms, who met me in different locations every time. Yes. The fire popped. A log shifted. Renata felt the floor tilt beneath her. Who is he? Gillespie looked at the photograph in her hand. Look at the background again. The building behind Dorian. She lifted the photo. Atlas Meridian headquarters. The glass tower. The entrance plaza. And in the reflection of the lobby window, barely visible, a figure standing just out of frame. A man in a dark coat, watching Dorian from the edge of the shot. The face was blurred, but she could see the shape of him. Broad shoulders, head cocked slightly to one side. A stance she had seen 100 times. The breath left her lungs. He was there, she whispered. The same day. He was always there, Gillespie said. He was the architect, the one who commissioned the original blueprint, the one who handed it to Dorian, the one who has been waiting to burn everything down and walk away clean. Niko's voice came low, hard. Who is he? Gillespie did not answer. He reached into his coat again and pulled out a second photograph. This one showed two men, younger, standing outside of bars in Cambridge. One was Niko 20 years ago, smiling like he still believed the world was forgiving. The other was a man Renata recognized. She had seen his face in every archive she had studied, in every board presentation about the company's history, in the framed portrait that still hung in the corner office she now occupied. Malcolm Lund, young, alive, his arms slung around Niko's shoulders like they were old friends. The room went silent. Renata could not breathe. Niko, he did not answer. Tell me you did not know Malcolm Lund. The fire crackled. Niko looked at her, and in his eyes she saw something she had never seen before. Fear. Genuine fear. Not of exposure, not of the law. Of her. You have to understand, he said. Understand what? The blueprint I built. It was not for a stranger. She stared at him. It was for him. The words dropped between them like stones. Malcolm Lund, she said. You built the forgery blueprint for Malcolm Lund. I did not know he was going to use it. He told me it was for himself. A contingency. A way to protect his legacy if someone challenged it after he was gone. Protect his legacy? Her voice rose. He was building a fake heir to destroy me. I know. You knew this whole time. No. He stepped toward her. I did not know the design was still alive. I did not know he had kept a copy. I came here to find out who refined it because I thought someone had stolen his old work. I did not know it was him. Him? Malcolm, he is not dead. The room tilted again. What did you say? Malcolm Lund is not dead. Niko's voice was barely audible. He faked his death 7 years ago. The person who refined the blueprint, the person who gave it to Dorian, the person who has been watching from the shadows. He looked at her, and she saw the truth in his eyes before he spoke it. He is the one who hired me to build it in the first place. Renata's hand found the key ring in her pocket, the first van key, cold against her palm. She looked at the photograph of Malcolm Lund with his arm around Niko, at the one of Dorian standing in front of her building, at the face blurred in the reflection. Someone had been in the background of her life for years. Someone who built the attack before she even knew she had enemies. And that someone was the ghost of the man whose company she had spent her entire career fighting to protect. The embers in the fireplace glowed. Outside, she heard the sound of another car pulling up the gravel drive, and she realized, with a cold certainty that settled into her bones, that the enemy she had been hunting was not out there somewhere. He was already inside. Chapter 15. The gravel crunched under tires, and Renata stood frozen in the library doorway, the photograph of Malcolm Lund still warm in her hand. She heard the car door open. Voices. A woman's laugh, sharp and practiced. Celine. Renata moved before her mind caught up, crossing the hall, sliding the photograph into her jacket pocket. She reached the front door just as Celine stepped out of the black town car, phone already pressed to her ear, the estate's floodlights catching the silver threading through her dark hair. Perfect timing, Celine said, lowering the phone. There is a leak. Niko appeared behind Renata. She felt his presence before she saw him, the heat of him, the weight of everything unsaid still hanging between them. A leak of what? Renata asked. Celine's heels clicked on the stone steps. Someone photographed you at the gala, the moment after the ring. You were not prepared for that shot, Renata. Your face was... She paused, searching for the word. Unprotected. Renata's stomach tightened. It is already circulating in 3 newsrooms. Style section editors. The angle is, CEO lets her guard down for mysterious new fiance. They want to run it as a human interest sidebar. That sounds like a gift, Niko said. It would be if the shot did not make her look vulnerable. Celine's gaze swept between them. The board likes the fairy tale. They do not like the CEO looking soft. Dorian has already sent it to 3 swing voters with a note about emotional stability during merger negotiations. Renata felt the key ring in her pocket. Cold, real. What do you need from me? She asked. Nothing. Celine smiled, but it did not reach her eyes. I have already spun it. Called it the moment every woman dreams about. Framed the unguarded expression as authentic romance, not weakness. By noon tomorrow, the story will be about how rare it is to see a woman like you surrender control. Surrender control. The words landed like a blade. Renata looked at Niko. He was watching Celine with the careful attention of a man reading a room for exits. Celine, he said, who took the photo? A freelance stringer claims he was hired by a lifestyle outlet. I do not believe him. The composition was too precise, the angle too intimate. She looked at Renata. Someone is watching you closer than we thought. Renata thought of the anonymous text. You cannot hide behind a ring forever. I know, she said. Celine's eyebrows lifted. You know? The text message I received in Boston, the one Niko traced. She had not told Celine about it, had not told anyone. It said more evidence is arriving Thursday. Someone knows the engagement is a performance. Celine went very still. How much do they know? Enough to threaten me with exposure at the hearing. Silence stretched across the hall. Then Celine laughed. It was not a happy sound. Then we make sure the hearing never happens. She pulled out her phone again. I am filing a motion to delay, citing media interference, witness protection concerns, the threat to your personal safety. We buy 3 more days. 3 more days for what? To find whoever is pulling the strings and cut them. Renata felt Galevsky's photograph in her pocket, the blurred figure in the reflection. Malcolm Lund, alive, watching from the shadows. She said nothing. Celine was already dialing, walking toward the dining room for privacy. Her voice faded into the old house, leaving Renata and Niko alone in the hall. The fire in the library had burned low. Loco spoke first. You did not tell her? No. Why? Renata turned to face him. The truth sat heavy in her chest, but she could not speak it yet. Could not admit that she was holding the secret close because she did not know who to trust anymore. Not Celine, not Priyanka, not the board, not him. Because I need to hear him speak. Not just what the directors report, the actual words, the pauses, the phrasing. He met her eyes. I built the blueprint. I know the architecture. But the person who refined it added layers I have never seen. If I can hear Caleb's delivery, I might recognize the pattern. Who taught him to sound like the truth? Celine looked at Renata. Your call. Renata thought of the photograph in her pocket, the blurred figure in the reflection, the man who had been watching her longer than she knew. She thought of the image Celine had described, her face, unguarded, the moment after the ring, the version of herself she had shown to Niko, and only to him. She looked at him now. Do it. Niko nodded once, then turned and walked toward the service door at the back of the house. Celine watched him go. You trust him to come back? Renata did not answer. Because the truth was she did not know if she trusted him. She only knew she had no other move left. Outside, the town car's engine hummed in the dark, and somewhere in the city, Caleb Reynard was telling a room full of powerful people a story that might be the end of everything she had built. The night stretched ahead of her, long and full of ghosts. She stood in the library doorway, the photograph still warm against her ribs, and waited. The gravel crunched again as Niko's footsteps faded. The house settled into silence around her. And in the quiet, she heard Margaretha's voice from earlier that evening, low and knowing. Careful is not the same as honest. Renata closed her eyes. She did not know which one Niko was, but she was about to find out. Chapter 16. The office felt different when they walked back in. Morning light slanted through the floor-to-ceiling windows, catching the dust motes suspended in the still air. Renata had not slept. The drive back from Connecticut had been silent, Niko watching the highway with that unreadable calm he wore when something was eating at him from the inside. Celine had stayed behind to handle the press fallout. Priyanka was already waiting when they arrived, a stack of documents spread across the conference table like a battlefield map. "You should have called me first," Priyanka said without preamble. Her eyes flicked to Niko, then back to Renata. "Before you authorized anything." "Good morning to you too." "I am serious. The delay motion buys us time, but it does not change the math. Caleb has 3 more days to convince the swing directors. Dorian has a photograph of you looking vulnerable, and your fixer spent last night sneaking through a service entrance to listen to a conversation he could have heard secondhand from any of us." Niko set his coffee cup down. "Secondhand loses the texture." "Texture?" Priyanka's voice was flat. "You needed texture. The way a person tells a lie tells you more than the lie itself. The pauses, the words they emphasize, the phrases they borrow from someone else." He met her gaze without flinching. "Catherine Velasquez said his delivery was consistent. That means he has been coached. I needed to hear who did the coaching." Priyanka studied him for a long moment. The silence stretched until it became its own accusation. "And did you?" "Parts of it. He uses Malcolm's vocabulary, specific phrases. A debt that should have been honored. Blood acknowledgement. Those are not his words. Those belong to someone who knew Malcolm well enough to imitate his speech patterns. Or someone who read his letters. Possibly." Niko did not look away. "But the rhythm of it, the way he places those phrases, sounds like someone who has been listening to Malcolm speak for years. Not reading him, listening." Priyanka's eyes narrowed. She turned to Renata. "You believe this?" Renata thought about the photograph in her bag, the blurred figure in the window reflection, the man who was supposed to be dead. "I believe it is worth investigating. That is not what I asked." Priyanka stepped closer. Her voice dropped, intimate and sharp. "I asked if you believe him, because I have been watching you since this started, Renata. You are defending him harder than the situation requires, and I need to know if you are thinking clearly or if the performance is working better than we planned." The words landed like a blade between ribs. Renata felt the heat rise to her cheeks before she could stop it. She kept her voice level. "I am thinking clearly." "Are you? Because 3 days ago you were asking me to find Thomas Dalvizier. Now Galevicki is sitting in a safe house in Connecticut giving you photographs that implicate Dorian Mickelson and a dead man. And every time I try to trace how we got from point A to point B, I find your fixer standing in the middle of the path. He brought us Galevicki. He also built the blueprint that made Caleb's claim possible." Priyanka's voice did not rise, but the edge in it cut. "That is not a coincidence, and I do not like how convenient he is." Niko straightened. "I am not convenient. I am useful. There is a difference." "Is there?" "I did not choose to build that blueprint. I was 24 years old, working for a client who paid in cash and never gave me his real name. I did not know what he was going to do with it, and when I found out, I walked away." "Walked away?" Priyanka repeated the words like they tasted wrong. "You walked away from a forgery that could destroy a billion-dollar company, and now, 7 years later, you happen to the exact person Renata needs to fight it. The exact person who recognizes the architecture. The exact person who can infiltrate a private club and identify who coached the claimant." She paused. "You are either the luckiest man in New York, or you are lying about something." Niko's jaw tightened. The scar across his thumb caught the light as he set his palm flat on the table. "I am not lying." "Then answer me one question." Priyanka leaned forward. "When you took this job, did you know who was behind the claim?" The silence that followed was not empty. It was full of everything Niko was not saying. Renata watched his face, the micro-twitch at the corner of his mouth, the way his breathing changed, almost imperceptibly. He knew something. He had known something. "No," Niko said. His voice was steady, but there was a beat of hesitation before the word that Renata felt like a stone dropping through still water. "I did not know." Priyanka caught it too. Her eyes flicked to Renata. Renata's chest tightened. She wanted to believe him. She wanted it so badly that the wanting itself felt like a warning. "Show me the documents," she said. A pivot, a way to stop the room from collapsing. "Show me what else you found." Priyanka held her gaze for a moment longer, then turned to the table. She pulled a single sheet from the stack and laid it flat. "This is the signature page from Caleb's birth certificate. The hospital registrar's stamp. Look at the alignment of the dateline." Renata leaned over the document. The letters were crisp, professional, exactly what she expected from a legal record. "I do not see it." "You are not supposed to. It is a ghost signature, the type of formatting that only shows up when you know what to look for." Priyanka tapped the bottom margin. "The spacing here, between the registrar's stamp and the witness block, is exactly 3 millimeters wider than standard. That is the same variance we found in the nurse affidavit and the handwritten letter." Niko moved closer. His eyes scanned the page, and Renata saw the moment he recognized something. The color drained from his face. "That is not standard," he said. His voice was quieter now. "No," Priyanka agreed. "It is not. It is a deliberate signature. Someone wanted the documents to be traceable, to a specific method, a specific designer." She looked at him. "Someone wanted you to know they were using your work." The air in the room changed. Renata watched Niko's hand tighten on the edge of the table. The small scar across his thumb went white with pressure. "Whoever refined my blueprint," he said slowly, "they did not just improve it. They left a calling card." "Exactly." Priyanka's voice was cold and final. "The question is why, and whether they are trying to help you or destroy you." Niko did not answer. Renata looked at the document, at the ghost signature, at the man standing beside her whose past kept reaching into her present. She had trusted him with her eyes open, but she was starting to wonder if she had been looking in the wrong direction. "Priyanka," she said, "give us the room." Priyanka hesitated, then gathered her papers and walked out without another word. The door clicked shut. Renata turned to Niko. "Tell me the truth." His eyes met hers. Dark, guarded, something flickering beneath the surface that looked almost like fear. "I told you the truth. You told me enough to keep me from leaving. There is a difference." The silence stretched. Niko looked down at his hands, the scar on his thumb, the evidence of a life he had tried to leave behind. "I do not know who refined the blueprint," he said, "but I know why they left the ghost signature." "Why?" He looked up. "Because they wanted me to find it. They are not hiding from me, Renata. They are drawing me in." Her blood went cold. "Who?" "I do not know." His voice was raw. "But I think they have been watching this whole time, and I think they are about to make their move." The phone on the table buzzed. Renata picked it up. A single message from an unknown number. "He is not the only one watching you." She looked at Niko. His face told her everything she needed to know. She was not the one in control anymore. Chapter 17. The meeting with Harold Tran lasted 43 minutes and told her nothing she did not already know. Renata walked west on 47th, her bag slung across her body, the afternoon light flat and gray between the towers. Harold had been polite, careful. He had asked about the merger timeline, the estate weekend, the engagement announcement in the style section. He had not asked about Caleb. That was the answer. She needed air before she went back to the tower. The crowd thickened near 6th Avenue. Office workers, tourists, delivery bikes weaving through the crosswalks. She kept moving, her heels finding the cracks in the pavement automatically, her mind circling the ghost signature and Niko's pale face and the text that had come through last night. "He is not the only one watching you." She stopped at the corner. Across the street, under the awning of a limestone building with brass doors and a doorman in gray gloves, Niko was standing with a woman. Renata's body recognized him before her brain did. The width of his shoulders under the charcoal jacket, the way he tilted his head when someone spoke. She had watched him perform that posture a dozen times. At the gala, at the bars in Boston, at the estate under the oaks, when the photographer had asked them to look at each other and he had looked at her in a way that was not supposed to be real. The woman was tall, dark hair swept up, a cream coat that cost more than most people's rent. She touched Niko's chest as she spoke, her hand resting against his lapel like she had done it 100 times before. And then she leaned in. Her arms went around his neck, her body pressed against his. It was not a social embrace. It was the kind of embrace that knew the shape of him, that had been there before. Niko's arms came up. He held her. His hand moved against her back, and he said something into her ear that made her laugh, her head tipping back, her fingers curling into his collar. Renata's chest went hollow. She stood on the corner with the crowd flowing around her, and she watched the woman kiss Niko's cheek, linger there, pull back with her hand still on his jaw. Watched Niko smile at her. Watched the woman smooth his lapel where her hand had been. Then Niko turned. His eyes found Renata across the street. The smile on his mouth died. Not quickly, slowly, like a candle extinguishing in a room with no windows. Renata did not move. She watched him say something to the woman. Watched the woman glance across the street, curious, assessing. Watched her touch Niko's arm one last time before she walked toward the brass doors. The doorman opened them. She disappeared inside. Niko stood on sidewalk. 2 lanes of traffic, 20 feet of concrete. The whole width of everything Renata had let herself believe. She crossed the street. She did not know why she crossed. Every instinct told her to walk away, to let him find her later, to preserve the composure she had spent 15 years building. But her feet carried her forward, and the traffic parted, and then she was standing in front of him on the sidewalk, the air between them cold and charged. Renata. Who was that? She did not recognize her own voice, flat, empty, the voice she used in boardrooms when she wanted someone to know they had already lost. A former client? He said it too fast. She needed advice, a legal matter, old case. Old case? Yes. You held her like it was more than a case. Niko's jaw tightened. His eyes searched hers, and she saw the calculation happening behind them. The rapid evaluation of how much to say, how much to hold back. She had seen that look before. In the penthouse, at the estate, in every conversation she had ever had with him, he was always measuring what to give and what to keep. Do not, she said. Renata, there is nothing between us. Not anymore. She was a client. She needed. I do not care what she needed. Her voice cracked. She felt it break, and she could not stop it. I care that you stood there and held her the way you held me at the gala. I care that I watched you lie to me with your body before you opened your mouth. Niko's face went still. That was not the same. Was it not? Renata. He stepped closer. She did not step back. You are not a client. You have not been a client since the moment I kissed you in that hallway in Connecticut. Then why does it look exactly the same? He had no answer. She saw it in the silence, the hesitation, the flicker across his face that told her he was searching for the right words, and the right words were not the same as the true ones. I have had a life before you, he said quietly. I know that. Do you? Because the way you are looking at me right now, tell me how I am looking at you. Like I am something you should have never trusted. She laughed. One short, hollow sound that surprised them both. Maybe I am finally seeing you clearly. The words hung between them. Niko's hand moved toward her, then stopped. He did not touch her. He stood with his hand in the air, arrested by his own restraint, and the gesture was so painfully careful that it made her chest ache. I told you I was not a good man. You told me a lot of things. I meant that one. She looked at him, at the warmth in his eyes that she had let herself believe was for her alone, at the scar across his thumb, the evidence of a life that had always included other people, other rooms, other women who touched his lapel like they owned it. I need to go, she said. Renata, do not follow me. She turned. She walked east against the light, and the traffic blared around her. Behind her, she heard him say her name again, softer this time, and she kept walking. She made it 3 blocks before her phone buzzed. She pulled it out, a message from an unknown number. She is not the only one from his past who remembers. Chapter 18. The penthouse lights were on. Renata stood in the entryway with her keys still in her hand, the anonymous text burning in her pocket, and she watched Niko walk through her door behind her like he had every right to be here. "You should not have followed me. You told me not to follow you on the street." He closed the door. "You did not tell me to stay away from here." "That is the same thing." "You know it is not." She set her bag down on the console table. Her hands were steady. Everything else was not. The penthouse felt wrong. The river lights flickered through the windows. The city hummed below, and she stood in the center of a room that had always been hers, and she felt like a stranger in it. "I need you to tell me the truth," she said. "I have told you the truth." "You have told me versions of it, pieces, enough to keep me from pushing." Niko's jaw tightened. He stood by the window, the city at his back, and she saw the exhaustion in his shoulders. The same exhaustion she felt. The same weight of carrying something that could not survive the light. "Her name is Mira," he said. Renata's chest went cold. "She was a client 7 years ago. I helped her with a custody arrangement, a divorce settlement, a mess that involved evidence that could not be found through legal channels." "Evidence that could not be found?" "Yes. You helped her disappear something." "I helped her protect her daughter." His voice was flat, uninflected, the voice of a man who had said this before and knew how it sounded. The father was dangerous, connected. She needed leverage to keep him out of shared custody. I found the leverage. Renata turned to face him fully. "And what did she give you in return?" "Money." "That is all?" The silence stretched. Niko held her gaze, and she watched something crack behind his eyes. Not a lie, something worse, a truth he had not wanted to admit. "She wanted more," he said quietly. "I did not give it to her." "That you considered it." "I was not a good man, Renata. I told you that. I told you that in Connecticut, and I told you that on the street tonight. And I have been telling you in every room we have ever stood in together. I was not a good man, and I did not become one because you decided to trust me." She felt the words land. They landed in her chest, in the space between her ribs where she had been carrying the weight of his warmth, his gentleness, the way he had held her in the hallway in Connecticut like she was the only thing in the room worth protecting. I do not know what she was asking for until she saw the answer in his face. Desire, fear, hunger. The same rawness she felt in her own chest. Niko voot first. He crossed the space between them, and his hands found her waist, and she felt the heat of his palms through her coat, through her dress, through every layer she had wrapped around herself since the moment she had seen him on that street. "Tell me to stop," he said. "No. Tell me this is only the job." "You know it is not." He kissed her. It was not the careful kiss from Connecticut. It was not staged or measured or performed for anyone. It was hungry and desperate and honest in a way that broke something open inside her. She pulled his jacket off his shoulders. He pushed her coat to the floor. They stumbled backward through the penthouse, past the console table, past the couch, past every room she had ever kept him out of. Her bedroom door hit the wall. The city lights spilled through the windows. She felt his hands on her skin, real and warm and present, and she stopped thinking about the text, about Mira, about every woman who had touched his apal before her. There was only this. His mouth on her throat, her fingers in his hair, the sound he made when she pulled him closer. "Look at me," she said. He did. "Tell me this is not a performance." His hand cupped her face. His thumb traced her jaw. His eyes, dark and open and terrified, held hers in the river light. "Nothing about you has ever been a performance," he said. She believed him. She believed him with her body, with her breath, with every part of her that had been starving for the truth of him. The night collapsed into the heat between them. There was no contract, no 90-day clause, no audience waiting for the next staged photograph. There was only Renata and the man who had lied to her, and the truth she had chosen anyway. Afterward, they lay in the dark with the city burning below them. Renata's head rested on his chest. His hand traced slow circles on her back. The silence was not empty. It was full of everything they had not said. "I do not know what happens tomorrow," she whispered. "Neither do I. But I'll know what happens tonight." He pressed his lips to her hair. "Tell me." She lifted her head and looked at him. "Tonight, I choose to trust you. Not because you have earned it, because I want to." His hand stilled on her back. "That is the most dangerous thing you have ever said to me." "I know." She laid her head back down. The river lights flickered. Her phone buzzed somewhere in the other room. Neither of them moved to answer it. Chapter 19. The light came through the windows in a gray river glow, washing across the sheets, across his arm where it lay across her waist, across the shape of his body in the bed that had never held anyone else. She watched him breathe. His face was slack with sleep, younger, somehow, the careful architecture of his expression disassembled. She had seen him charming, watchful, desperate, raw. She had never seen him unguarded. The penthouse was quiet. No phones ringing, no Celine in the hallway, no Priyanka waiting in the kitchen with another file that cracked everything open. Just the sound of his breathing and the heat of his skin against hers, and the knowledge that she had let someone past every door she had ever built. She moved carefully, sliding out from under his arm. His hand found the empty space. His eyes opened. "Where are you going?" "Kitchen." He blinked at her, slow and disoriented, and something about the sight of him like that, rumpled and soft and not performing, made her chest ache. "Stay," she said. He did not ask what she meant. She walked through the penthouse barefoot, wearing only his shirt from the night before, and felt the strangeness of it like a second skin. The city moved below her, glass and steel and the machinery of the day already turning. But here, in this space, the rules had changed. She made coffee, 2 cups, his with milk because she had noticed, because she had been paying attention even when she was pretending not to. When she came back to the bedroom, he was sitting up, the sheet pulled around his waist, his hands resting on the empty space where she had been. He looked at the cup. "You remembered how I take it. I notice things. So do I." He took the cup. His fingers brushed hers. "You sleep on your left side. You talk in your sleep when you are stressed. You keep the van key on your nightstand, not your bag, because you like to see it before you fall asleep." She stopped breathing. "I noticed," he said, "because I have been paying attention since the night you told me the story." She sat on the edge of the bed. The coffee steamed between them. "This is strange," she said. "Good strange or bad strange? I do not know yet." He set the cup down and reached for her hand. His palm was warm, the scar across his thumb rough against her skin. "Then we find out together." She wanted to believe that too. They sat in the quiet for a long moment. The river light shifted. A helicopter beat past somewhere over the Hudson. The city hummed beneath them, indifferent and enormous, and inside this room, time had stopped. "What do you want?" she asked. His eyes searched hers. "Right now?" "Right now. To stay here. To not leave this room until the world forces us out." He paused. "To find out what you look like when you are not deciding something." "I am always deciding something." "I know." He lifted her hand and pressed his mouth to her knuckles. "That is why I want to see you when you are not." She felt the words land somewhere she had not known was open. "Stay for breakfast," she said. "Are you cooking?" "I am ordering. There is a difference." "Then I am staying." She laughed, once, quiet. It surprised her. His face changed when he heard it, softened into something that looked like wonder and hunger and fear all at once. "There," he said. "That. I want to see that again." She pulled her hand free and stood, still wearing his shirt, and said nothing because she did not have words for what was happening inside her. The morning unfolded in fragments. Croissants from the place on Hudson Street that she used to walk past during her first year of building Atlas Meridian. Coffee refilled twice. Niko in her kitchen, leaning against her counter, barefoot and wearing only his trousers from the night before. They talked about nothing. The construction noise on 34th, the way the river looked different at dawn than at dusk, the fact that she had never had anyone in this apartment for a full morning, not once, not in 8 years. He did not make it into a joke. He just looked at her and said, "Then I am honored." And she believed him. Her phone buzzed on the counter. She ignored it. It buzzed again and again. Niko's phone, still in his jacket from the night before, vibrated against the console table. His face changed. He crossed the room and pulled the phone out and looked at the screen, and she saw the exact moment the morning broke. "What?" He did not answer. "Niko, what?" He turned the phone toward her. The message was short. No greeting, no preamble, just a name she recognized at the top. "Tomasz Glowelski, why is the old signature method appearing again? I thought you said it was buried." The coffee went cold in her hand. What does he mean? Niko's face was pale. His jaw worked. "I do not know. He sent it to you, not to me. You know what he means." "I swear, Renata, I do not know." She set the cup down and picked up her own phone. 3 missed calls from Priyanka. 1 from Celine. A text from a number she did not recognize. Unknown. New documents filed this morning. Ghost signature confirmed. Hearing moved up to tonight. The room tilted. He was watching her, waiting. The vulnerability from the bedroom was gone, replaced by something careful and controlled, and she hated that she could see him rebuilding the armor in real time. "What did you get?" he asked. She showed him the screen. He read it. His hand went still. "Tonight," he said. "They moved it to tonight. That is not the part I am worried about. It is all connected." "I know." She pulled her hand free and stepped back. The shirt she was wearing, his shirt, suddenly felt like a costume. "You said the blueprint was buried. You said the person who refined it was out there, but the method was dead." "It was." "Then why is Tomasz asking you why it is appearing again?" He looked at her. His eyes were dark and open and desperate, and she wanted to believe that he was telling the truth, that he was as blindsided as she was, that the night before had not been another layer of performance. She did not know if she was right. "I do not have an answer," he said. "Not yet." "Then get one." She turned and walked toward the bedroom to find her own clothes, her own phone, her own armor. Behind her, she heard him pick up his jacket. The morning was over. Chapter 20. He found Tomasz Glowelski in a basement cafe 3 blocks from the federal courthouse, a place where the fluorescent lights buzzed and the coffee came in paper cups, and no one looked at anyone else long enough to remember a face. Tomasz was already there, hunched over a corner table with a folder spread in front of him like a man trying to build a wall out of paper. He looked thinner than the photograph Niko had carried for weeks. Paler. The hands that had once been steady enough to replicate a registrar's stamp trembled as he lifted his cup. Niko sat down across from him without greeting. The cafe hummed around them. A steam wand hissed. A delivery driver argued with the cashier about an order that had gone wrong. No one was watching. Tomasz slid a single document across the table. Niko did not touch it. "I asked you a question," Niko said. "Why is the method appearing again?" "I sent you the message because I am scared." Tomasz's voice was low, roughened by something that might have been too many sleepless nights or too few honest conversations. "That is why I reached out, not because I have answers." "You said you thought it was buried. We both agreed." "It was buried." Tomasz pressed his palm flat against the document. 7 years. Nothing. No one found the trail. I built a new life. I analyzed legitimate papers for legitimate clients. I paid taxes. I stopped checking over my shoulder. "And now?" Tomasz pulled his hand back. The paper curled slightly at the edges, released from pressure. "Someone filed a motion this morning for emergency standing in an inheritance dispute." He paused. "Atlas Meridian. The Reynard claim. You know what I am talking about." Niko said nothing. The documents attached to that motion include a birth certificate, a nurse affidavit, and a handwritten letter from Malcolm Lund. Tomas's voice dropped lower. The hospital chain is forged. The inheritance backfilling uses a layered template structure that I recognize because I helped build it. You helped me build it, Niko said. This week looks partious. I am completely sold with litter. I need this in spacically orbited valves, that feeling things I wanted for me Macy. I know he's literally a ball tile as a shorn opercans. We bide a buster mester, and I left their attacks. I create your entire loan. I bird out of that Hume skills building, or Jeevan listens flap. Miko stecks a trap, dedicating striding Jevanane hish. The podcast I lift by his wharf, the tettle controls chance outside the neds and securing what's 90 fix. These buttons are my arrogance. They are discover the grasp. I don't know. I was behaved in neth. The agents the reasons before it is scared studium, despides the Doyle. I see at the prodcasts as droll, a 4mm variance in the registrar stamp. I left it deliberately. Niko's chest went tight. Why? Because I was afraid no one would believe I was being framed if the scheme collapsed. Tomas's voice cracked on the last word. I thought if I left markers, someone would trace them back to me, find me, ask me who really built the documents. I thought that would protect me. It does not protect you. It puts you at the center of the evidence chain. I know that now. Tomas looked down at his hands. They were still trembling. Niko leaned back. The chair scraped against the linoleum. The cafe noise faded into a distant hum, irrelevant and indifferent. Who hired you? He asked. I never met them face to face. The instructions came through encrypted messages, cash deposits, dead drops. They knew the method. They knew the architecture. They knew things about our old work that I had never put in writing. Describe them. The word hung in the air. Tomas shook his head slowly. I cannot. They used a voice modulator on the few calls we had. The messages were routed through 3 different jurisdictions before they reached me. They knew how to hide. A man or a woman? I could not tell you. The voice was designed to be unidentifiable. Niko looked at the document on the table, the edges of it, the way the paper caught the fluorescent light. Whoever built this, Tomas said quietly, knows the method deeply enough to expose you if the scheme collapses. They built it knowing that if the claim fails, the trail leads back to you, not to them. They are insulated. You are the exposed wire. Niko felt the words land. You are telling me that silence is impossible. I am telling you that whoever refined your work wants you to be the one who takes the fall. Tomas met his eyes. The only way to beat them is to speak before they force you to tell the truth before the truth becomes a weapon in someone else's hand. The cafe door opened. A gust of street air cut through the basement warmth. Niko did not turn. Who else knows you are here? No one. I have been running since I sent that message. I came straight here from the safe house. Priyanka Sympathy secured that safe house. She knows where you are. She knows where I was. I left before dawn. I did not tell her where I was going. Niko studied him. The fear in his posture, the way his hands stayed flat on the table, pressing down as if anchoring himself to something solid. You should go back, Niko said. I cannot. You can. I will arrange it. You will be protected. Protected from who? Tomas's voice rose for the first time. The person who built Caleb's case knows where I live. They know my patterns. They found me in Montreal before I knew I was being looked for. I left a body behind in that airport corridor, Niko. I disappeared through a maintenance tunnel while someone was searching for me with a gun. Niko went still. You never told me someone was hunting you. I am telling you now. Tomas stood up. The folder stayed on the table. The person who refined your blueprint is not finished. They are escalating. The hearing tonight is not the end. It is the next move. He looked down at Niko with an expression that shifted between pity and fear. You built the architecture, Tomas said. I built the documents. But whoever is driving this was trained in your method. They studied it. They improved it. They know you better than you know yourself. He turned and walked toward the back exit. Niko did not follow. He sat alone at the table with the document in front of him, the fluorescent light buzzing overhead, the coffee growing gold in his cup, and the weight of Tomas's last words settling into his chest like a stone dropped into deep water. The person who refined his blueprint knew him better than he knew himself, which meant they had been watching him long before he ever walked into Renata's building, and they had been waiting for this exact moment to close the trap. Chapter 21. The office smelled of cold coffee and tension. Renata stood at the window with her back to the room, watching the Hudson catch the late afternoon light. The hearing was in 5 hours. The merger hung on what happened in that room. And behind her, Priyanka was spreading documents across the conference table like a coroner laying out evidence. "I have been pulling every thread for 20 hours, Priyanka said. "The birth certificate, the nurse affidavit, the handwritten letter, the hospital records from Cambridge Memorial." Renata turned. "What did you find?" "Enough to know the claim is fabricated, not enough to prove it in front of a judge." Niko sat at the far end of the table, silent, watching Priyanka's hands move across the paper. He had been quiet since he returned from the cafe. Renata had not asked where he went. She was not sure she wanted the answer. Priyanka tapped a fingernail against a document. "The birth certificate uses a Massachusetts template from 1989. That is correct for the time period. The registrar's stamp has the right seal. The ink density is consistent. But the witness block is wrong." Priyanka pulled out a second sheet and laid it beside the first. "In Massachusetts, the attending nurse and the attending physician must sign in separate fields. On this document, both signatures appear in the same field, stacked vertically." Renata stepped closer. "Could that be a clerical error?" "It could be. But when I checked the hospital's archived birth records from that year, every single legal birth has the two signatures in separate fields. Stacked signatures appear on exactly 0 legitimate documents." Niko leaned forward. His eyes moved across the paper with a focus that looked almost hungry. "What about the font?" he asked. Priyanka glanced at him. "What about it?" "The registrar's stamp uses a serif font, but the hospital's official stamps from 1989 were all sans serif. Every public record from that period shows the same typeface." The room went still. Renata watched Priyanka's expression shift. A flicker of something. Recognition, maybe. Or suspicion. "I did not catch that," Priyanka said slowly. "I noticed it when I first saw the documents," Niko said. His voice was even, careful. "I have experience with archival records." "Archival records," Priyanka repeated. "Family estates, inheritance disputes. You see a lot of old documents in my line of work." Priyanka held his gaze a beat too long. Then she looked back at the papers. "He is right," she said. "The stamp font is wrong. That is another crack." Renata said nothing. She was watching Niko, the way his shoulders had not relaxed, the way his hands stayed flat on the table, exactly like Tomas's had been in the cafe, pressing down as if anchoring himself to something solid. "What else?" Renata asked. Priyanka flipped to another page. The handwritten letter, supposedly written by Malcolm Lund to Caleb's mother in 1988. The paper is correct for the period. The ink matches what Parker would have produced in that year. The handwriting shows the same slant, the same pressure patterns I would expect from an aging man with a documented tremor. "So it is good." "It is very good." Priyanka looked up. "That is the problem. Someone spent time on this. They did not just copy a letter. They studied Malcolm Lund's handwriting from that period and reproduced it with deliberate flaws. They built in the tremor. They used the right paper, the right ink, the right phrasing." Niko shifted in his chair. But the flourishes are wrong." Priyanka pointed to the capital M in Malcolm's signature. "Malcolm Lund studied in England for 2 years in the 1962. He picked up the habit of a closed loop in his capital letters, a full circle before the downstroke. You can see it in his authentic letters from the 1970 and 1980. This letter has an open loop. The forger either did not know or did not think anyone would check." "Can we prove that in court?" Renata asked. "Not with a single letter. But combined with the birth certificate issues, the font discrepancy, and the signature spacing, we have a pattern." "A pattern is not proof." "No, but it is enough to plant reasonable doubt in a judge's mind. and that is all we need to delay the hearing long enough to build a real case. Renata felt the weight of the words. Delay, not defeat, not victory. Delay. Celine bought us until tonight, she said. That is not enough time. It is enough time to file a preliminary objection and force a continuance, which Caleb will fight. Which he will fight. But if we present the forensic evidence now, we control the narrative. We look prepared. We look serious. He looks like he is rushing to a hearing he cannot win on facts. Niko stood up. He walked to the window, hands in his pockets, back to the room. Send the objection tonight, he said, before the hearing. Let them see you are ready to fight on technical grounds. Priyanka's eyes narrowed. That is exactly what I was going to suggest. Then do it. She did not move. How did you know about the font? The question hung in the air. Niko turned. His face was unreadable. I told you, I have experience with archival records. No one has experience with Massachusetts birth certificate stamps from 1989 unless they have specifically studied Massachusetts birth certificate stamps from 1989. I have handled a lot of inheritance disputes. You have handled a lot of inheritance disputes that involved forged Massachusetts birth certificates. The room went quiet. Renata felt something cold settle in her chest. Priyanka was not guessing. She was testing, and Niko was failing the test. I have handled enough to know that the details matter, Niko said. That is all. That is not all. Priyanka stood up. She walked around the table, circling him slowly, a predator testing the fence. You walked into this building 3 weeks ago with a perfect resume, perfect references, perfect charm. You sold Celine a fairy tale. You sold Renata a proposal story. But you have not once explained how a high-end fixer with experience in corporate reputation management knows the exact typeface of a Massachusetts hospital stamp from 35 years ago. Niko said nothing. I am not asking you to explain yourself to me, Priyanka said. I am asking you to explain yourself to Renata, because if you have knowledge of this forgery that you are not sharing, then you are not an asset. You are a liability, and liabilities get cut before they infect the whole operation. Renata looked at Niko. He met her eyes, and for the first time since she had known him, she saw something raw beneath the surface. Not calculation, not performance, but the moment before a confession that could destroy everything. I know the method because I helped build it, he said. The words landed like a door slamming shut. Priyanka went still. Renata felt the floor drop. 7 years ago, Niko said, his voice low and steady. I designed the architectural blueprint for a forgery that could replicate any inheritance claim. I built it for a client who paid in cash and vanished. I thought it was buried. It was not. Someone found it, refined it, and now they are using it to destroy your company. The silence that followed was so complete that Renata could hear her own pulse. Priyanka spoke first. When were you planning to tell us? I was not. Why? He looked at Renata. Because telling you would have made me useless, and I needed to stay close enough to stop it. Priyanka's phone buzzed. She looked down at the screen. The objection will be filed in 30 minutes, she said. But this is not over, Niko. Not by a long shot. She walked out without looking back. Renata stood alone with the man who had been lying to her since the day they met. The documents spread across the table between them like the wreckage of something that had never quite been real. Chapter 22. The room was Catherine Velasquez's townhouse library, all leather and old money and the smell of wood polish. Renata had sat in this room a dozen times, fundraising, negotiating, once convincing Catherine to stay on the board after the hostile bid 2 years ago. She knew the weight of the drapes, the exact crack in the marble hearth, the way the light fell at this hour. She had never felt like an intruder in this room before. Catherine sat in her usual wing-back chair, hands folded in her lap. Harold Tran occupied the settee to her left, his reading glasses perched on his forehead, his face unreadable. 2 other directors, women Renata had counted as allies, flanked the fireplace, and Caleb Reynard sat at the center of the room like he belonged there. He wore a charcoal suit that fit him well, but not too well. Expensive without being ostentatious. His dark hair was neatly combed. The small scar under his chin caught the light when he turned his head. He looked earnest. He looked measured. He looked like a man who had practiced this exact moment in a mirror for months. "Thank you for agreeing to hear me directly," he said, his voice steady, warm. "I know this has been difficult for everyone. I know the timing is inconvenient. I want you to understand that I am not here to destroy anything. I am here to claim what should have been mine and to offer a partnership instead of a war." Renata kept her face still. Beside her, Niko had taken a position near the window, arms loose at his sides, posture relaxed. She could feel him watching Caleb the way a hunter watches a deer, measuring every twitch, every breath. Catherine leaned forward. "We have reviewed your claim, Mr. Reynard. The documents are persuasive, but they are not conclusive. Why should we believe you over the woman who has run this company for 8 years? "Because she has everything to lose by believing me," Caleb said, "and I have nothing to gain by lying." Renata felt the weight of the room shift. Caleb looked directly at her, and for a moment she saw something flicker behind his gray eyes. Not malice, not triumph, something closer to conviction, as if he truly believed the story he was telling. "I do not blame Renata for fighting this," he said. "She built something extraordinary. She protected it. If I were in her position, I would do the same. But the truth is not convenient. The truth is that Malcolm Lund had a son he never acknowledged, a son who grew up in a 2-bedroom apartment in Queens while his father built an empire he was told he would inherit." Harold Tron shifted. "You claim you only recently discovered your parentage. I discovered it when my mother died 6 months ago. I found the letters in a safety deposit box, the birth certificate, the nurse's affidavit. I spent 3 months deciding whether to come forward. 3 months asking myself if I wanted to be the person who tears apart a company to claim a birthright I never asked for." He paused. The room held its breath. "I decided that hiding is not the same as healing," he said. "Malcolm Lund never acknowledged me, but I am still his son, and I will not let his legacy be defined by the people who erased me from it." Renata heard the precision of the phrasing, the way he had written it, rehearsed it, timed it, every pause calculated, every word chosen to land like a verdict. And it was working. She saw it in Catherine's face, the softening around her mouth, in Harold's stillness, the way his hands had stopped moving, in the 2 women by the fireplace who exchanged a glance that was not skepticism. Caleb was not attacking her. He was pitying her. That was the cleverness of it. He was not the villain. He was the wronged son, and she was the gatekeeper keeping him from his birthright. The story was so clean, so morally legible that it felt true even when every technical detail was a lie. "You speak of legacy," Renata said, her voice even, "but you never met Malcolm Lund. You never sat in a room with him. You are asking these directors to overturn 8 years of stewardship based on documents that could have been manufactured by anyone with access to an inheritance fraud template." Caleb's expression did not waver. "I did not mute him, but I know what he left behind. I know he planted a grove of oak trees at the Connecticut estate in 1992 to commemorate the birth of a child he could not acknowledge. I know the trees are still there. I know the groundskeeper knows exactly which grove I am talking about." Renata felt the air leave the room. The oak grove, the one Eloise had photographed them in, the one Malcolm Lund had posed for a magazine feature in, the one Margaret had never mentioned, not once, not in any conversation about the estate. How did Caleb know about it? She turned her head, slowly, toward Niko. He stood at the window. His face was still, completely still. The kind of stillness that came from effort, not ease. His hand was in his pocket, but she could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his jaw had tightened, the faint pulse beating in his throat. He knew something. He knew something about that grove, about what it meant, about why Caleb would mention it. And he was not going to tell her. Not here. Not in front of the room. Catherine Velasquez cleared her throat. "The oak grove. That is a specific detail." "It is a specific detail because I was told about it," Caleb said, "by my mother, before she died. She told me that Malcolm planted those trees and that he said they would outlive all of us. Trees and blood, the only things that last." Renata heard the quote land like a hammer. Trees and blood. She had heard that phrase before. She had read it in Malcolm Lund's old correspondence, in a letter archived in the estate library, a private letter to Margaret that should never have left the family's possession. Caleb should not know that phrase. unless someone who had access to that archive had told him. She looked at Niko again. He had not moved, but his stillness was louder than any confession. "Mr. Reynard," Harold Tran said, his voice measured, "we will take your testimony under advisement. We have a hearing tonight. We will hear what the court has to say." "That is all I ask." Caleb stood, straightening his jacket. He did not look at Renata. He looked at each director in turn, holding their gaze for a beat longer than comfortable. "I am not asking you to decide tonight. I am asking you to keep an open mind, because the truth has a way of surfacing whether we wanted to or not." He walked out of the room without hurry, without apology. The door clicked shut behind him. Catherine Velasquez stood up. She looked at Renata with something that was not quite accusation, not quite sympathy. That was a compelling performance. Performances are designed to be compelling, and sometimes the truth is, too. Renata felt the words like a blade between her ribs. She said nothing. She walked out of the library, past the portraits, past the assistant holding the door, past the cold marble foyer where Caleb's coat had been draped across a chair. Niko followed her. She did not stop until she reached the street, the evening air hitting her face, the streetlights flickering on as the city began its slow turn toward night. She turned to face him. "The oak grove," she said. "You went still when he mentioned it." "I went still because I was watching his delivery." "Do not lie to me." "I am not lying." "You went still because you recognized something, because he should not know about that grove, because the only record of it is in the estate library, in Malcolm Lund's private correspondence, and someone told him exactly what to say." Niko met her eyes. His face was unreadable. "Renata, do not say my name like it is an answer." The silence stretched between them, thick as smoke, and into that silence her phone buzzed. She looked down. The message was from an unknown number, but the style was already familiar. "He will not tell you because he has already told them." Chapter 23. The car hummed through the evening streets, glass and steel sliding past, and Renata sat on her side of the back seat with her phone face down in her lap. She had not looked at Niko since they got in. The anonymous text burned in her memory. He will not tell you because he had already told them. She wanted to believe it was a lie. She wanted to believe the texter was the hidden architect, the same person who had refined the forgery, who had been watching them, who wanted to fracture whatever fragile trust remained. But she had seen Niko's stillness. She had seen the effort behind it, and she had seen Caleb walk out of that library with the kind of confidence that came from knowing he had landed a blow that would not be forgotten. "You are quiet," Niko said. "I am always quiet." "Not like this." She turned the phone over, then back. The screen stayed dark. "Tell me about the oak grove." "I already told you. I went still because I was watching his delivery." "That is not the same as telling me what you know." "Renata." He shifted in the seat, turning toward her. The leather creaked. "I do not know what you want me to say. I want you to say something that is not a deflection." "I am not deflecting. You are doing it right now." The car stopped at a light. The driver did not look back. They had been trained to see nothing, hear nothing, remember nothing. Niko ran a hand over his jaw. "If I knew something about that grove that would help us, I would tell you." "Would you?" "Yes." "Before tonight or after I asked?" He did not answer. The light changed. The car moved forward. Renata looked out the window at the buildings streaming past, at the reflections of people living their ordinary lives, people who did not have to wonder if the person beside them was an ally or a trap wearing a familiar face. The donor dinner was held in a private room at a restaurant on the Upper East Side, a converted townhouse with paned windows and a staircase wide enough for 4 people to walk abreast. The room held 40 guests, board-adjacent donors, legacy families, and 3 journalists who had been vetted by Celine and approved for access. Renata stepped inside with her public face already in place. Niko followed half a step behind, his hand finding the small of her back with practiced ease. The touch was warm, familiar, exactly what the room expected to see. She did not lean into it. She did not pull away. She simply let it exist, the way she let the champagne appear in her hand, the way she let the conversations wash over her, the way she let herself be steered from group to group, smiling at the right moments, squeezing Miko's arm when the script called for it. The room was full of people who wanted to see if she was still standing. She showed them she was. But her mind was in that library, watching Caleb walk out, watching Niko stand frozen by the window. A woman in emerald silk approached, her hand extended, her smile wide. "Renata, darling, you look radiant. Engagement suits you." "Thank you, Evelyn." "And Niko?" The woman turned, her eyes traveling over him with the kind of assessing warmth that wealthy women use to measure men who were not quite their equal. "I have heard so much about you." "All of it true, I hope." "All of it flattering, which is not the same thing." Niko laughed. The sound was easy, practiced, perfect. Renata watched him perform and felt something twist in her chest, because she could not tell anymore. She could not tell which parts of him were real and which were the same performance he had given every family, every client, every job before her. The thought was poison. She pushed it down. By the time they reached the far end of the room, her jaw ached from smiling, and her hand was numb from gripping a champagne flute she had barely touched. Niko leaned in, his mouth close to her ear. "You are holding yourself like you are waiting for an attack." "I am always waiting for an attack. Not like this, like you know where it is coming from and cannot decide whether to block it or let it hit you." She turned her head. His face was inches from hers. Close enough to kiss, close enough to see the fine lines at the corners of his eyes, the slight pulse in his throat, the way his gaze did not waver. "Stop looking at me like I am a risk profile," he said, low enough that no one else could hear. "Then stop acting like one." "I am not acting like anything." "You are not acting like anything," she repeated. "That is exactly the problem." Something flickered in his eyes. Hurt, or anger, or something in between that she could not name. Before she could decide which, Celine appeared at her elbow, silver threading catching the chandelier light, her face smooth and her voice low. "We have a problem." Renata did not move. "What kind of problem?" "Dorian is lining up a pre-vote press ambush, tomorrow morning, outside the courthouse. He has already confirmed 3 outlets and is working on a 4th. The room did not stop. The conversations continued. The champagne flowed. The donors smiled and nodded and watched Renata with the particular hunger of people who had money invested in her survival. But the temperature dropped. "Details," Renata said. "He is going to stand on the steps and question the legitimacy of the engagement. Frame it as a distraction from the real issue. He will not name you directly, but he will not have to. The press will connect the dots." Timing. 7 a.m. before the hearing. He wants the narrative set before the judge walks in. Niko had gone still again. The same stillness Renata had seen in the library. The same tension in his shoulders. The same careful brightness on his face. She looked at him. He met her eyes. And for a long, terrible second, she did not know whether he was planning to help her or to watch her fall. Celine cleared her throat. "I can kill the outlets he has confirmed. I can find out who his 4th is and shut it down. But I need to know what we are fighting with. Are we defending the engagement as real, or are we admitting the strategy and pivoting?" Renata did not look away from Niko. "Real," she said. "The engagement is real." Celine nodded once and disappeared into the crowd. Niko did not move. But something in his posture shifted, an uncurling, a breath he had not realized he was holding. "Thank you," he said. "Do not thank me. It is the right strategy. That is not why you said it." She turned away before he could see her face, but she felt his gaze on her back as she walked toward the next conversation, toward the next handshake, toward the next performance, and she felt the weight of the question she had not asked. "What are you hiding?" The night pressed on. The donors ate, the champagne flowed, the engagement narrative held. But beneath the surface, the cracks were spreading. And somewhere in the city, Dorian Mickelson was preparing to strike. Chapter 24. The call came at 12:47 a.m., Priyanka's name lighting a Renata's phone just as she stepped out of the townhouse and into the waiting black car. "Where are you?" "Just leaving the dinner. What is it?" "The estate files Margaret left us, the ones from the 80s and 90s. I have been cross-referencing them against the claim documents. Renata's chest tightened. And, get here, my office, now. The line went dead. Niko slid into the seat beside her. The car door closed with a soft, expensive thud. The driver waited. What is happening? Priyanka found something. Something good or something bad. Renata looked at him. The streetlight caught his face in slices, gold and shadow, gold and shadow. His expression was careful. His hands were still. I do not know yet, she said. She did not tell him it was about the estate files. She did not tell him anything else. The silence between them stretched across the back seat like a wire pulled tight enough to sing. Priyanka's office was on the 32nd floor of Atlas Meridian's headquarters, a corner room with a view of the river and a desk that never held anything decorative. When Renata walked in, the desk was covered in paper. Spreadsheets, legal memos, photocopied ledger pages. A single banker's box sat open on the floor, its lid resting against the wall. Niko stopped at the threshold. Should I wait outside? No, Renata said. Stay. She did not know why she said it. Maybe to see his reaction. Maybe because she wanted him to see what she was about to learn. Wanted to watch his face when the truth arrived. Priyanka looked up. Her eyes moved from Renata to Niko and back, a calculation so fast it barely registered. Sit. Renata sat. Niko took the chair beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. Priyanka spread 3 documents across the desk. Margatha's people sent over the complete archive. Donation ledgers, hospital correspondence, dormant legal memos, everything from 1987 to 1995. I have been running it against the claim documents since 9 p.m. And I found a pattern. She tapped the first sheet. The birth certificate in Caleb's claim uses a hospital chain from Boston General, obstetrics wing, 3rd floor. The attending physician was listed at the documents as voids for the ground up. Renata felt the words land like stones dropping into deep water, one after another, each one sending ripples through everything she thought she knew. Inheritance backfilling, Priyanka continued. They built the birth record, then filled in the attendant physician, the floor number, the shift log, the nurse's affidavit, all of it layered on top of a real stillbirth file that no one has touched in 30 years. Who built it? Priyanka did not answer immediately. She pulled a 4th document from the pile, a photocopy of a photocopy, grainy and faded, the edges curled from age. This is a consultant report from 1996, a legal review of a disputed estate in Westchester County. The case never went to trial, settled out of court. The file was sealed, but I pulled it from a county archive because the formatting matched. She slid it across the desk. Renata picked it up. The paper felt thin, insubstantial, wrong. The header read, Forensic Document Review, Estate of Vincent Marchetti. The consultant's name was listed at the bottom in small, precise type, N. Sorrel. His name is on a fraud case, Priyanka said, from 28 years ago. The same inheritance backfilling method, the same hospital chain construction, the same signature mimicry. Renata stared at the name, N. Sorrel. She had never seen it written that way before. Stripped of context, stripped of warmth, just a name on a page, attached to a past he had never told her about. N. Sorrel, she repeated. The consultant was never charged. The estate settled before discovery, but the method, the architecture, the way the documents are built, it is identical to what we are seeing now. Renata turned to look at Niko. He had not moved. His hands were resting on his thighs, palms down, fingers still. His face was pale in the fluorescent light, the scar on his thumb hatching the glow like a seam. Is this you? It was not a question. She needed him to answer anyway. He held her gaze for a long moment, then he nodded. Yes. The wind landed like a stone in still water. How many? Enough. How many, Niko? He closed his eyes. When he opened them, the warmth was gone. What remained was something older, something tired, something that had been waiting for this moment for years. 7. That I know of. 3 that went to trial. 4 that settled before discovery. Where? Connecticut, New York, 1 in New Jersey, 1 in Massachusetts. All the same method. All the same architecture. His voice was low, steady, stripped of performance. I built the frame. Other people filled in the details. I did not always know what they were doing with it. But you knew enough to keep doing it. I knew enough to stop when I wanted to stop. And when was that? He did not answer. Priyanka set down another document. I found a reference in the Marchetti file, an alias. The consultant went by Sorrel Construction in the billing records. One word, no second rar. Renata looked at the paper. Sorrel Construction. Your name, she said. My mother's maiden name. You used your mother's maiden name to bill for forged inheritance documents. I used my mother's maiden name to bill for document analysis. His voice cracked at the edges, barely audible. The forgery was the analysis. I told myself I was just finding the weaknesses in other people's work. I was just being thorough. I was just showing them where the cracks were. And then showing them how to fix the cracks. He did not deny it. Renata stood up. Her legs felt hollow, her hands cold. She walked to the window and looked out at the river, at the lights reflecting on the black water, at the city that had never known her as anything but competent and controlled. 7 estates, she said. Yes. All forged, all built on the same architecture. Yes. And the person who refined your blueprint, the one who made it better and cleaner, the one who is using it against me now. She turned. Niko was still sitting. Still. His hands had not moved. I do not know who they are, he said, but I know they learned from someone who worked with me. Someone who had access to the original files, someone who knew the Marchetti case, knew the hospital chain, knew the signature method well enough to improve it. Someone from our past. Someone from my past. Priyanka folded her arms. We need to know who that person is before the hearing. If they are connected to Caleb, if they are connected to Dorian, if they are connected to anyone inside this building, we need to know. Niko looked at Renata. She looked back at him. And for the first time since she had met him, she did not see a fixer, a performer, or a lover. She saw a stranger wearing a face she had taught herself to trust. What else? She said. Nothing. What else are you hiding? His jaw tightened. Nothing that will help you. That is not the same as nothing. No, he said. It is not. The room held its breath. Priyanka reached into the banker's box and pulled out one more file. There is one more thing. Renata turned. Priyanka held up a photograph. A man in his 20s, dark hair, warm eyes, a smile that looked like it had never been refused anything, standing beside a woman in a silk dress at a charity event. The man was Niko. The woman was Mira. And in the background, half out of focus, was a face Renata recognized. Malcolm Lund, alive, smiling, looking directly at the camera as if he knew exactly who would be holding this photograph 28 years later. Chapter 25. She took the photograph carefully, as if the paper might burn. A young Niko. The woman called Mira, Malcolm Lund in the background, sharp and unmistakable. A ghost caught in silver gelatin. The fluorescent light hummed. Priyanka had stopped breathing. Niko had not moved from the chair. Renata studied the image Dan. Her fingers were steady. Everything else felt like static. Priyanka, she said, give us the room. Priyanka hesitated. Her eyes moved between them, calculating odds, assessing risk. Then she gathered her files and walked to the door. I will be in my office, she said. Do not leave the building without telling me. The door clicked shut. Renata stood at the window. The river moved below, dark and indifferent, carrying whatever the tide had given it. She did not turn around. How many times? Ma'am? How many times have you done this? Sat in a room with someone who trusted you and watched them discover you were someone else? Silence. Count them, Niko. I stopped counting. That is not a comfort. No. His voice dropped. It was not meant to be. She turned. He was still sitting, still, but something had shifted in his posture. The tension in his shoulders had moved inward, settling deeper, closer to bone. The scar on his thumb caught the light like a fissure. You designed the inheritance backfilling method for 7 estates. Yes. And you told me the person who refined it learned from someone who worked with you. Yes. Who was it? I do not know. You must have suspects. I have ghosts. His jaw tightened. Everyone who worked with me on those files is dead or disappeared. The last one was Tomas, and you saw what happened to him. Tomas Glevsky knew your method. Tomas Belowski left ghost signatures. Tomas Glevsky is alive because he ran. Yes. Which means the person who refined your blueprint is someone Tomas also knows. Niko's face went pale. The color drained slowly, like water finding a crack in stone. I do not know if Tomas knows them as the refiner. He knows them as a client, a handler, someone who paid in cash and never showed a face. But you think Tomas can identify them? I think Tomas can narrow the field. Renata walked toward him. She stopped 2 meters away, close enough to see the pulse beating in his throat, far enough that he would have to reach for her. When were you going to tell me? I was going to tell you after the hearing. And before that. I was going to tell you when I had a name. And before that. He closed his eyes. Never, he said. I was never going to tell you. I was going to fix it, bury it, make sure you never had to know. I was going to be the man you thought I was, even if I had to kill every piece of my past to get there. And now I am sitting in a room with the only woman I have ever wanted to be honest with, and I am watching her realize I am not worth the risk. Renata did not flinch. You are not a risk, she said. You are a calculation, and I am trying to decide whether the variables have changed. Have they? Yes. She let the words sit. He waited. I knew, she said. His face went still. I knew that photograph existed. I knew you had history of Malcolm Lund. I knew you had built something you were ashamed of. She watched him. What I did not know was how deep it went. I did not know the forgery was your design. I did not know you billed under your mother's name. I did not know there were 7 estates. Renata, I trusted you with my body. I trusted you with my apartment. I trusted you with the van key, the one thing I have never given anyone. Her voice stayed level. And you sat across from me at that candlelit dinner and told me you were not hiding anything that would hurt me. It would not have hurt you if I had found them first. You do not get to decide what hurts me. He absorbed the blow. His hands opened on his thighs, palms up, the posture of surrender. You are right, he said. I do not. The clock on the wall ticked. Renata looked at the photograph again. Niko young, Yera beautiful. Malcolm Lund watching them both with that knowing smile, the smile of a man who had already seen the future and found it amusing. You need to tell me everything. I know. Not what helps, not what protects you. Everything. I know. Because the anonymous texter is right. You have already told someone, even if you do not know it. Every conversation you had in that past life, every file you touched, every alias you used, someone in Caleb's camp knows. Niko nodded slowly. Someone in my past, he said. Someone who knew the Merchetti file. Someone who knew the hospital chain. Someone who knew the signature method well enough to improve it. Yes, that is a small list. Then we start with that list. He looked at her. The warmth was gone. The performance was gone. What remained was bare, stripped of any angle, any strategy, any move he had been saving for later. There is one name, he said. One person who knew everything, who helped me build the first version, who vanished the same week Malcolm Lund died. Who? Mira. The name landed between them. Renata did not react. Mira from the photograph. Yes. The woman you told me was a former client. She was, and she was the only person who ever saw the full architecture, the hospital chains, the estate files, the billing records, everything. She is still alive. As far as I know. Then she is the one who refined the blueprint. Niko's face tightened. Or she is dead, he said, and someone else is using her work. Renata reached for her phone. Then we find out which. She began dialing, and across the room, Niko Sorrel sat very still, watching the woman he loved burn through the last clean edge between them. Chapter 26. The phone rang 3 times before voicemail caught it. Renata ended the call without leaving a message, her thumb already pressing redial before the screen finished dimming. Same result. Generic recording. No name. No hint of whether Mira still carried the same number or whether the voice on the other end belonged to a stranger who had inherited it years ago. She changed it, Niko said from the chair. Or she let it lapse. Either way, you will not reach her that way. How do you know? Because I tried. Every year for the first 5. Then I stopped. Renata set the phone on the desk. The photograph lay between them, Malcolm Lund's smile catching the overhead light, Mira's face half turned from the camera as if she had already been looking for the exit. You tried to find her. Not to warn her, to ask her what happened, to understand why she vanished the same week he did. He paused. She did not want to be found. And you stopped looking because you gave up, she said. Or you stopped looking because you already knew where she was. I knew where she was not. That is also not what I asked. He held her gaze for a long moment, then something in his shoulders dropped. Not surrender, but the exhaustion that precedes it. The last time I tried, I hired someone, a skip tracer, specialized in people who did not want to be found. He rubbed his thumb across the scar on his right hand. He came back with 2 addresses, one in Costa Rica, one in Montreal. Both were dead leads. She had been gone for months before the tracer started. But you kept the addresses. I kept everything. Renata studied him. The way his eyes did not quite meet hers when he spoke about the tracer, the way his thumb kept moving across the scar, a rhythm she had learned to read as the moment before he decided how much to hold back. You are still not telling me everything. I am telling you what I have. That is not the same thing. No, he looked up. It is not. The clock on the wall ticked. 5 minutes past 2 in the morning. The penthouse felt smaller than it had an hour ago, the walls pressing in like the cabin of a plane losing altitude. Start from the beginning, she said. Not the version you told Celine, not the version you rehearsed for the cameras, the real beginning. Niko leaned forward, elbows on his knees, hands hanging loose between them. He looked at his palms as if the answers might be written there. I was 22 when I met Malcolm Lund. Fresh out of Cambridge, no money, no connections, nothing but a skill set I had developed in places I do not like to discuss. What places? Does it matter? It matters if you want me to trust anything you say tonight. He let the silence stretch. Then he said, I grew up around people who made a living off other people's secrets. My mother worked for a document broker in Brighton. Nothing glamorous, authentic records, property deeds, death certificates, the kind of paper trail people need to prove they exist. I learned to read documents the way musicians learn to read scores. I could see the gaps, the inconsistencies, the places where a careful forger could slice a lie between 2 truths. Renata did not move. Malcolm Lund found me through a mutual contact. He had a problem, a property dispute that required a paper trail that did not exist. He needed someone who understood how records were built, not just how they were verified. And you helped him. I built him a system, a framework for creating documents that would hold up under casual scrutiny, professional review, even moderate forensic challenge. It was not meant for a full-scale inheritance claim. It was meant for disputes, leverage, negotiation. But someone refined it. Yes. Who? Niko's hands tightened. I do not know the name. I know the method. I know the person understood my work well enough to fix every weakness I had left in the original design. The spacing variants, the stamp font, the signature placement. They closed the gaps I had left open. You left gaps on purpose. I left fail-safes, in case someone used my work against me. He met her eyes. The person who refined this took out the fail-safes, which means they knew exactly what I had built and how to make it untraceable. Renata felt the cold creep up her spine. Who knew your original system well enough to do that? 3 people. Thomas, Mira, and 1 other. Who? A former partner. Someone I worked with before I met Malcolm. He disappeared the same year I started building the framework. Dead. Or hiding. She watched him. Every word cost him something. She could see it in the way his breathing changed, the way his voice dropped at the edges of each sentence. You are still leaving something out. I am telling you everything I can prove. I do not want what you can prove. I want what you know. Niko opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. I know the former partner is still alive, he said quietly. I know because 6 months before the claim arrived, someone accessed the old Marchetti file. The original, not the copy, the one I thought I had buried. How do you know? Because Thomas told me. He got a call from a paralegal who was reviewing cold files for a property dispute. Someone had requested the original Marchetti estate documents from county archives. Who requested them? The paralegal did not have a name. The request came through a holding company, shell entity, registered in Delaware, dissolved 3 weeks later. Renata's phone buzzed on the desk. She glanced at the screen. Priyanka. Hold, she answered. Tell me you found something. Better, Priyanka said. Caleb's legal team just filed a motion for an emergency standing hearing, tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Renata's stomach dropped. Celine bought us until Sunday. They are challenging the continuance, argue that delay prejudices their client's rights. The judge is a Roberts appointee, known for moving fast on procedural urgency. How fast? Fast enough that I need you in my office in 1 hour. We need to decide whether we fight the motion or let it proceed with a strong evidentiary posture. Renata looked at Niko. He was watching her, his face unreadable, the photograph of Malcolm Lund still smiling between them. I will be there. She ended the call. The hearing is tomorrow morning. I heard. There is no time to finish this conversation. No. She picked up the photograph, studied Malcolm Lund's face, the easy confidence of a man who had planned for this moment decades before she ever knew he existed. Then we carry it into the room with us, she said. Every omission, every half-truth, every name you cannot give me yet. Niko stood slowly. And when the hearing is over? Renata met his gaze. Then we finish breaking apart. Chapter 27. The pre-vote press event was staged in the glass atrium of a Midtown hotel, cameras stacked 3 deep behind velvet rope, microphones clustering like weapons waiting to fire. Renata stood at the center of it, Niko beside her, Celine positioned at the perimeter with her phone pressed to her ear. The morning light poured through the ceiling panels, washing everything in expensive gold, and the reporters smelled blood before a single question landed. Dorian Mikkelsen walked through the side entrance at 7:12 a.m. He did not approach the podium. He took a position near the back wall, arms crossed, silver hair catching the light, and waited. The cameras found him instantly. The questions shifted pitch. Mr. Mikkelsen, do you have a statement on the inheritance claim? Are you supporting Caleb Reynard's bid for standing? Dorian waited 3 beats. Let the silence build. Then he smiled, slow and deliberate, and aimed it directly at Renata. I have no statement on the claim, he said. I am simply here to observe. I find it fascinating how a legal challenge to a CEO's authority is met not with evidence, but with a love story. The room went still. Renata felt the words hit like a blade between her ribs. Miss Okafor announces a surprise engagement the same week a secret heir appears, Dorian continued, his tone light, conversational, almost kind. I am sure it is genuine. I am sure the timing is coincidence. But I have been in business long enough to know that when a narrative becomes too convenient, it is usually because someone wrote it that way. The cameras swung back to Renata. She did not move, did not blink. She had spent 20 years learning to take a hit without showing the wound, and she held the pose while the microphones trembled and the reporters held their breath. Niko's hand found the small of her back. The touch was light, almost imperceptible, the kind of gesture designed for cameras. But she felt the heat of his palm through her jacket, felt the steadiness of his fingers, and for one brutal second, she could not tell whether it was genuine comfort or another piece of choreography. She wanted to believe it was real. She could not afford to. Mr. Mikkelsen, Celine called from the side, her voice bright and cutting. Are you suggesting that personal happiness is incompatible with professional competence? Because I believe that is a quote the style section would love to run. A ripple of laughter, a shift in the room's temperature. But Dorian did not flinch. I am suggesting, he said, still watching Renata, that when a woman who has never been photographed with a romantic partner suddenly acquires a fiancé 3 days before a vote, It is reasonable to ask whether the fiancé is a person or a strategy. He turned and walked out. The cameras followed him. The questions exploded. Celine stepped forward with a prepared pivot, something about privacy and respect and the cruelty of public speculation, but Renata heard none of it. She heard Dorian's voice repeating in her skull, whether the fiancé is a person or a strategy. She looked at Niko. He was watching the door where Dorian had disappeared, his face unreadable, his hand still pressed against her spine. He looked like a man calculating distances, angles, outcomes. He looked like a man trying to find a path that did not end in rubble. Niko. He turned to her. Was any of it real? The question came out before she could stop it. Flat. Quiet. The kind of question that should never be asked in a room full of cameras and microphones and feeding frenzied journalists. His eyes held hers. Yes. One word. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to believe him so badly that her chest ached with it, a hollow, scraping hunger she had not allowed herself to feel since she was 22 and still thought love was something you could earn through hard work. But Dorian's voice was still in her skull. Too convenient. She turned away. Celine was beside her instantly, guiding her toward the side exit, murmuring something about damage control and a revised statement and the need to control the next cycle. Renata nodded. Let herself be moved. Let herself be managed. The holding room was small, windowless, furnished with 2 chairs and a table that held a water pitcher and 3 glasses. Renata stood in the center of it and did not sit. Niko followed her, closed the door, leaned against it with his arms crossed and his head down, breathing slowly, deliberately, the way a man breathes when he is trying not to shatter. He is right, Niko said. Renata's head snapped up. What? He is right that the engagement is convenient. He is right that the timing looks manufactured. He is right that I am a strategy. He lifted his head. He is wrong that it is not also real. But that does not matter, because real does not win in a room full of optics. Then what does? Niko met her eyes. Truth. Whose truth? Mine. He straightened. The only thing that kills a narrative about convenience is a truth that costs something to tell. If I step forward and explain the forgery method, explain how it works, explain who designed it, the claim collapses. But so do I. You would be exposing yourself. I would be indicting myself. The words hung between them. Renata thought about the hearing in less than 24 hours. Thought about the board, the vote, the merger, the empire she had built from one warehouse and one routing algorithm, and 20 years of refusing to lose. She thought about Niko's hand on her back in the atrium. She thought about whether any of it was real. There has to be another way. There is not. There is always another way. Not one that saves both of us. She stared at him. The man who had lied to her since the day they met. The man who had held her through the night and known her coffee order and counted her exits and designed the weapon that was being used to destroy her. Then we go into the hearing, she said, and we fight with what we have. And after? She thought about her own words from the night before. Then we finish breaking apart. After, she said, we will see what is left. Niko nodded, slow, final. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a sealed envelope. What is that? Technical notes, signature pressure, archival language, fail-safes I built into the original framework. Everything someone would need to dismantle the claim. Give them to Priyanka. I will. He held the envelope. But I want you to know what they are, because once these notes are in evidence, there is no path back. I will be naming myself as the architect of the method. You are already named in the Meridian file. The Meridian file is suggestive. These notes are confessional. Renata looked at the envelope. Small, white, ordinary. A packet of paper that could end a man's freedom and save a company. Give them to Priyanka, she said again. He did not move. Renata. What? When I say I love you, it is not strategy. She felt the words land somewhere deep, somewhere she had walled off years ago, somewhere she had promised herself she would never let anyone reach again. I do not know what to do with that, she said. I know. He slipped the envelope back into his jacket and reached for the door. She watched him go. The door clicked shut. And then she was alone in the windowless room, the holding space, the silence between what she had built and what it was costing her to keep it. Her phone buzzed. She glanced down. One new message from an unknown number. He will tell them everything, but he will not tell you why. Chapter 28. Celine found her in the holding room. The door opened without a knock, and Celine stepped through with her phone already pressed to her ear, her free hand cutting the air in sharp, impatient gestures. She ended the call without a greeting, dropped into the chair across from Renata, and set her phone face up on the table between them. Dorian's fourth outlet is the Post, she said. I killed it, but he will have a fifth by morning. He is burning favors like a man who does not plan to need them after tomorrow. Renata looked at the phone, at the water pitcher, at the wall. Did you hear me? I heard you. Then say something. I do not know what to say yet. Celine's jaw tightened. She leaned forward, elbows on her knees, and studied Renata with the focused attention of a woman who had spent 20 years reading rooms and the people in them. That bad. That bad. Tell me. Renata reached into her pocket and pulled out her own phone. She did not unlock it, did not show the screen. She held it in her palm the way she might hold something fragile or dangerous. She was not sure which. The anonymous texter just sent another message. Celine's eyes sharpened. Let me see it. He will tell them everything, but he will not tell you why. Celine read the words over Renata's shoulder, her breath a soft hiss between her teeth. Who is he? Niko. And the why? I do not know. Renata pocketed the phone. But the texter does. The texter knows what Niko is holding back. The texter has known from the beginning. Celine sat back. Her fingers tapped once, twice, 3 times against her thigh, a nervous rhythm she thought no one noticed. Then we have 2 problems, she said. The visible attack from Dorian and the invisible attack from whoever is feeding information to that number, and we have less than 12 hours to solve both. The door opened again. Priyanka stepped through, and the room became 3 people and no air. She closed the door behind her and stood with her arms crossed, her face the controlled blank of a lawyer who had already decided what she was about to say and was not interested in being interrupted. Celine, you need to leave. Excuse me? I need to speak to Renata alone. Anything you say to her, you say in front of me. I am her head of communications. I need to know what we are walking into tomorrow. Priyanka did not look at her. She looked at Renata. This is about Niko Sorrel. I know. Do you know what he is preparing? Renata felt the weight of the sealed envelope in her memory. Small, white, ordinary. A packet of paper that could end a man's freedom and save a company. Yes. Then you know he is offering to confess. I know. And you are considering letting him? Renata said nothing. Celine's head swiveled between them. Confess to what? What is she talking about? Priyanka ignored her. Renata, look at me. Renata looked. The notes he is preparing are a full admission of criminal liability. He is not offering to testify against someone else. He is offering to testify against himself. If he submits those notes in evidence, he will be arrested. Probably before the hearing ends. Certainly before the week does. I know. Then tell me you understand what that means for the company, for the engagement narrative, for every headline we have spent the last month trying to control. I understand. Do you also understand that there may be another way? Renata's chest tightened. Tell me. Priyanka pulled out her own phone, swiped through a series of screens, and turned the display toward Renata. It was a photograph of a man, mid-50s, heavy-set, gray hair cropped short, standing outside a building with a glass facade, a coffee cup in one hand, a briefcase in the other. Who is that? His name is Leonard Voss. He works at a document handling firm in White Plains. He processed the Marchetti file request 6 months ago. Renata stared at the image. How did you find him? I called every county archive in the tri-state area and asked who had accessed old inheritance files in the last year. 3 people did. 2 were legitimate researchers. 1 was this man, using a company credit card that traces back to a shell corporation with no physical address. And the shell corporation? Dissolved 3 weeks after the request. Cash-funded, no paper trail. Renata looked from the photograph to Priyanka's face. You think Voss is the one who refined the method? I think he is the one who accessed the file. Whether he is the architect or just a messenger, I do not know yet. But if we find him, we find the person who picked up Niko's blueprint and turned it into a weapon. Celine stepped forward. Then find him. Tonight. We do not have tonight, Priyanka said. We have until 7 a.m., and Voss does not answer his phone. I have called 4 times. Each time it goes straight to voicemail. Then we send someone to his home. His home address is listed to a P.O. box in New Jersey. The firm in White Plains says he has not been in the office for 3 days. Sick leave. Celine's face hardened. He is running. He is hiding, Priyanka said. There is a difference. Running means he is afraid of being caught. Hiding means he is waiting for instructions. Renata looked at the photograph again. A man with a coffee cup and a briefcase, and a life that had become collateral damage in a war he probably did not fully understand. If we cannot find Voss, she said, then we go into the hearing with what we have. The forensic evidence, the ghost signatures, the formatting anomalies. Those are technical, Priyanka said. Technical is good. Technical is persuasive. But technical does not explain how a 28-year-old man with no visible income and no known connection to the Lund family obtained privileged estate documents and fabricated a credible inheritance claim. Technical tells the board what. It does not tell them who. Then we give them the who. Niko Sorrel. Yes. Priyanka held her gaze. He will not survive it. I know. And you are willing to let that happen. Renata felt the words land like stones dropped into still water. I am willing to let him choose, she said. He is the one who offered. He is the one who prepared the notes. He is the one who decided that truth costs something, and he is willing to pay it, even if the cost is his freedom. Even if. Celine made a sound, low and sharp, something between a laugh and a curse. This is insane, she said. All of it, the claim, the forgery, the fake engagement. The man you are sleeping with designed the weapon that is being used to destroy you. And now you are standing here talking about letting him walk into a courtroom and confess. Renata turned to face her. What would you have me do? I do not know. Something else. Anything else. A narrative shift, a counter-accusation, a distraction. Something that does not end with your fake fiancé in handcuffs on the front page of every newspaper in the city. There is no other story that kills this one. There is always another story. Not one that saves the merger. Celine's mouth opened, closed, opened again. You love him. Renata did not answer. You do. You actually love him. And you are still going to let him do this. Renata looked at the photograph of Leonard Voss, at the sealed envelope in Niko's jacket, at the invisible texter who knew everything and kept watching. I am going to let him choose, she said again. That is the only thing I can still give him. Priyanka nodded, slow, final. Then we need a plan for the hearing, a sequence, who speaks first, what evidence we enter, when we let Niko step forward. Work with him, Renata said. He knows the architecture better than anyone. If there is a way to dismantle the claim without destroying him entirely, he will find it. And if there is not? Renata thought about the windowless room, the sealed envelope, the words that were not strategy. Then we face what comes after. Celine's phone buzzed. She glanced at it, her face going still in a way that made Renata's stomach tighten. What? The Post just published an editorial, Celine said slowly. Headline reads, Atlas Meridian, Romance or Cover-Up. They are running the gala photograph, and a quote from an anonymous board member questioning the engagement's legitimacy. Renata felt the floor shift. She checked her phone again. One new message. You have 12 hours. After that, he tells them everything, and you still won't know why. The holding room hummed with 3 women's silence and the sound of a countdown ticking toward morning. Chapter 29. The pre-dawn light was still gray when Renata's car pulled through the wrought iron gates of the Lund estate. The ancient oaks lined the drive like sentinels, their branches bare against a sky that had not yet decided whether to brighten or hold. She had not called ahead. Margarethy answered the door herself, silver hair loose around her shoulders, a wool shawl pulled tight against the morning cold. She looked at Renata with an expression that held no surprise. "I wondered when you would come. I need to ask you something. You need to ask me many things." Margarethe stepped back, holding the door open. "But you will only ask the one you think I can answer." The house was silent in the way old houses are when they have been awake longer than the people inside them. Renata followed Margarethe through the foyer, past the library where Tomasz Galewski had sat trembling, past the dining room where she had watched Margarethe test her at dinner weeks ago. They settled in the morning room, a small space at the back of the house where the windows faced the oak grove. The sky was beginning to lighten. Pale gold bled through the branches. Margarethe poured tea without asking if Renata wanted it, set the cup on the low table between them, sat. "Caleb Reynard is not my husband's son." Renata blinked. "You know, I have known since the Audiobook arrived." Margarethe's voice was quiet, steady. "I did not need to see the documents. I did not need to hear his voice. I knew." "Then why did you not say anything? Why did you let the board—" "Because knowing is not the same as proving." Margarethe lifted her cup, held it without drinking. "I could stand before the board and tell them my husband was not the father of Caleb Reynard. They would listen, they would nod, and then they would ask me how I know, and I would tell them I just do, and that would be the end of my credibility and the beginning of theirs." Renata felt the words settle into her chest like weights. "There is no proof. There is no proof that survives legal scrutiny." Margarethe set the cup down. "Malcolm was careful. He was careful about everything. His secrets had layers. If he had fathered a child outside our marriage, there would be records, bank accounts, correspondence, a trail. Caleb Reynard's documentation has been constructed with impressive detail, but it is built on air. The real infrastructure of a hidden child does not exist because the hidden child does not exist." "Then how do you know?" Margarethe looked at her. "I know because I spent 42 years learning the shape of his lies. I know because he told me in the last conversation we had before he vanished. I know because he looked me in the eye and said he had made many mistakes, but that was not one of them." Renata felt the room shift. The last conversation before he vanished. "Yes. You knew he was going to fake his death. I knew he was planning something. I did not know the shape of it until after. He was not the kind of man who shared his full architecture with anyone, not even his wife. Especially not his wife." Margarethe's mouth curved, a thin, wry line. "No, especially not me." She paused. "He loved me, I believe that, but he loved secrecy more. He loved having cards that no one knew he held. It was the only intimacy he understood, the intimacy of concealment." Renata thought about Niko, about the sealed envelope, about the things he had told her and the things he had not. "Legacy is not blood alone," she said. Margarethe's eyes sharpened. "No, it is not. It is stewardship." "It is." Renata leaned forward. "Then help me. You do not have proof for a courtroom, but you have knowledge. You have context. You have the weight of 42 years of watching a man who built an empire on secrets. That matters. It matters to me. It does not matter to the board." "Then tell me what does. Tell me what I can use." Margarethe was silent for a long moment. The light through the windows had turned from gold to white. The oaks cast long shadows across the frosted grass. "Malcolm was not a good man," she said finally. "He was brilliant. He was ruthless. He was capable of tenderness that made you believe you were the only person in the world, and he was capable of cruelty that made you wonder if you had ever mattered at all." Renata waited. "The inheritance claim is not Malcolm's work. It is not his design. It is too clean, too symmetrical. Malcolm's schemes were elegant, but they were also brutal. They left marks. This one leaves nothing." The hidden architect. Yes, someone who knew his methods. Someone who knew them well enough to improve them. Someone who worked with Niko Sorrel. Margarethe's face did not change, but something in her posture shifted. A subtle tightening, a recognition. "You know about Niko." "I know he built the original framework. I know someone refined it. I know the refiner is the one running this operation. And you trust him." The question landed like a blade. "I do not know what I trust anymore." Margarethe nodded slowly. That is the honest answer. She picked up her tea, finally drinking. Malcolm taught me something valuable. He taught me that trust is not a feeling, it is a decision. You make it before the evidence is complete, because by the time the evidence is complete, it is too late to act. You sound like you are telling me to trust him. I am telling you that waiting for certainty will paralyze you. Margarethe set the cup down again. I waited 42 years for certainty about Malcolm. I am still waiting. Renata looked out the window. The oak stood bare and patient. Somewhere in the distance, a bird called. Can you give me anything? She said. Anything I can use. Margarethe was quiet. I can give you my word, she said. I will stand before the board. I will tell them that Caleb Reynard is not Malcolm's son. I will tell them that I know it the way I know my own name. It will not be admissible evidence. It will not satisfy a legal challenge, but it will be on the record, and it will cost me something. Why? Because I have spent 28 years protecting a legacy I did not build. Malcolm built it, and then he left it. And I have been holding it together with silence and precision and the unwillingness to let strangers tear it apart. She looked at Renata. You are not a stranger. You built something of your own. You came into this company and you made it yours. That is not theft. That is continuation. Renata felt something crack open inside her. Small, precise, like the first hairline fracture in a wall she had not realized was holding. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. Margarethe stood. The hearing is in a few hours. I will be there. I will say what I said to you. And then we will see whether the board believes a widow's word over a stranger's paperwork. She walked Renata to the door. The morning had fully arrived now, cold and bright and unforgiving. At the threshold, Margarethe stopped. There is one more thing. Renata turned. Malcolm's worst betrayal, Margarethe said, was not the affairs. It was not the secrets. It was not even faking his death. It was teaching me to doubt my own judgment. It took years to unlearn that. I am still unlearning it. She looked at Renata with something that could have been warning or could have been hope. Do not let this process teach you to doubt the one thing you know for certain. Renata walked to the car. The phone buzzed as the door closed. One new message, the anonymous number. He will tell them everything, but he will not tell you why, and when you hear the rest, you will wish he had not. She read it twice, 3 times. Then she put the phone in her pocket, told the driver to head back to the city, and watched the oaks recede in the side mirror. Chapter 30. The car moved through the coastal morning, past frozen marshes and empty commuter lots, the sun climbing hard and white over the interstate. Renata held her phone in her lap. The anonymous text glowed on the screen. He will tell them everything, but he will not tell you why. And when you hear the rest, you will wish he had not. She read it until the words lost meaning. Then she read it again. The driver said nothing. The heater hummed. The oaks were gone now, replaced by the gray architecture of highway margins and distant warehouses. She watched them slide past and thought about Margarethe standing in the doorway, silver hair catching the dawn, her voice level and old and tired. Do not let this process teach you to doubt the one thing you know for certain. The one thing. She had built Atlas Meridian from nothing. One warehouse, one routing algorithm, one van with a key she still carried. That was the one thing she knew, the one thing no one could take from her. But Margarethe was not talking about the company. Renata pressed her palm flat against the window and felt the cold seep through the glass. She thought about Niko in her kitchen that first morning, barefoot, pouring coffee without asking how she took it because he already knew. She thought about his hand at the small of her back at the gala, steady and warm, and how she had leaned into it before she realized she was leaning. She thought about the way he had said yes in that holding room, one word when she asked if any of it was real. And she thought about the sealed envelope in his possession, the technical notes, the confession, the thing that would save her company and destroy him. The car passed a sign for the city limits. 40 minutes left. Her phone buzzed, a text from Celine. Hearing confirmed 7 a.m. Dorian has 4 outlets locked, working on the 5th. Where are you? Renata typed back. 40 minutes out. Margarethe will testify. 3 dots appeared. Then, she will. She will. The dots disappeared. No reply came. Renata put the phone face down on the seat and closed her eyes. She could feel the shape of the day waiting for her. The cameras, the room, Caleb's polished performance, Dorian's quiet smile, the board members weighing credibility against convenience, blood against paperwork. She knew how to fight that fight. She had been fighting it her whole life. But the other fight, the one that lived in her chest since Niko sat in her kitchen and told her he had designed the architecture of her worst nightmare, that fight had no procedures, no briefs, no motion to strike. She remembered his face when he said, "I was never going to tell you." The stillness in his voice, the way he had not tried to bargain or deflect or offer half-truths that she could accept to make the pain stop. He had just sat there and let her see what he was. A man who had built something terrible. A man who had tried to bury it. A man who had fallen in love with someone it would destroy. The car slowed as traffic thickened near the approach. Renata opened her eyes. The skyline rose ahead, glass and steel and the cold geometry of power. Her phone buzzed again. This time it was Priyanka. "Voss is still unreachable. I left 3 messages with his firm. They say he is on extended leave, no return date. They would not give me a forwarding number." Renata stared at the message. Leonard Voss, the document handler who processed the Marchetti file request. The man who might know who had hired the refiner, who had accessed the archives 6 months before the claim arrived, who had set the trap that Niko was walking into. If Voss was gone, the trail died with him. She typed back, "Keep pushing. Check county records, property, anything that lists his full name, already on it." Another pause. Then Priyanka wrote, "Renata, are you sure about letting Niko do this?" Renata looked out the window. The river glittered between buildings, cold and indifferent. She typed, No, I'm sure he is." She sent it before she could second guess. The car took the exit into Hudson Yards, the glass towers closing around them. Renata watched her building approach, the familiar weight of it, the history, the offices where she had spent nights and weekends and years building something that mattered. The driver pulled to the curb. She stepped out into the cold morning, phone in her hand, and thought about what Margadeth had said about trust being a decision made before the evidence was complete. The evidence was not complete. It would never be complete. The only question was whether she could choose anyway. She walked toward the entrance, the glass doors sliding open to admit her, and her phone buzzed one last time. She looked down. The anonymous number. "He will not tell you why, but I will, after the hearing. Look for the woman in white." Chapter 31. The lobby was quiet. Too quiet for a morning that should have been chaos. Renata crossed the marble floor toward the executive elevator, her heels clicking in the stillness. The overnight security guard nodded from his station. A cleaner pushed a cart past the empty concierge's desk. Normal. Calm. The kind of calm that came before everything broke open. Her phone buzzed as she stepped into the elevator. "Priyanka, my office, now." The doors slid closed. Renata pressed the button for the 34th floor and watched the numbers climb, her reflection ghosting across the polished steel. She looked the same as she had yesterday. Same jacket, same posture, same careful composure. But something had shifted in her chest, a loosening she could not name, a hinge swinging open. The elevator stopped. The doors opened onto Priyanka's floor, empty at this hour except for the single light burning behind her corner office. Renata walked in without knocking. Priyanka sat behind her desk, laptop open, a stack of printed emails fanned across the surface. She looked up, and the exhaustion in her face was older than one sleepless night. "Caleb's team filed a supplemental motion an hour ago." Renata sat down. "For what?" Standing at the gala, Priyanka slid a printed page across the desk. "They want the board to hear his full presentation during the shareholder event, not before. During. While every major investor is in the room, dressed for champagne and small talk." Renata read the motion. The language was polished, almost respectful. "Mr. Reynard seeks only the opportunity to present his claim before those whom it most directly affects, at the moment when they are gathered to consider the future of the entity he believes is his birthright." "Brutal," she said. "Effective." Priyanka leaned back. If they win this, he speaks to the full shareholder body in front of every camera, every journalist, every swing voter who has not yet decided. The spectacle becomes the evidence. The room tilts before anyone can fact-check. And if we oppose, we look like we are afraid of what he will say, which we are. But looking afraid is worse than being afraid. Renata set the page down. She thought about Caleb's polished performance at Catherine's library, the practiced restraint, the way he had made his manufactured grief feel real. Put that in front of 500 shareholders with champagne flutes and a live feed. He would not need forged documents. He would need only their hunger for a story. What does Celine say? She says we kill the motion and let him speak in a controlled hearing. But the board votes on the motion in 6 hours, and Dorian has already called 3 swing directors to lobby for the gala appearance. Renata stared at the page. The letters blurred and reformed. 6 hours, she repeated. 6 hours. The silence stretched. Priyanka watched her with the steady patience of someone who knew the difference between strategy and surrender. There is another option, Priyanka said quietly. Renata looked up. You let Niko speak to you before the motion. He asked me to tell you. The name landed like a stone in still water. He wants one last chance to explain the signature method before the event. Not to defend himself, to walk you through what he built, how he built it, and what it would take to dismantle it in public without leaving your case exposed. Renata felt the hinge in her chest swing wider. Why now? Because once the gala starts, he will not be able to reach you, and he wants you to understand what he is about to do before you watch him do it. What he is about to do. The sealed envelope, the technical notes, the confession that would save her company and destroy him. He could have told me this morning. He could have. Priyanka's voice was neutral. He chose to wait until you had time to think. Renata pressed her palm flat against the armrest, the leather cold and familiar. She thought about Niko in her kitchen, barefoot, pouring coffee. She thought about his hand at the small of her back at the gala, steady and warm, and how she had leaned into it before she realized she was leaning. She thought about the sealed envelope, and she thought about Margarethi's voice, low and certain in the dark of the Connecticut kitchen. Do not let this process teach you to doubt the one thing you know for certain. The one thing she knew. What time? She asked. Priyanka checked her watch. He is in the East Conference Room, waiting. Renata stood. The motion stayed on the desk, the words still blurring, the countdown still running. She walked out of Priyanka's office without looking back. The hallway stretched ahead, empty and fluorescent. The East Conference Room was at the end, door closed, light visible through the frosted glass. She stopped outside and pressed her hand flat against the door. She could hear nothing from inside. No pacing, no phone calls. Just the silence of a man who had already decided what he was going to do and was waiting only for permission. She pushed the door open. Niko stood at the far end of the table, hands at his sides. No laptop, no notes, nothing between them. He looked like a man who had stopped carrying armor. Thank you, he said, for coming. Renata stepped inside and closed the door behind her. You have 1 hour, she said. Tell me what you built. The words hung between them, heavy with everything that would follow. Niko took a breath. And then he began, Chapter 32. He did not sit. He stood at the far end of the table with his hands loose at his sides, the fluorescent light carving shadows under his eyes. No laptop, no notes, nothing to hide behind and nothing to show. I built it for a man named Emil Cross, he said, 8 years before I ever met Malcolm Lund. Renata stayed by the door. Her hand still rested on the handle, as if she might step back out. I was 21, Niko said, fresh out of Cambridge. My mother was dying, slowly, expensively, in a hospice that billed by the hour. I needed money no legitimate job would pay a boy with no reputation. He said it without self-pity, just fact. Cross ran a boutique leverage firm. He did not call it that. Officially, he consulted on high-value estate disputes. Unofficially, he collected men like me, young, hungry, educated, and taught us to read documents the way musicians read scores. He taught forgery. He taught me the mechanics of uncertainty. Niko's voice was flat. How to build a document that looked real enough to force a settlement, but not quite perfect enough to survive full forensic scrutiny. The goal was never to win in court. The goal was to make the other side settle rather than fight. Renata's hand left the handle. How many? He met her eyes. 23 estates over 3 years. I did not design the claims myself. I built the framework, the signature pressure models, the archival language drift, the hospital chain templates. I gave Cross a system that could be reused and adapted by anyone who knew how to feed it the right input. Like a software package. Worse than software. He held her gaze. Software does not disappear when someone decides you know too much. The silence stretched. Renat heard the ventilation hum, the distant elevator chime, the ordinary sounds of a building that had no idea what was being said inside this room. When did Malcolm Lund find you? Cross died. Car accident 6 months after I finished the framework. The firm dissolved. I walked away, took my mother's ashes north, buried her in a cemetery I could not afford, and told myself I was done. He paused. Lund found me a year later. He had the framework. Cross had sold it to him before he died. You did not sell it yourself. No, the word came out raw. I did not even know Cross had copied it until Lund put a file on my table in a cafe in Boston and asked me to explain the capital M flaw. Renata pressed her palms flat against the door behind her. And you explained it? I explained it because he already knew. He was testing me. If I had lied, he would have buried me before I left the cafe. Niko's jaw tightened. I was 22. I had no money, no protection, and a dead mother whose funeral I had paid for with cash from a man who was already in the ground. Lund owned me before I understood the question. So you worked for him. Not the way you think. He took a step closer, then stopped. He did not want new documents. He wanted me to maintain the framework, update the language models, close the loopholes I had left in Cross's version. He was not running inheritance claims. He was collecting leverage. Information about people who would owe him, people whose estates he could influence, people whose secrets he had bought and filed. That is worse. Yes. The word landed between them like a dropped stone. I worked for him for 3 years, Niko said. I told myself I was just a technician. I did not meet the targets. I did not choose the strategies. I did not file the claims. I just kept the machine running. I told myself that made me innocent. It did not. No, it did not. His voice dropped. I knew what the framework could do. I knew Lund was not using it for leverage. He was building a library of forgivable futures, estates he could reach into if he ever needed heirs, debts, or disappearances. I knew, and I kept the machine running. Renata felt the cold of the door seep through her jacket. When did you leave? When Mira vanished. The name hit like a second blow. She was the only person who saw the full architecture, Niko said. She knew where every file lived, every shell company, every hospital chain. She worked for Lund longer than I did. She was the one who taught me how to read his moods. And she disappeared the week he died. Yes. Did you kill her? The question came out flat, clinical, the same voice used in deposition. Niko's face went still. No. Did you help him kill her? No. His voice cracked on the word. I do not know what happened to her. I have spent 27 years not knowing. I have searched, paid people to search, followed trails that led nowhere. She vanished the same night Lund faked his death, and I have never found a trace of either of them. Renata held his eyes. But you stayed. For 3 more years. I kept the machine running because I was afraid that if I stopped, whatever had taken Mira would come for me. He exhaled. Then I found Tomas Glavsky, gave him the fail-safes, and walked away. I changed my name. I built a legitimate business. I told myself the past was sealed. And then Caleb Reynard filed a claim using your framework. Someone's framework. Niko's voice sharpened. My architecture, yes. The signature method, the hospital chain logic, the inheritance backfilling. But refined, cleaned. The ghost signatures I left as protection had been removed and replaced with new ones, designed to look like failed forgeries so that anyone who found them would assume the whole claim was sloppy work. While the actual documents are perfect. Perfect enough to survive the first round of forensic review. He met her eyes. Whoever refined my blueprint knew exactly what I had built and exactly where I had hidden my fail-safes. They closed every door I left open. Renata felt the pieces sliding together. Your former partner. I do not know. The admission cost him. I have a name, a shell company, a file request from 6 months before the claim arrived, but I do not know who is holding the strings. Leonard Voss. Niko blinked. You found Voss. Priyanka found him. He is hiding. Extended leave, P.O. box address, unreachable. She watched his face. You did not tell me you were looking for him. I did not want to give you a lead that would burn you. I am already burning. She heard her own voice rise for the first time. Caleb Reynard is about to walk onto a stage in front of 500 shareholders and claim your forgery as his birthright. Dorian Mickelson is calling every swing director he can reach, and you have been sitting on the name of the man who accessed the original file. I told Priyanka 6 hours ago. 6 hours ago, I was still hoping I could find him before the gala. Niko's voice was raw. I was still hoping I could fix this without making you watch me burn. Renata pushed off the door. You do not get to protect me from your own past. She crossed the room, stopped a foot from him. You do not get to choose which pieces of the truth I am strong enough to hold. You either trust me with all of it, or you trust me with none of it. Niko stared at her. The fluorescent light caught the scar across his thumb. The machete file, he said slowly. The one someone accessed 6 months ago. It contains the original contract between Cross and Lund, the payment records, the signatures, the date stamps that prove the framework existed before I met you. Where is the file now? I do not know. His voice dropped. But Voss does. He processed the request. He knows who paid him. He knows who collected the copies. Renata's phone buzzed against her hip. She ignored it. Then we find Voss before the gala. We have 6 hours. Then we use them. She turned toward the door. Renata. She stopped. I should have told you everything the night I met you. She looked back at him. He had not moved. He stood in the center of the room, stripped of every defense, waiting for a verdict she could not yet deliver. Yes, she said. You should have. She pulled the door open. Celine stood in the hallway, phone in hand, face pale. The board vote, she said. Dorian just called in a 5th swing director. We have 3 hours, not 6. Chapter 33. The 3 hours hit different than 6. 3 hours was a countdown that required action before thought. 6 had felt like enough time to find Voss, to breathe, to believe something could still be salvaged from the wreckage she had been building toward since the envelope arrived at dawn on a morning that felt like a lifetime ago. Renata stood in the hallway with Celine's news still hanging in the air. Dorian called in a 5th swing director, Celine repeated. Gala motion passes. Caleb speaks to the full shareholder room before anyone can fact-check his claim. I heard you the first time. Renata's voice came out flat, controlled. She had spent 18 years building a voice that could not be read. It was the only tool she trusted when the floor kept shifting beneath her. Celine's phone buzzed. She glanced at it, face tightening. Priyanka is on her way up. She found something on Voss. Good. It was not good. Nothing was good. 3 hours meant Voss could be anywhere. 3 hours meant the motion was likely lost before they even reached the conference room where directors were already gathering. 3 hours meant Niko had waited too long. She turned back to the conference room door. Niko stood where she had left him, still in the center of the room, still stripped of every defense, still holding himself like a man who had run out of moves and was waiting for her to tell him what happened next. She should have told you everything the night I met you. Yes, he should have, but he had not. He had walked into her office with polished sentences and a smile that knew exactly how much warmth to project, and she had hired him because he felt safe in a moment when nothing else did. She had let him into her penthouse. She had let him see her sleep. She had let herself want him without members, always, freely, against the powers of Arraign. He kit the loss in Totally. But he is danically. To your answer. That was what infuriated her most. He was not defending himself. He was standing there, absorbing every word she threw at him, and she wanted him to fight back because at least a fight gave her somewhere to put the pressure building behind her ribs. I let you in. Her voice cracked on the words, a sound she had not made in years. I let you see me without armor. I told you things I have never told anyone. I trusted you with the key to the only thing I have ever built that mattered. And you let me do all of it while knowing you had already built the weapon aimed at my throat. Renata, do not say my name like you get to comfort me. She turned away from him, crossed to the window, pressed her palm flat against the cold glass. Hudson Yards spread beneath her, glass and steel in the river beyond, the city she had conquered by never trusting anyone enough to let them see her hungry. I do not know how to separate this, she said quietly. I do not know how to hold what I feel for you and what you did in the same room without one of them destroying the other. Behind her, she heard him exhale. You are not supposed to separate them. His voice was raw. They are the same thing. I built the thing that is trying to take your company, and I am the man who loves you. There is no clean edge between them. She turned. He was still standing in the same spot, still stripped, still waiting. I cannot undo what I built, he said. I cannot go back to the night we met and choose honesty instead of survival. But I can stand in front of your shareholders and explain the method. I can show them how the forgery works. I can make sure that when Caleb Reynard claims his birthright, every person in that room knows he is reading from a script I wrote 28 years ago. You will incriminate yourself. Yes, you will go to prison. That is my choice to make. She stared at him. The fluorescent light caught the scar across his thumb. She remembered the way that hand had touched her face in the dark of her penthouse, the way he had held her like she was something precious, the way she had believed him. 3 hours, she said. If the gala motion passes, you have 3 hours to decide whether to destroy yourself in front of 500 witnesses. I have already decided. He met her eyes. I am asking if you will let me. The question landed like a weight. She had spent her whole life controlling outcomes. Spreadsheets, contingencies, exit strategies, every decision audited before it was made. And now he was handing her the final choice, the one that would determine whether he walked into that gala as a confessor or a corpse. You should have told me. Her voice was barely a whisper. That is what I cannot forgive. Not what you built, not what you hid. The fact that you let me fall in love with you on a foundation that did not exist. Niko's face went pale. I know, he said. I know. The door opened behind her. Priyanka stood in the doorway, phone in hand, face tight with controlled urgency. Leonard Voss, she said. I found him. Renata did not look away from Niko. Where? Jersey City, a motel near the highway. He checked in under his sister's name. Priyanka's voice was careful. He told me he will talk to you, alone, but he is scared. He says if he gives up the name, they will kill him. Renata let the words settle. 3 hours. A man hiding in a motel. A name that could unravel everything. And Niko, still standing in the center of the room, waiting for her to decide whether he would live or burn. She looked at him one last time. Stay here, she said. Do not confess anything until I get back. She walked past Priyanka into the hallway, the door closing behind her, leaving Niko alone with the weight of 3 hours and the silence of a verdict still unspoken. Chapter 34. The elevator doors opened onto a sound wall. Renata stepped into the atrium and the noise hit her in layers, crystal against crystal, silk against marble, the low electric hum of 500 people who knew they were being watched. Cameras lined the perimeter. A string quartet played something expensive and forgettable. The chandeliers cast everything in a light designed to make money look like grace. She wore black. She always wore black for battles. Celine appeared at her elbow before she had taken 3 steps, phone in hand, eyes scanning the room like a sniper counting targets. Dorian is at the East Bars with Catherine Velasquez and Harold Tran. He has been there for 20 minutes. Celine's voice was clipped. Caleb arrived 10 minutes ago. He is in the green room with his counsel reviewing his notes. The board voted 40 minutes ago. The motion passed. Renata had known it would. She had watched the votes coalesce in real time. Dorian's 5th swing director tipping the balance, the momentum becoming irreversible before she had even left the building. Priyanka? Already inside. She has the document chain ready for cross-examination. If Caleb makes one factual misstep, she will collapse his timeline in front of every major investor in this room. Renata nodded. The plan was sound. The plan had always been sound. What worried her was the thing plans could not contain, the variable she had left sitting in a conference room with 3 hours and no verdict. "Where is Niko?" Celine's expression flickered. "He arrived 20 minutes ago. He is in the east corridor. He asked me to tell you he will be ready when the moment comes." When the moment comes, not if. Renata moved through the crowd with the ease of someone who had learned to treat rooms like chessboards. She smiled at the right donors, touched the right shoulders, answered the right questions about the merger with the right balance of confidence and humility. Every gesture was calibrated, every word was measured. But beneath the performance, her mind was elsewhere. She had not spoken to Niko since she walked out of the conference room. The drive to Jersey City had been a blur of highway lights and ticking dashboard. The motel had been exactly what Priyanka had described, a 2-story concrete box with peeling paint and a flickering vacancy sign. Leonard Voss had opened the door in a stained undershirt, eyes red from sleeplessness, hands trembling around a styrofoam cup of coffee that had long gone cold. He had given her a name. The name had rewritten everything. Now she carried it in her chest like a splinter, sharp and lodged, impossible to ignore but impossible to extract without causing more damage than the wound itself. She crossed the atrium toward the east corridor. The crowd parted without knowing why. Niko was standing against the wall, hands in his pockets, watching the room with the quiet attention of a man who had already made his peace with what came next. He wore charcoal, no tie, an open collar that made him look both polished and stripped. When he saw her, his eyes did not light up. They simply held her, steady and waiting. "You found him?" he asked. She stopped a foot away. "Leonard Voss is not the problem," she said. "The problem is the person who paid him, the person who accessed the Marchetti file, the person who has been refining your blueprint for the last year." Niko's jaw tightened. "Who?" she told him. For a long moment, Niko did not move. His face went through a sequence of expressions she could not name: shock, recognition, something that looked almost like grief. "I should have known," he said quietly. "You could not have known." "I should have." He looked at her, and there was something raw in his eyes, something she had not seen before. "I built the framework. I should have known who would want it badly enough to refine it." The string quartet shifted into something slower. The noise of the room seemed to recede, leaving them in a bubble of silence that felt both fragile and necessary. "Priyanka has the document chain," she said. "If you step onto that stage and confess, you will be handing them everything they need to convict you." "I know. I could stop you. You could." He did not look away. "But you will not." She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him he was wrong, that she would never let him destroy himself for a company that would forget his name by morning. But the truth was worse. She was not sure she could stop him, not because she lacked the power, because she was no longer certain she should. The noise of the room surged back, a wave of laughter from the east bars, the clink of glasses, the murmur of conversations that would decide the future of everything she had built. Somewhere in that crowd, Caleb Reynard was preparing to tell the story that would either save or destroy her. "Renata." Niko's voice was soft. "I need you to understand something." She looked at him. 28 years ago, I built something I thought was just technical work. I told myself I was not responsible for how it was used. I told myself I was just a craftsman, that the morality belonged to the people who commissioned me. He paused. "I have spent every day since learning how wrong that was. I know. I am not confessing to save your company. I am confessing because I should have done it the night I met you. Because I should have trusted you with the truth before I asked you to trust me." His voice dropped. "And because I am tired of carrying a version of myself I do not want to be anymore." She felt something crack behind her ribs. She had spent her whole life building walls high enough to keep out the kind of vulnerability that could destroy her. And here he was, dismantling himself in front of her, not for mercy, not for forgiveness, but because he had finally decided that honesty was worth more than safety. "After the gala," she said, "whatever happens on that stage, we talk. Not about strategy, not about the case, About us. He held her gaze. After the gala. She turned and walked back into the crowd. Celine met her halfway, phone glowing with updates. Dorian just signaled Caleb to prepare. The presentation will start in 10 minutes. Where was Priyanka? Front row. She has the forensic chain ready. Renata nodded. She found her seat near the stage, positioned so she could see every face in the room. The lights dimmed. The chatter settled. A hush spread across the atrium like breath held underwater. And then Caleb Reynard walked onto the stage. He was polished. Dark suit, white shirt, the small scar under his chin catching the light like a badge of authenticity. He looked almost noble. A man who had been denied his legacy and was finally stepping into the light to claim it. Behind him, the screen displayed a single image. A photograph of Malcolm Lund, young and smiling, standing in front of the Connecticut estate. My name is Caleb Reynard, he said, his voice steady, practiced, warm. And I am here to tell you the truth about what was taken from me. The room leaned in, and at the back of the atrium, Renata saw Niko slip a sealed envelope into Priyanka's hand. A gesture so quick and final, it looked like a goodbye. Chapter 35. Caleb waited until the silence was absolute. The photograph of Malcolm Lund glowed behind him, the late founder young and unguarded, standing on the Connecticut lawn with his hand raised against the sun. It was the kind of image that made a dead man feel present. Malcolm Lund built this company, Caleb said, his voice carrying through the atrium without strain. He built it with his hands, his vision, his willingness to risk everything on an idea that no one else believed in. And I am told that I should be grateful for the scraps of that legacy that have been offered to me in his absence. He paused, let the words settle. Renata watched from her seat near the stage, her hands still on her lap, her face a mask of composed attention. Around her, the shareholders had gone still. 500 people holding champagne flutes that no one was drinking from. I did not come here to destroy what he built, Caleb continued. I came here to claim what he intended me to have, what he wrote down, what he sealed in documents that powerful people have spent 28 years burying. A murmur moved through the room. Renata felt it like a shift in pressure. Caleb turned slightly, gesturing to the photograph. My mother never told me who my father was. She carried that secret to her grave, and when I found the letters, the birth certificate, the nurse who remembered her name, I did not want to believe it. Because believing it meant confronting the fact that a man I never met had tried to do right by me, and that someone had made sure he never could. His voice cracked on the last word. Just slightly. Just enough. Renata saw Catherine Velasquez lean forward in her seat, her expression unreadable. Harold Tran had removed his reading glasses and was holding them still. This was the performance they had feared. Not aggression, not greed. A man who had been wronged and was asking, politely, for what belonged to him. I am not here to take Atlas Meridian from the people who made it what it is, Caleb said. I am here to take my seat at a table that was built with my father's name, to have a voice in the future of a company that carries his blood. That is all. He let the silence stretch. I am not asking you to love me. I am not asking you to believe every word I say without evidence. I am asking you to look at what I have brought, the documents, the testimony, the years of silence that I am finally breaking, and ask yourself one question. He looked directly at the front row. If Malcolm Lund had lived long enough to tell you himself, would you have turned him away? The room exhaled. Renata saw it happen. The tilt, the softening, the way people shifted in their seats, not toward aggression but toward sympathy. Caleb had done exactly what Dorian had planned. He had made himself the victim, the orphan, the son who had been erased from history and was now asking only for acknowledgement. She glanced toward the back of the atrium. Iko stood against the far wall, arms loose at his sides, watching the stage with an expression she could not read. He had not moved since slipping the envelope to Priyanka. Priyanka was already rising. Mr. Reynard, she said, her voice cutting through the murmurs like a blade. You have referenced documents. May I ask about one specific chain? Caleb turned toward her, gracious, accommodating. Of course. Priyanka walked forward, tablet in hand. She did not hurry. Every step was measured, deliberate, the gait of someone who had already done the math and knew where the flaw lived. You claim your birth certificate was filed in Boston General in December 1992, correct? That is correct. The attending physician was Dr. Eleanor Vance. Yes. And you have submitted a copy of that certificate as evidence of your birth. Caleb nodded. I have. Priyanka stopped at the edge of the stage. She did not climb it. She simply held up her tablet so the screen caught the light. Dr. Eleanor Vance retired in 1994 and died in 2005. Her signature appears on your birth certificate. It does. Except Dr. Vance stopped signing documents with an open loop on the capital V in 1991. Priyanka's voice was calm, almost conversational. A hand tremor developed in her late 60s. Every signature she made after that point used a closed loop. Your certificate shows the open loop. The room went very quiet. Caleb's face did not change, but his hand, the one resting on the podium, tightened almost imperceptibly. Your experts can verify that, Priyanka said. If you would like to submit the original for forensic examination. Caleb held her gaze for a long moment. Then, very slowly, he looked to his left, toward the east bars, toward Dorian Mickelson. The glance lasted less than a second. A flicker, a check. The kind of look a man gives only when he is not sure of his footing and needs to know someone else is still holding the rope. Renata saw it. Priyanka saw it. And at the back of the atrium, Niko saw it too. Mr. Reynard, Priyanka said, her voice soft now, almost gentle. Would you like to respond? Caleb turned back to her. His face had recovered. The mask was back in place, but the room had felt it. The glance, the crack. I would like to know, he said, why the CEO of this company is using her legal counsel to attack a dead woman's signature instead of addressing the substance of my claim. Priyanka smiled. It was not a kind smile. The substance of your claim, she said, is built on that signature. She held the silence for a beat, then turned and walked back to her seat. The room did not follow her. The room stayed on Caleb, watching, waiting, the sympathy that had been building now tangled with something else. Doubt. Renata kept her breathing steady. She could feel the name in her chest, the one Voss had given her, the one that had rewritten everything. She had not told Priyanka yet. She had not told anyone except Niko. But the name was there, waiting. And somewhere in this room, the person who owned that name was watching. Caleb raised his hand, a gesture of patience, of magnanimity. I understand that the truth is uncomfortable for powerful people. I understand that my existence threatens a narrative that has been carefully maintained for decades. He was recovering. She could see it happening. The ring was not fully his anymore, but it was not lost either. If we need to examine every signature, every document, every piece of paper that proves I am who I say I am, I welcome it. His voice swelled with practiced righteousness. Because the truth does not fear investigation, only lies do. A smattering of applause, scattered but real. Renata's phone buzzed in her clutch. She did not look at it. On the stage, Caleb was still speaking, his voice filling the room with the rhythm of a man who had rehearsed this moment 1,000 times. But she was no longer listening to his words. She was counting the seconds until Niko moved. Chapter 36. The woman in white stood in the doorway, her silhouette framed against the atrium's dimmed lights, and the room seemed to contract around her presence. She was tall, silver hair pulled back, sharp cheekbones catching the crystal glow. She did not move into the space. She simply stood there, watching, her stillness so complete it felt like judgment. Renata's fingers tightened on the clutch in her lap. The woman in white. The texter's final warning surfaced in her mind with cold clarity. Look for the woman in white after the hearing. The hearing was still happening, but she was here anyway. On the stage, Caleb had recovered his rhythm. He was speaking about legacy now, about the burden of carrying a father's name without permission, about the dignity of waiting 28 years to claim what was his. His voice was warm, measured, the voice of a man who had suffered nobly and was finally being heard. But he kept glancing toward the back of the room, not at the woman in white, at someone else. Renata followed his gaze and found Niko. He was no longer against the wall. He had moved forward 4 steps, standing now at the edge of the center aisle, his hands loose at his sides, his face unreadable. The woman in white was looking at him, and Niko was looking back. The recognition passed between them like current through water, invisible but absolute. They knew each other. They had known each other for a long time. Renata's chest tightened. Caleb was still speaking, but his voice had faded into background noise. The room was no longer his. The room was waiting for whatever was about to break. Priyanka turned in her seat, following the shift in attention. Celine's hand went to her earpiece. At the East Bars, Dorian Mickelson set down his glass and straightened, his silver hair catching the light as he squared his shoulders. The woman in white lifted her chin. And then Niko moved. He walked down the center aisle with the deliberate calm of a man who had already decided he was not coming back from this. His steps were unhurried, his eyes fixed on the stage. He did not look at Renata. He did not look at Priyanka. He looked only at Caleb, who had finally stopped speaking. The silence that fell was heavier than any applause. Caleb's hand tightened on the podium. "Mr. Sorrel, I did not realize you were in attendance." "Everyone is in attendance," Niko said, his voice carried without effort. That was the point. He reached the foot of the stage and stopped. He did not climb it. He simply stood there, a head taller than most of the seated guests, his dark hair catching the chandelier light, his warm eyes gone flat and watchful. "Mr. Reynard has presented a compelling narrative this evening," Niko said, turning slightly so his voice reached the room. "A story of illegitimacy, erasure, and the long road back to acknowledgement. It is a good story. It has been carefully constructed." Caleb's jaw tightened. "I do not appreciate. I am not questioning your emotion of truth." Niko's voice was soft, almost gentle. "I am questioning your documents." The room went absolutely still. Priyanka was on her feet before Niko finished the sentence. "Mr. Sorrel, I would advise, let him speak." The voice came from the front row. Renata's voice. She had not planned to say it. The words left her mouth before her brain could authorize them, and once they were in the air, there was no taking them back. Celine's head snapped toward her. Priyanka's eyes went wide with alarm. But Renata was looking at Niko. He met her gaze for a fraction of a second. Something passed between them. Not forgiveness, not understanding, but acknowledgement. He was going to do what he had told her he would do, and she had just given him permission. He turned back to the room. "Mr. Reynard's birth certificate," Niko said, "references Dr. Eleanor Vance as the attending physician. Ms. Sethi has already demonstrated the signature inconsistency, but the problem is deeper than a handwriting shift." He paused. The room waited. The certificate uses a formatting template that did not exist in Massachusetts in 1992. The line spacing, the registrar's stamp alignment, the archival date code in the lower margin, they belong to a version of the form introduced in 1995. Caleb's face tightened. "That is an extraordinary claim." "It is a verifiable one," Niko's voice remained calm. "Every hospital in the state updated their birth certificate forms after the federal mandate change in 1994. Your certificate uses the post-1995 template. It is a detail that only a document examiner would catch. But you caught it." Caleb's voice was cold now. "Interesting, for a man who is not a document examiner." "No," Niko said. "I am not a document examiner." He looked at the room, at the 500 faces watching him, at the cameras capturing every word. "I am the person who designed the method used to create your certificate." The silence that followed was not silence. It was a vacuum, a sudden absence of air that made the chandeliers flicker and the room tilt. Renata felt her pulse in her throat, her temples, her fingertips. "I built the framework," Niko said, 28 years ago. "Signature pressure models, archival language drift, hospital chain templates, inheritance backfilling. I built it for a leverage firm in Boston, and it was sold to people I never met, used for purposes I never approved." His voice did not waver. He was not performing. He was explaining, the same way he had explained to Renata in the East conference room, with the same brutal clarity. "Mr. Reynard's documents use my architecture, but they have been refined. Someone closed the deliberate fail-safes I left in the original system. Someone knew exactly where my weaknesses were, and removed them." Caleb's face had gone pale. "You are confessing to fraud in front of 500 witnesses? That is a criminal admission." "Yes," Niko said. "It is." He turned to face the room fully. "And I am making it because I am tired of being the man who built the weapon without taking responsibility for how it is used. Mr. Renarda's claim is built on a forgery. I can prove it. I can show you every seam, every alteration, every deliberate flaw in the chain." He paused. "But I cannot do that without admitting what I did. So I am asking you to hear both, the confession and the proof, and then decide whose story you believe." The atrium was silent. Caleb stood frozen at the podium, his mask cracking at the edges. And in the doorway, the woman in white took Chapter 37. The room did not breathe. 500 shareholders sat frozen as Niko stood at the center of the aisle, hands loose at his sides, his voice carrying without amplification. He was not performing, he was dismantling. "Mr. Renard's birth certificate," he said, "claims to have been filed at Boston General on December 14, 1992. The registrar's stamp uses code sequence BOS-92-387. That code format was not adopted by Massachusetts until March of 1993. Every certificate filed in 1992 used the previous format, BOS-92-387, without the registrar's initial suffix." Caleb's hand tightened on the podium. "This is absurd. You are parsing typographic minutiae while I am standing here asking for acknowledgement of a lifetime of erasure. The details of a stamp do not erase the truth of my existence." "They do not," Niko agreed. "But they do establish the document's fabrication date. The stamp is not the only anachronism." He turned slightly, addressing the room now, not Caleb. "The attending physician affidavit references Dr. Eleanor Vance's hospital privileges at Boston General. Those privileges were revoked in September of 1992. Dr. Vance delivered no infants at that hospital after September 12. Your certificate claims she attended your birth on December 14. Caleb's jaw worked. "She delivered me at home. The hospital record was filed retroactively." "That is possible," Niko said. "But the affidavit is notarized by a Maria Castellano, whose commission did not begin until February of 1994. She could not have notarized a document in December of 1992. A murmur rippled through the room. Renata saw Harold Tran remove his reading glasses and hold them perfectly still. Catherine Velasquez leaned forward, her expression unreadable. Caleb recovered. The notary was a clerical error, a standard correction. "These are administrative details, not evidence of fraud." "They are evidence of construction," Niko said softly. "And I know construction. I built the original framework." He reached into his jacket and withdrew a folded sheet of paper. Not the sealed envelope he had given Priyanka. Something else. Something he had been carrying against his chest. "I kept a record," he said. "Not of every document, but of the architecture, the signature pressure models, the archival language drift, the hospital chain templates. I kept it because I was ashamed, and because I knew that someday someone would use my work to hurt someone who did not deserve it." He held up the paper. "This is the original blueprint for the inheritance backfilling method, dated 28 years ago. It matches Mr. Renard's document chain at every structural point. The layering sequence, the ghost signature placement, the use of a real stillbirth file as the foundation for a fabricated birth record." Caleb's face drained. "I am not accusing Mr. Renard of forgery," Niko said. "I am telling you that the documents he holds were created using a method I designed. The question is not whether they are forged. The question is who refined my work, closed my fail-safes, and turned a tool for leverage into a weapon for theft." The room turned toward Caleb. He stood frozen, mask cracking, but his eyes moved, a fraction of a degree. Toward the east bars, toward Dorian. Renata saw it, Priyanka saw it, and now so did everyone watching. Dorian set down his glass. His face was calm, but his hand lingered on the bars longer than it should have. Niko followed the gaze. "Mr. Mickelson," he said, "you called in a fifth swing director this afternoon. You collapsed the timeline from 6 hours to 3. You ensured Mr. Nanon would dast this room before anyone could verify his documents against the original Marchetti file." Dorian smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. I protected the process. Mr. Reynard had a right to be heard. That is governance, not conspiracy. Governance does not require paying a document handler in White Plains to access an archive 6 months before a claim is filed. The room went cold. Renata's pulse hammered. She had not told Niko about Voss's payment trail. He had guessed, or he had known all along. Dorian's smile did not waver. You are confessing to fraud, Mr. Sorrel. Every word you speak incriminates you further. I would advise silence. I am done with silence, Niko said. I have been silent for 28 years. I have watched my work be used to erase people, to steal inheritances, to destroy lives. I built the weapon. I do not get to walk away clean. He turned back to Caleb. You were fed a story. Someone gave you the Oak Grove detail, the phrase trees and blood, the private correspondence between Malcolm Lund and his wife. Someone trained you to perform grief you did not feel, and loss you did not earn. You are not the villain of this story, Mr. Reynard. You are the instrument. Caleb's mask shattered. I am his son. His voice cracked. I am his son, and I was erased. You do not get to take that from me. I am not taking it from you, Niko said. I am showing you that it was never yours to claim. The silence that followed was absolute. Renata's phone buzzed again. She pulled it from her clutch and looked at the screen. The anonymous texter. One line. Turn around. She turned. The woman in white had moved. She was no longer in the doorway. She was standing at the edge of the front row, 10 feet from Renata, watching Niko with an expression that held 30 years of something Renata could not name. The woman's eyes met Renata's, and she mouthed 2 words. I am Mira. Chapter 38. Renata's hand froze on the phone. The woman in white stood 10 feet away, silver hair catching the chandelier light, sharp cheekbones, an expression carved from 30 years of silence. Mira. The name Niko had searched for across 2 decades. The woman who vanished the same week Malcolm Lund died, who knew the full architecture of the forgery system, who had watched Niko from the doorway with grief in her eyes. Now she was here, in Renata's gala, at the climax of the vote. Mira held Renata's gaze for 3 heartbeats, then shifted her attention to the stage where Niko still stood, the confession blueprint dangling from his hand. The room had not seen her. Everyone was watching Caleb. I am his son. Caleb's voice cracked wider. I am his son, and you sit there with your documents and your timelines and your comfortable certainty, and you tell me I do not belong. You tell me my father did not want me. You tell me my life is a lie. He grabbed the edges of the podium. His knuckles were white. But I have lived inside this my whole life. My mother told me who I was before I could read. She showed me photographs of Malcolm Lund, his face in magazines, his name on buildings. She told me he was coming for me, that he would bring me home, that I just had to be patient. The room held its breath. Except he never came. He died. And the people who took his company, who profited from his legacy, they told me I did not exist. They told me I was a ghost. His voice dropped to something raw and exhausted. I am not a ghost. Niko did not move. His hand hung at his side, the blueprint still visible. You believe it, Niko said quietly. That much just real. You believe you are his son. Caleb stared at him. Because you were raised inside that belief, Niko continued. Someone told you a story every day of your life. They fed you details, photographs, private words between Malcolm and his wife. They built a world for you to inhabit, and you have inhabited it so completely that the truth now feels like violence. Why are you doing this? Caleb's voice shook. What do you gain by erasing me? I gain nothing. I lose everything. I am confessing to a crime, Mr. Reynard. I am telling 500 people that I built the method used to forge your documents. When this room empties, there will be investigators waiting for me. I will not walk out of this building free. He stepped closer to the podium. Look at me. I am not your enemy. I am the person who spent 28 years trying to bury what he built, and I failed because someone smarter than me took my work and turned it into a weapon against you. Caleb's eyes wavered. You were fed the Oak Grove detail, Niko said. The phrase, trees and blood, the private letter Malcolm wrote to his wife before he died. Someone inside the estate gave you that information. Someone with access to Margaretha Lund's private correspondence. He paused. Who gave it to you? Caleb's mouth opened, closed. His eyes moved again, involuntarily, toward the east bars. Dorian had not moved. His hand still rested on the bars, the glass untouched, his smile gone. It was Dorian, Priyanka said. Not a question, a confirmation. She stood, holding the sealed envelope Niko had given her. I have been holding this all evening, she said. I did not open it because I was told to wait, but I have watched Mr. Reynard check the east bars 3 times, 4 times, 6 times since this began. He is not reading the room. He is reading his handler. She held up the envelope. I am opening this now. Dorian straightened. That envelope contains nothing admissible. Mr. Sorrel has already confessed on record. Anything he wrote is self-serving fiction. It is not fiction, Priyanka said. It is his encrypted contact log for the Shell Corporation used to access the Marchetti file, with the names of every account holder who processed the request. The room rippled. Priyanka tore the seal and withdrew a single sheet of paper. Her eyes scanned it, and something shifted in her face. She looked up at Dorian. Your signature is on the access authorization. You used the firm's legal department to request the file under the guise of pre-merger diligence, 6 months before the claim was filed. Dorian said nothing. You did not just back the claim, Priyanka said. You built it. The silence that followed was absolute. Renata watched Dorian's face, waiting for the calm to crack, for the calculation to slip. But Dorian's eyes had moved past Priyanka. He was staring at the woman in white. Mira. She had stepped forward without a sound. She stood now at the edge of the stage, close enough that Niko could have touched her, and she was looking at Dorian with something close to recognition. You did not build it alone, Mira said. Her voice was low, worn by years of silence. You had help. Dorian's hand dropped from the bars. I think, Mira said, we should tell them the rest. Chapter 39. The silence stretched one more second, a held breath across 500 people, and then the room fractured. Not chaos, something worse. The careful, controlled unraveling of a narrative that had taken months to build. Shareholders turned to each other. Voices rose in overlapping questions. Someone near the bars laughed, a sharp, disbelieving sound, and then stopped, as if embarrassed. Renata stood at the center of it, her hand still resting on the back of the chair in front of her, and watched Dorian Mickelson's face. He was not panicking. That was the worst part. He was still, composed, his hand resting on the bars where he had left it when Mira spoke. His eyes moved from Priyanka to the woman in white, calculating, measuring. And Renata understood with a cold clarity that Dorian was not finished. He was simply waiting for a better battlefield. Celine appeared at her elbow. The vote, Celine said, low and urgent. The board is moving to close the ballot now. If we hold them here, if we keep the momentum, we can lock the merger before Dorian's people regroup. Renata nodded. Her mouth was dry. Do it. Celine vanished into the crowd, her phone already pressed to her ear, and Renata let herself look. Niko stood at the edge of the stage, the blueprint still in his hand, the paper curling at the edges. He was not looking at the room. He was looking at Mira, who had not moved since she spoke, who stood like a woman who had carried a stone in her chest for 28 years and finally set it down. The gap between them was 3 feet. Neither closed it. Renata's phone buzzed in her clutch. She pulled it out, expecting another anonymous text, another warning, another twist she had not seen coming. It was Priyanka. Vote locked, merger confirmed, he held. She read the message twice, waiting for the relief to come. It did not cleanly. It arrived tangled with something else, a weight she could not name, a grief that did not belong to the boardroom. Around her the room was shifting. People were standing, moving toward the exits, toward phones and cars and the urgent business of recalibrating alliances. Someone touched her arm, offered congratulations. Another voice, familiar, said something about the press conference in the morning. She answered. She did not remember what she said. Her eyes found Niko again. He had not moved. Mira was speaking to him now, her head bent, her voice too low to carry. Niko listened, his face unreadable, and then he nodded once, a small, final movement. He folded the blueprint and tucked it back into his jacket. Renata started moving. The crowd parted around her, a tide of silk and wool and murmured speculation, and she crossed the floor without planning the path, without knowing what she would say when she reached him, only that she needed to get there before he disappeared into the aftermath. He saw her coming. Something shifted in his face, a crack in the composure he had worn like armor all evening, and for a moment he looked exactly like what he was, a man who had just burned his own life to the ground and was watching the flames spread. "Renata." His voice was quiet, barely audible over the noise. "Don't," she said. "Don't say anything yet. Not here." She was close enough to see the exhaustion in his eyes, the fine tremor in his hand as he lowered it to his side. He had given everything tonight. His confession, his freedom, the last piece of the person he had been before she met him. And she did not know what that cost her. "The vote held," she said. "The merger is secure." "I know. Because of what you did." He shook his head. "Because of what you did. You let me speak. You overruled your own counsel. You trusted me when every instinct you had told you not to." She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that trust was not the same as leverage, that she had not let him speak because she believed him, but because she had run out of better options, that the line between strategy and surrender had blurred so completely she could not tell which side she was standing on. But that was not true. She had let him speak because she loved him, and she still did not know whether that love was the truth or the last lie he had told her. "Where is Mira going?" she asked. Niko followed her gaze. Mira was already moving toward the side exit, her white dress catching the light as she slipped between the clusters of guests. She did not look back. "She will find us," Niko said, "when she is ready." "And Dorian?" "Dorian will spend the night destroying evidence and calling lawyers. He will deny everything. He will claim the signature on the Martriti file was forged, that he was framed, that this is a conspiracy to protect Prolonged legacy." "Will the Grook?" Niko's mouth tightened. "It will buy him time, but Mira knows where the bodies are buried, literally." Renata stared at him. "Not now," he said. "Not here. But she came back for a reason. She did not travel 28 years of silence to deliver one line." A photographer appeared at Renata's elbow, a flash, a voice calling her name. She raised a hand without looking, a shield, a dismissal, and the photographer retreated. When she looked back at Niko, he was already stepping away. "Where are you going?" "The authorities will be here soon. I told them I would present myself. I gave Priyanka my location." "Niko?" He stopped, toned. His face was half lit by the chandeliers, half shadowed, and he looked like a man standing at the edge of a cliff. "Thank you," he said, "for letting me be honest, even when it was too late." He walked toward the east exit, and Renata stood in the center of the room she had just saved, surrounded by the wreckage of a victory she had not expected to survive, and watched him go. The doors closed behind him. Her phone buzzed again. "Priyanka, they are asking for your statement. The press is assembling in the east lobby." She did not move. Celine appeared, pulling her gently toward the corridor. "Renata, we need to get in front of this. The merger is confirmed, but the narrative is still open. If we do not control the story by morning, Dorian will." Renata let herself be guided, but at the threshold, she stopped and looked back at the empty stage, the abandoned podium, the single sheet of paper Priyanka had left on the chair, the original encrypted contact log, Dorian's signature, and folded beneath it, something she had not seen Niko leave, a small piece of paper, cream-colored, with handwriting she recognized. "I meant every word, even the ones I was paid to say." She picked it up and held it until the ink blurred. Chapter 40. Celine's hand on her elbow guided her through the corridor, past clusters of guests whose voices dropped as she passed the photographers pressing against the velvet rope, past the board members who looked at her with something between relief and calculation. Renata moved without feeling her feet. The note was still in her hand, the paper warm from her grip, the ink already smudging where her thumb had pressed too hard. I meant every word, even the ones I was paid to say. Renata. Celine's voice was low, urgent. The press is assembled. They need a statement. Just 2 minutes, then we get you out. The merger is confirmed. Yes. Then there is nothing else to say tonight. Celine's hand tightened on her elbow. There is everything else to say tonight. Dorian is already spinning. I have 3 reporters asking whether the board knew about Niko's past. 1 is asking whether you knew before you let him speak. Renata stopped walking. The corridor stretched ahead, white walls, recessed lights, the distant hum of the gala bleeding through the doors behind her. She could feel the weight of the building around her, the glass and steel she had built with her own hands, the company she had just saved. And she could feel the absence of the man who had saved it with her. I knew, she said. Celine went still. What? I knew he built the framework, before tonight. He told me. Renata. I told him to confess. I authorized it. I stood in that room and let him burn himself down because it was the only way to save the vote. Celine stared at her. The silence stretched long enough that the corridor lights seemed to dim. Then we do not say that, Celine said finally. Not tonight. Not ever if we can help it. I will not lie. Then do not volunteer. Say the engagement was real. Say you support the investigation. Say Atlas Meridian cooperates fully. Say nothing about what you knew or when. Renata looked down at the note in her hand. I need to see him, she said. Renata. 1 hour, then I give your statement. 1 hour. Celine's jaw tightened. She looked at Renata with something that might have been pity or fear or both. He is still in the building, she said. Security has him in a holding room near the west loading dock. They are waiting for the authorities to arrive. Tell them to wait. Renata, he confessed to a federal crime in front of 500 witnesses. They are not going to wait because you need closure. Renata met her eyes. Then give me 15 minutes. She turned and walked back the way she came, past the velvet rope, past the photographers who raised their cameras too late, past the guests who parted without being asked. She did not run. Running would have been surrender. The west corridor was empty. Fluorescent lights brought overhead. The carpet gave way to concrete. The temperature dropped, and the air smelled of loading dock and exhaust and the metallic tang of a building's underbelly. A security guard stood outside a door at the end of the hall. Ms. Okafor, open it. He hesitated. The authorities have been called, ma'am. They would be here in... Open the door. He opened it. The room was small, gray walls, a metal table bolted to the floor, 2 chairs. Niko sat in one of them, his hands resting on the table, his face empty. He looked up when she entered. Renata, you should have told me. The words came out before she could stop them, flat and cold, the same words she had said to him in her office, in the penthouse, in the car on the way to the motel. The same words she had been saying for days, and they still meant everything. I know. I let you speak. I stood there and watched you confess to something that could put you in prison, and I did not stop you because I needed you to do it. I know, and I still do not know if I did it because it was the right move for the company, or because I loved you, or because I wanted to punish you for lying. Niko's eyes stayed on hers. Does it matter? Yes. It was all 3, he said. It had to be. That is the part no one tells you about honesty. It is never clean. It is never just one thing. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that he did not get to lecture her about honesty, that he had built the weapon used against her and let her fall in love with him while holding that secret, that the confession he had given tonight was not bravery, but penance, the only move left when the trap had already closed. But she was tired. Tired of the fight. Tired of the calculation. Tired of measuring every word against the damage it could do. I do not know what to do with this, she said. With you, with what I feel. Niko rose from the chair. He moved slowly, as if the weight of the evening had settled into his bones, and when he stood in front of her, he did not reach for her. You do not have to decide tonight. Where will you go? Wherever they take me. I do not know how this works. I have never been on this side of it. Your lawyer. I have one. I called him before I walked into the gala. She stared at him. "You planned this. From the moment I knew I loved you." Something cracked inside her chest. She did not know if it was grief or rage or the terrible relief of knowing that at least this one thing had been real. "Why did you leave the note?" He was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was Russ. "Because I needed you to know that the only truth that mattered was the one I did not get paid to say." The sound of some steps in the corridor. Heavy, deliberate. The sound of men who had come to take him. Niko looked past her, toward the door, and something in his face closed. "Renata." "Yes." "Go out the side entrance. Do not watch them take me. Do not give them a photograph of your face while they do it." "I do not care about photographs." "I do." He reached out. His hand hovered near hers, close enough that she could feel the warmth of his skin without touching. Then he pulled it back. The door opened behind her. "Mr. Sorrel." Niko did not look at the voice. He looked at her, one last time, and there was nothing guarded in his expression. No calculation, no performance. 15 minutes was not enough, he said. The agent stepped forward, and Renata stood in the gray ring, watching the man who had saved her empire walk between them, his hands empty, his back straight, his eyes fixed on the exit ahead. The door closed. The room was silent. She looked down at her hand, still curved with his had almost touched it, and realized she was still holding the note. The paper was creased now, the ink bleeding at the edges. "I meant every word, even the ones I was paid to say." She folded it carefully, precisely, the way she folded merger documents, the way she folded her life when it threatened to spill over into something she could not control. Then she walked out the side entrance, alone, into the cold Manhattan night, where the cameras were already waiting. Chapter 41. The morning light came cold and white through the office windows, the kind of light that showed every crack in the glass and every smudge on the steel. Renata sat at her desk, still in the same dress from the gala. The fabric felt stiff against her skin, the sequins catching the sun in small, cruel flashes. She had not slept. She had not changed. She had not done anything except fold and unfold Niko's note until the paper had gone soft at the creases. Celine appeared in the doorway. "You need to see this." She crossed to the desk and placed her tablet on the surface. The screen showed Atlas Meridian's opening ticker, green, steady, 5 points above yesterday's close. "The market likes the confession more than the claim," Celine said. "They see a clean kill, fraud exposed, board united. The merger is pressed in." "And the cost?" Celine's jaw tightened. "Every editorial is running 2 stories. The first says you heroically weathered a conspiracy. The second asks how your fake fiance got close enough to design the forgery in the first place." Renata looked at the numbers again. Green was green. The merger would close. She had won. It felt like nothing. "Where is Dorian?" His lawyer issued a statement at dawn. "He denies everything. Says Niko planted the signature on the access authorization, that the confession was a desperate attempt to frame a respected board member, and that he will be fully vindicated when the investigation concludes." Who believes him? Enough people. He has been on every board in this city for 20 years. That kind of credibility does not evaporate overnight. Renata set the tablet aside. Her hand brushed the folded note in her pocket, and she pressed it deeper, as if she could hide it from herself. "What else?" Celine hesitated. That was rare enough to make Renata look up. "Priyanka is in the conference room. She needs to tell you something before the morning briefing." "Tell me now." She asked to do it in person. The words landed like a warning. Renata stood slowly, her joints protesting the movement, and walked past Celine into the corridor. The building was awake. Staff moved in sharp, purposeful lines, carrying binders and tablets and the urgent energy of a company that had survived a near-fatal wound. They nodded at her as she passed. Respectful, careful. The way people looked at someone who had just walked through fire and was still smoldering. Priyanka stood at the conference room window, her back to the door, her phone pressed to her ear. She ended the call as Renata entered and turned. "The Merger Review Committee has approved the final terms," she said. "The vote is locked, We close in 72 hours. Then why do you look like you were delivering bad news? Priyanka set her phone on the table. Her fingers stayed on it, pressing the glass as if she needed the anchor. The federal investigation is not waiting for the merger to close. They filed a request this morning for Niko's full statement, his technical notes, and any correspondence between him and anyone at Atlas Meridian dating back to the start of the engagement. Renata said nothing. Renata, that includes your communications. I know what it includes. If they see that you knew about his forgery work before the gala and authorized his confession anyway, I did what I had to do. I am not arguing. I am telling you that the investigators have requested Niko's statement first. They want to talk to him before they talk to anyone else. The air in the room changed. Renata felt it press against her chest, the slow weight of a door closing. He was in federal custody, Priyanka continued. He has already spoken to his lawyer, but the prosecution is offering a deal, full operation in exchange for a reduced sentence. Everything he knows about the forgery scheme, the shell companies, Dorian's role, the hidden architect, they want it all. And if he takes the deal, then he gives them everything, including anything he knows about what you knew and anyone knew it. The words hung between them, sharp and clean as a blade. Renata thought of the holding room, the gray walls, the way Niko had looked at her when he said he had planned the confession from the moment he knew he loved her. Has he taken the deal? Not yet. His lawyer is negotiating terms, but the prosecution has a deadline. What deadline? Priyanka picked up her phone and read from the screen. They want his initial statement by end of day today. If he does not provide it, the deal expires and they pursue the maximum charges. Renata's hand went to her pocket. The paper was warm against her fingers, the ink faint but still readable. I meant every word, even the ones I was paid to say. When do they let me see him? Priyanka's silence was the answer. They are holding him at the Metropolitan Detention Center, she said finally. Visitation is restricted. He has to approve any visitor in writing. I will write. Renata, I will write. She turned toward the door. Her hand was still in her pocket, gripping the note so hard the edges bit into her skin. Renata, wait. She stopped. Priyanka was holding out a manila envelope, sealed, her name written across the front in a hand she did not recognize. This arrived for you this morning. Hand-delivered. No return address. Who delivered it? An older woman, silver hair. She did not give her name. Renata took the envelope. Her fingers found the seal and broke it. Inside was a single photograph. A young man in his 20s, dark hair, warm eyes, a small scar across his right thumb. He stood next to a woman with sharp cheekbones and silver hair that was still dark then, and behind them, half in shadow, a man whose face she knew from old boardroom portraits. Malcolm Lund, alive, and standing between Niko and Mira with his hands on their shoulders like a father blessing his children. Chapter 42. Celine found her in the office with the photograph still in her hands. The door clicked shut. The corridor noise faded. Renata did not look up. She was tracing the edge of Malcolm Lund's face with her thumb, feeling the gloss of the print, the impossible weight of an image that should not exist. You have 5 minutes, Celine said. Then we walk into the press room and you do not flinch once. Renata set the photograph on the desk. She placed Niko's note beside it, the paper soft from hours of handling, the ink faint but still legible. 2 pieces of evidence, 2 versions of the same wound. They were close, she said. Look at his hands. Celine stepped closer. Her gaze dropped to the photograph, to Malcolm Lund's fingers resting on the shoulders of 2 young people who had not yet learned what the world would make of them. A mentor, Celine said. A patron. A father. It does not matter what he was to Niko then. What matters is what the press will do with this if it surfaces. It is going to surface. Not today. Not from this room. Renata looked up. Celine's face was composed, her armor fully fastened. She had already calculated the angles, mapped the narrative, decided which truths could be told and which had to wait until the merger closed. The press conference is in 6 minutes, Celine continued. The message is governance, transparency, and merger confidence. You answer questions about the vote, the transition timeline, and the board restructuring. You do not answer questions about Niko Sorrel. And when they ask anyway? You say that you are cooperating fully with the investigation and that Atlas Meridian's priority is the shareholders and employees who trusted you to lead. Renata stood. Her dress was still the same one from the gala, crushed and stale, the fabric holding the memory of champagne and panic, and the warmth of Niko's hand on her back. She had not changed. She had not slept. She had not stopped seeing his face in the holding room, the way he had pulled back from touching her as if the gesture itself would burn. "I need to see him," she said. "Renata, before he makes his statement, I need to talk to him." Celine's jaw tightened. The silence between them stretched into something that felt like a threshold. If you visit him before the investigation is resolved, it goes on a record that a prosecutor will read in open court. "I know." "Then you also know it makes you a witness instead of a victim. It gives them a lane to ask what you knew and when you knew it, and it gives Dorian's people a story about a CEO who conspired with a known fraudster to manufacture a cover-up." Renata picked up the photograph. She held it at the edge, her fingers careful, the way she would handle a document that could not be replaced. "Niko did not take the deal," she said. "That is what Priyanka told me before you walked in. End of day deadline, he let it expire." Celine went still. "He is sitting in federal custody with a full confession on the record and a cooperation offer that would cut his sentence by years," Renata continued. "And he chose to say nothing. He said everything at the gala. There is nothing left to confess. He could have given them me. He could have told them I knew about his past before he stepped onto that stage. The prosecution would have traded him a clean exit for that information." Celine's expression did not change, but something in her posture shifted, the smallest crack in the armor. "He is protecting you," she said. "Yes, and you want to walk into a federal building and thank him in person." Renata folded the photograph and slid it into her pocket. It settled against her hip, warm and heavy, a secret she had not yet learned to carry. "I want to ask him why he did not warn me about Mira. He knew she was coming, he knew what she was going to say, and he let me walk into that room blind." Celine studied her for a long moment. Then she checked her watch and straightened her jacket. "You have a press conference in 4 minutes. After that, we will talk about whether a visit is possible. But I need you present in that room. Not in a holding cell in Brooklyn, and in a photograph from 28 years ago. Here, in this building, running the company you just saved." Renata breathed. The air tasted like old coffee and printer toner and the metallic edge of exhaustion. 4 minutes, she said. 3.5. The press room was packed. Renata counted 22 cameras, 15 journalists she recognized from the business desks, and at least 3 she did not. The heat of the lights hit her face as she stepped to the podium, and she let it warm her, let the discomfort ground her in the present. She spoke for 8 minutes. The merger, the transition timeline, the board restructuring that would begin as soon as the deal closed. She used words like governance and transparency and shareholder value, and each one felt like a stone laid on top of a grave. The first question was predictable. "Ms. Okafor, do you stand by your relationship with Niko Sorrel given his confession of criminal fraud?" She had prepared for this. Celine had prepared for this. The answer was already written in 3 separate drafts, each one calibrated to a different level of damage. "The investigation into Mr. Sorrel's past activities is ongoing," she said. "Atlas Meridian is cooperating fully with federal authorities. My priority remains the shareholders and employees who trusted me to lead this company through a difficult transition." "Does that mean you were not aware of his history before you announced your engagement?" The room waited. Renata felt the photograph in her pocket, the paper edge pressing against her hip. She felt Niko's note in her other hand, the ink soft from her fingers, the words he had written when he knew he would not be there to say them in person. "I was aware that Mr. Sorrel had a complicated past," she said. "I did not know the full extent of his involvement in the forgery scheme until he confessed it publicly at the gala. It was true. Technically, the way a door is technically unlocked when you have already turned the key. And your engagement?" the journalist pressed. "Was it entirely fabricated?" The word hit like a blade. Fabricated. As if every touch had been staged, every glance scripted, every kiss a transaction. Renata looked at the camera. She thought of the Connecticut estate, the late-night conversation by the window, the way Niko had held her in the dark, his hand on her back, his breath warm against her neck, as if she was something worth keeping. "The engagement was a professional arrangement designed to manage a crisis," she said. The relationship that developed inside it was real. She did not say his name. She did not need to. The room absorbed her answer. Pens moved. Cameras clicked. A dozen headlines wrote themselves in real time. Celine stepped forward and closed the session before anyone could follow up. In the corridor, away from the cameras, Renata leaned against the wall and let her eyes close. The photograph was still in her pocket. The note was still in her hand. And somewhere in a federal building in Brooklyn, Niko Sorrel was sitting in a holding cell, waiting for a visitor he had not yet approved. Celine's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen and froze. "What is it?" Celine looked up. Her face was unreadable. That was Priyanka. Niko's lawyer just filed a written request. For what? Celine held the phone out so Renata could read the screen. Niko Sorrel requests a single visitor before making his statement. The visitor must be Renata Okafor. Chapter 43. The federal building rose gray against the morning sky, every window a blade of light. Niko sat in the back of the sedan, his lawyer beside him, the handcuffs cold against his wrists. He had not slept. He had not eaten. The man he had been 28 years ago felt closer than the man who had held Renata in the dark, closer than the note he had left folded in her hand. Diane Chen, his counsel, reviewed the file on her tablet without looking up. She was small, precise, and had spent the last hour preparing him for questions he could not answer without destroying someone else. "The prosecutor will offer you the deal again," she said. "Full cooperation, reduced sentencing guidelines. You walk in 5 years instead of 15. "I know." She will push hard. She wants the architect, not the instrument. Niko watched the building grow larger through the tinted glass. The flag hung limp above the entrance. No wind, no movement, just the mechanical pulse of justice opening its doors. "I'm not taking the deal." Diane set the tablet down. "Then you need to understand what that means. Without cooperation, they will charge you with the full scope. The Boston framework, the Cross account, the 23 estates. They will paint you as the architect regardless of what the truth is." "The truth is, I built it." "Yes, and the truth is also that you were 21, that Cross owned the firm, that Lund bought the blueprint without your consent. But none of that matters if you refuse to testify against the people who profited from your work." The car stopped at the security barrier. Niko looked down at his hands, the scar across his right thumb, the hands that had drawn the first lines of a forgery blueprint in a borrowed Boston apartment, never imagining those lines would curve through 28 years and land here, in a federal sedan with a woman he loved carrying his note in her pocket. "I have one request before we go in." Diane waited. "The visitor request I filed, Renata Okafor. Has it been approved?" "The facility is processing it. No confirmation yet." Niko nodded. He had written the request, knowing it might be denied, knowing it might be better for her if it was, but he had written it anyway, because 15 minutes had not been enough, and because he needed her to hear him say the one thing he had not put in the note. He had let her walk into that gala blind. He had known Mira was coming, known what she would say, and he had not warned Renata, because he had been afraid that if he told her the full truth before the confession, she would stop him. She would protect him instead of the company. And the company was her life in a way he could never be. "I want to say it to her face," he said quietly, "that I chose the company over her trust, even after I fell in love with her. I want her to hear me say it." Diane studied him. Then she opened the door. "Then let us get through this first." The lobby was wide and cold, marble floors that reflected nothing, a security desk manned by officers who had seen too many lawyers to be impressed by suits. Niko walked between Diane and a deputy, his footsteps echoing in the hollow space. The handcuffs drew glances from a cluster of journalists near the far wall, but none of them recognized him yet. The gala photographs had been controlled. The narrative had not fully broken into the broader press. He counted the steps to the elevator. 17. He counted the seconds as the doors closed. 4. He counted the floors as the car rose. 6. The deputy led him down a corridor lined with doors, each one numbered, each one identical. At the end of the hall, a side door opened and a figure emerged, flanked by 2 officers in plain clothes. Niko stopped. Tomasz Golowski. The old man looked smaller than Niko remembered. His shoulders were rounded, his face gray, his eyes fixed on the floor as if he had been staring at it for days. He wore a cheap jacket that did not fit, and his hands were cuffed in front of him, the skin raw at the wrists. Tomas looked up. Their eyes met across 30 feet of institutional carpet. For a moment, neither moved. The officers on either side of Tomas adjusted their grip, waiting. The deputy beside Niko touched his elbow, urging him forward. But in that moment, Tomas's mouth moved. One word, barely visible, shaped by lips that had not spoken in hours. Run. Then the officers pulled Tomas through the side door, and he was gone, the door clicking shut behind him, the corridor empty except for the echo of footfalls and the weight of a warning that had arrived too late. Niko stood frozen. The past was not behind him. It was here, in this building, in the same corridor, wearing the same handcuffs, carrying the same secrets. And if Tomas was here, then the investigation had already widened beyond one man's confession. The architects, the refiners, the people who had closed Niko's failsafes and turned his old blueprint into a weapon, they were being pulled in too. Mr. Sorrel. The deputy's voice was flat. We need to keep moving. Niko forced his feet forward, but the word echoed in his head with every step. Run. He could not run. He had chosen this. The building, the handcuffs, the questions he would answer without trading anyone else's freedom for his own. But Tomas had not chosen. Tomas had been taken. And that meant someone else was out there. Someone who knew the full shape of the fraud. Someone who was still cleaning the trail. The cell door opened ahead of him. Niko stepped inside and heard the lock engage behind him like a period at the end of a sentence he had not yet finished writing. Chapter 44. The boardroom smelled of coffee and tension, the morning light falling across the polished table like a blade. Renata stood at the head, still in the same clothes from the night before, the photograph of Malcolm Lund with young Niko and Mira pressing against her hip through the fabric of her jacket. She had not slept. She had not eaten. She had folded Niko's note so many times the creases had begun to weaken the paper, and she had stopped unfolding it because she no longer needed to read the words to hear his voice. Around the table, the directors had gathered in uneven clusters. Catherine Velasquez at the far end, her reading glasses on the table like a weapon she had not yet picked up. Harold Tran beside her, his face unreadable. 3 others who had voted with Renata the night before, their relief visible in the loosened collars and the way they held their coffee cups with both hands. And Dorian Mickelson. He sat at the opposite end of the table, silver hair combed back, suit pressed, posture unhurried. He looked like a man who had walked through a fire and discovered he was asbestos. Thank you for gathering on short notice, Renata said, her voice steady in a way that surprised her. I want to address the events of last night directly, so there is no ambiguity about where we stand. Catherine leaned forward. The merger is locked, that is not in question. But there are concerns about the optics, the narrative, and the liability exposure going forward. The merger is locked because the claim was dismantled in public, Renata said. Niko Sorrel's confession exposed the forgery, and Caleb Reynard's credibility collapsed on that stage. There is no ambiguity about the inheritance claim. It was manufactured, and the board now knows who manufactured it. She let her gaze settle on Dorian. He did not flinch. He did not look away. He simply sat there, hands folded on the table, waiting. Dorian, Catherine said, her voice tight, the directors need to hear your position directly. Dorian smiled. It was a small thing, barely a movement of his mouth, but it carried the weight of 20 years of boardroom victories. My position, he said, is that I have been accused of orchestrating a fraud by a convicted forger who confessed on live camera to designing the very method used against this company. A man who was, until last night, engaged to our CEO. A man whose confession conveniently shifted all blame away from her and onto me. He spread his hands. I am not saying Niko Sorrel is lying. I am saying he has every reason to protect the woman he loves, and I am a convenient target. Renata felt the temperature shift around the table. Some of the directors glanced at each other. The relief from the night before had begun to curdle. Your signature is on the March 80 file access authorization, she said, obtained 6 months before the claim arrived, under the guise of pre-merger diligence. My signature is on hundreds of documents every quarter, Dorian replied. If someone forged my authorization, that is exactly the kind of evidence I would expect a desperate man to produce. The document was authenticated by Priyanka Sathi. Priyanka works for you. The room went still. Renata held his gaze. She could feel the trap he had built, the careful architecture of plausible deniability that had kept him untouchable for decades. Every accusation could be framed as a conspiracy against him. Every piece of evidence could be painted as manufactured by someone with motive. "I am not asking this board to convict Dorian Mickelson," she said. "I am asking this board to authorize a full, independent investigation into the origin of the inheritance claim, the document chain, and the financial trail connecting Dorian to the scheme. Let the facts speak for themselves." Catherine removed her glasses and cleaned them with a small cloth from her pocket. It was a gesture Renata had seen her make before tough votes, a ritual that bought her time to calculate. "An independent investigation requires a third party," Catherine said. "Someone with no ties to Atlas Meridian, no connection to any current or former employee." "I will authorize the budget and the access," Renata said. "The board selects the firm." "And what happens to Niko Sorrel while this investigation proceeds?" Harold Tran asked. His voice was quiet, but it carried. Renata had known this question would come. She had rehearsed the answer in her head on the drive over. "Niko Sorrel is in federal custody. He had refused a cooperation deal and will not testify against anyone to reduce his own sentence. The investigation is happening whether we authorize it or not. The only question is whether we control the narrative or let Dorian control it." The ruin shifted again. Dorian's composure flickered, just barely, a tightening around his eyes that lasted less than a second. "You cannot investigate me without investigating her," Dorian said, his voice dropping. She knew about his past. She admitted as much when she authorized his confession. "The question is not whether Niko Sorrel designed the forgery. The question is whether Renata Okafor assisted him in covering it up." The accusation landed like a stone. Renata felt the weight of it settle on her chest. She had known this was coming. Celine had warned her. Niko had tried to protect her from it by refusing the deal. But Dorian was not going to let that protection hold. "I authorized his confession because I believed it was the only way to save this company," Renata said. "I did not know the full scope of his past until he stood on that stage. Convenient. Prove otherwise." Dorian's jaw tightened. He had no proof, only suspicion. And suspicion, in a boardroom, was a currency that could buy time, but not victory. Catherine set her glasses back on her nose. "We'll vote on the independent investigation. Renata, can you deliver the merger close in 72 hours without further disruption?" "Yes." "Can you guarantee that no further evidence will surface that ties this company to the forgery scheme?" Renata paused. She thought of the photograph in her pocket, of Mira, of the bodies Niko had said were buried, both literal and figurative. "I cannot guarantee what I do not know," she said. "But I can guarantee that I will not hide from whatever surfaces." Catherine nodded slowly. "That is more than we have had from anyone else in this room for the past 6 months." The vote was called. It passed 6-1, with Dorian as the sole dissenting vote. The directors filed out slowly, exchanging quiet words, avoiding each other's eyes. Catherine paused at the door, her hand on the frame. "You look like you have not slept," she said to Renata. "I have not. Investigation or not, the merger closes in 72 hours. The succession committee wants a plan, the ethics committee wants a statement, and the journalists want blood." Renata nodded. Catherine held her gaze for a moment longer. "Do not let them have yours." Then she was gone, and the boardroom was empty, and Renata stood alone at the head of the table with the photograph burning a hole in her pocket, and Niko's words still repeating in her head like a prayer she could not stop saying. She did not know if she could hold the company together through what was coming, but she knew she would not let Dorian dismantle it while she stood watching. She walked to the window and looked out at the city, gray and cold, the same city where Niko was sitting in a cell, waiting for a visit she had not yet confirmed she would make. The morning light found her standing there, alone, carrying the weight of a victory that felt more like a wound. And somewhere in the city, Mira was walking through the streets, with 28 years of silence finally broken, carrying secrets that had not yet been spoken. Chapter 45. Priyanka found her in the same spot, still at the window, the photograph of Malcolm Lund with young Niko and young Mira still in her pocket, Niko's note still folded against her ribs. "I need you to see something." Renata turned. Priyanka stood in the doorway with the leather portfolio tucked under her arm, her face unreadable in the gray morning light. She had not changed clothes either. None of them had. "What is it?" "The engagement contract." Renata felt something cold settle in her chest. "Now?" "Now." Priyanka walked to the conference table and set the portfolio down, unzipped it, and pulled out a thick stack of pages. "The federal investigation requested all documents related to the arrangement between you and Niko Sorrel. I compiled the file this morning." She spread the pages across the table in neat rows. Renata recognized the first page, the terms she had drafted in her penthouse that first night, the rules, the boundaries, the 90-day clock. "I marked the clauses that opposing counsel, regulators, or shareholders could weaponize." Priyanka's finger traced down the first page. "The compensation clause. You paid him $200,000 up front, with a performance bonus tied to public reception. Any prosecutor will argue that establishes motive for him to lie on your behalf." Renata said nothing. "The non-disclosure clause." Priyanka moved to the second page. "Standard language, but in context it reads like a conspiracy agreement. Both parties agree not to disclose the true nature of the arrangement to third parties. That is obstruction language waiting to be used." "I wrote that to protect the company." "I know you did." Priyanka's voice was measured, professional, the voice she used when delivering bad news in boardrooms. "The prosecution will not care about your intention. They will care about what the document says." She moved to the third page, then the fourth, pointing out each vulnerability with the precision of a surgeon mapping a tumor. The timeline clause, the media coordination clause, the termination clause that granted Renata unilateral authority to end the arrangement at any time. "That last one is good for you," Priyanka said. "It establishes you as the controlling party. But it also means Niko had no leverage to refuse anything you asked of him, which makes every public statement he made look coerced." Renata's throat tightened. "He was not coerced." "I know, but the document says otherwise." Priyanka flipped to the final page, the signature block. Renata's signature was there, clean and sharp, the same handwriting that had signed 1,000 contracts. Below it, Niko's signature, elegant and deliberate, the same hand that had written the note still warm against her chest. "There is something else." Priyanka reached into the portfolio and pulled out a single sheet of paper, folded in thirds, clearly not part of the original document set. She placed it on the table and slid it toward Renata. "This was attached to the copy Niko's lawyer submitted to the court this morning." Renata picked up the paper. The handwriting was Niko's, unmistakable, the same loops and angles she had seen on the note he left her at the gala. She unfolded it. The page was dated 3 weeks ago, which meant Niko had written it while they were still sleeping in the same bed, still pretending the engagement was the only fiction between them. The amendment was short, 4 sentences. Notwithstanding any prior clause, the undersigned, Niko Sorrel, acknowledges that Renata Okafor retains sole and absolute authority to void any and all public statements, performances, or representations made within the scope of this agreement, retroactive to the date of signing. No claim made in public or private during the term of this engagement shall be used to establish liability, obligation, or expectation against Renata Okafor in any form, legal or otherwise. The undersigned further acknowledges that any representation of romantic involvement made by either party was performed at the direction of Renata Okafor and should not be construed as evidence of genuine sentiment in any proceeding. This amendment supersedes all prior clauses. Renata read it once, then again. The third time, her vision blurred. "He built me an exit," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Priyanka nodded. "He gave you the legal ability to deny every public word, every kiss, every photograph, every press conference. He wrote it 3 weeks ago, before the gala, before his confession, before he knew what the outcome would be." Renata stared at the handwriting. The loops were steady, the ink was black. He had signed it at the bottom, his full name, no initial, no abbreviation. Niko Sorrel. He had written it while she was still angry at him for hiding the truth, while she was still deciding whether to trust him. while the investigation was still a rumor and the gala was still a future she could not see. He had written it knowing that if everything collapsed, she could walk away clean. She could stand in front of a camera and say the whole thing was a job, a performance, a lie, and the document would back her up. He had given her the weapon to erase him completely. Why did he not tell me? Priyanka's expression softened, just barely, a crack in the professional armor. Because telling you would have made it a negotiation. He wanted it to be a gift. Renata looked down at the page again. The paper had creases where Niko had folded it, carried it, kept it close until it was time. She thought of him sitting somewhere, weeks ago, with a pen and a blank page, writing the words that would let her deny him. She thought of him not telling her, not asking for credit, not using it to earn her trust. Just writing it, folding it, waiting. He knew I might need to burn him, she said. He built the fire and handed me the match. Priyanka did not answer. There was no answer that would help. Renata folded the amendment carefully, the same way she had folded his note, the same way she folded things she could not afford to lose. Does his lawyer have the original? Yes. Then it is already on the record. It is. Renata stood still for a long moment. The morning light had shifted, growing stronger, filling the boardroom with the kind of clean, cold brightness that made everything look sharp and unforgiving. She thought about the things she had said to Niko in the holding room, the accusations, the anger, the questions he could not answer. She thought about the way he had looked at her when she asked why he's not warned her about Mira. Because I was trying to give you a choice. She had not understood then. She understood now. Priyanka. Yes, I need you to file a visitor request. Priyanka's eyebrows lifted slightly. For Niko. Yes. The federal facility requires 24 hours to process. You would be on record. The press would know. I know. Priyanka studied her for a moment, then nodded slowly. I will make the call. She gathered the pages, slid them back into the portfolio, and walked toward the door. At the threshold, she paused. There is something else I should tell you. Renata waited. Mira called the office 20 minutes ago. She wants to meet, today. Renata's chest tightened. Where? She did not say. She said she would find you. The door closed behind Priyanka, and Renata was alone again with the amended contract in her hands and Niko's handwriting pressed against her palm. He had built her an exit. He had handed her the match. And somewhere in the city, Mira was walking toward her with 28 years of silence and the rest of the truth she had promised to tell. Renata looked down at the page one last time. This amendment supersedes all prior clauses. She folded it into her pocket, next to the note, next to the photograph, next to everything she was carrying that was too heavy to put down. The visitor request would take 24 hours. Mira would find her before that. And she still had no idea what she would say to either of them when they finally stood face to face. Chapter 46. Celine found her in the boardroom 20 minutes later, still standing at the window, the amendment folded into her pocket next to the note and the photograph. You look like you have not moved. I have not. Celine crossed the room and set a tablet on the table. Her face carried the particular tightness that meant she had been making calls, counting losses, calculating what could be saved. The market is holding, she said. Barely. The merger is priced in, but the volatility is climbing. We lost 2 institutional buyers this morning. They are waiting to see how the narrative settles. Renata turned from the window. The narrative. The romance narrative. Celine's voice was flat. The one we spent 90 days building. It is the only thing anyone wants to talk about. Shareholders want to know if the engagement was real. Journalists want the love story. The governance details are landing like static. Renata felt the amendment pressed against her ribs. And the sponsors? Celine hesitated. That hesitation told Renata more than any report could. The Connecticut Donors Circle is reviewing their commitments. The Gala Committee called to ask whether the foundation should distance itself from the personal complications. 2 board directors, Harold Tran and Catherine Velasquez, want private reassurances before the closing. They already voted for the investigation. They voted for governance. They want reassurances about optics. There is a difference. Celine pulled up a chair and sat, which meant the news was worse than she was saying. Every interview request I have received in the last 6 hours has asked 2 questions. 1, is the merger secure? 2, was Niko Sorrel the love of your life or the best liar you ever hired? Renata closed her eyes. I told them you would not be answering relationship questions. And they said they will keep asking until you do. The room was quiet. The morning light had shifted again, harder now, the kind of light that exposed every surface. Celine reached for the tablet, swiped once, and turned it toward Renata. There is something else. The screen showed a website Renata did not recognize, an entertainment outlet, the kind that traded in celebrity gossip and leaked photographs. The headline was still loading, but the image beneath it was already visible. Renata's breath caught. It was Connecticut. The oak grove, the late light through the branches. She was standing in the frame with her head tilted back, laughing at something Niko had said. Her hand was on his arm. His face was turned toward her with an expression she recognized. Open, unguarded, the kind of look that could not be performed. She had not known anyone was watching. Where did they get this? Celine's face was unreadable. That is the question. The photographer was Eloise. She was contracted for the staged shoot. These frames were never supposed to leave her hard drive. Were they stolen? Or sold? Celine paused. The article goes live in 2 hours. They are calling it The Real Engagement. They claim to have unreleased images from the entire weekend, including the night of the first kiss. Renata stared at the photograph. She remembered that moment. She remembered the way Niko had looked at her, the way she had forgotten the cameras, the way she had let herself be seen without calculating the cost. That moment had been real, and now it would be public. The first kiss, she repeated. It was in the greenhouse, after midnight. No photographers. Celine's voice was careful, but someone was there. Renata thought of the estate, the silent staff, the windows that faced the garden, the way secrets seemed to breathe through the walls of that house. Margaretha's people. Or someone who knew when to watch. The photograph on the tablet seemed to pulse with its own light. Renata could not stop looking at her own face, the ease in her shoulders, the way she had leaned toward Niko without thinking. It looked like love. It had been love, and now it was evidence. Celine stood and walked to the window. If those images go public, the narrative shifts. You cannot be the victim of a deception if you look like a woman who was genuinely in love. The press will read it as complicity. They will say you knew, or you did not care, or you were running a con of your own. I did not know. I know that. The board knows that. But the photograph does not show what you knew. It shows how you looked at him. Renata's hand went to her pocket, where the amendment lay folded against the note. He gave me a way out, she said. A legal document that lets me deny every public word, every kiss, every photograph. Celine turned. Will you use it? The question hung in the air between them. In 2 hours, the article would publish. The images would spread. The narrative would harden around whatever story she chose to tell. She could stand at a podium and say it was all performance. She could hold up the amendment and erase every frame, every touch, every unguarded moment. Or she could let the world see the truth. That she had loved him. That she still did. Renata looked at the photograph one last time. Her own face, Lassen in the oak grove, unarmored and alive. She did not know which version of the story would save her, but she knew which one was real. Her phone buzzed on the table. A single message from an unknown number. I am at the cafe on Hudson. Come alone, Mira. She had found her. The visitor request would take 24 hours. The article would publish in 2, and the woman who had carried 28 years of silence was waiting for her now. Renata picked up the phone, slipped the amendment into her pocket, and walked toward the door without looking back. Chapter 47. The photograph was not supposed to exist. Renata stood in the elevator, watching the floor numbers descend, the phone warm in her hand. The text from Mira had not moved. I am at the cafe on Hudson. Come alone. The doors opened. The lobby was quiet, early enough that only the night security team remained, a single guard at the desk who nodded without meeting her eyes. She crossed the marble floor, her heels clicking in the empty space. Her phone buzzed again. Not Mira. Celine. They published early. Renata stopped. The air in the lobby felt thinner. She opened the link. The article was live. The headline ran in bold. The real engagement, exclusive photos from the Lund estate. Below it, the Oak Grove photographs. Her head tilted back, laughing, hand on Niko's arm. She had not known her face could look like that. She scrolled. A second image. The greenhouse. Midnight. The glass walls fogged from the cold outside, the warm light inside casting long shadows. She and Niko stood close together, his hand on her jaw, her eyes closed. She remembered that moment, the way his thumb had traced her cheekbone, the way she had stopped calculating. The caption read, "Sources confirm this was the night of their first kiss. No official photographers were present." The third image hit harder. She was sitting on the stone wall near the caretaker's cottage, wrapped in one of the estate's wool blankets, the river dark behind her. Niko was beside her, not touching, but close enough that their shoulders almost met. She was looking at him. He was looking at the water. The photograph had been taken from inside the cottage window. Someone had been in the dark, watching. Renata's phone buzzed again. "Celine, where are you?" "Leaving. Heading to meet Mira." A pause, then, "The stock is dropping. Pre-market. 2 more donors called. They want to know if you were in on it." Renata stared at the words. "I was not in on it." "I know, but the photographs do not show that. They show you in love." The elevator door tried to close behind her. She stepped forward, letting it slide shut, and walked through the lobby toward the street door. The cold hit her. The sky was gray, the kind of morning that made everything look flat and exposed. She walked north, the phone in her hand, the article open in her browser. The comments had already started. She looked happy. She looked like she knew. If she knew, she is complicit. If she did not know, she is the most gullible CEO in New York. There was no vision where she won. At the corner, she stopped. The cafe was 2 blocks away. She could see the awning, the warm light inside. Her phone buzzed a third time. "Priyanka." I traced the leak path. The images were released through a shell account registered to a data brokerage that lists one repeat client, a board consultant named Julian Herrera. Renata read the name. She did not recognize it. "Who does he work for?" The response took 30 seconds. He was retained by Dorian Mickelson's holding company 6 months before the claim. His contract was terminated the week after the gala. He still has access to Dorian's old file servers. Renata's hand tightened on the phone. Dorian had not stopped fighting. He had simply changed weapons. She typed back, "Can you prove Herrera released them?" "Not yet. But I can prove the shell account was funded from the same Delaware entity that paid the White Plains document handler. The pattern is the same. Dorian pays through a third party. The third party subcontracts. The trail stops before it reaches him. But it reaches Herrera. Herrera is the link. If we can flip him or expose his payment trail, we can show Dorian and a coordinated campaign to discredit you through leaked personal images." Renata read the message twice. The photographs were not just a leak, they were a strategy. Dorian had waited until the board investigation was authorized, then released images that would make her look complicit. He was not trying to win the forgery argument. He was trying to make her untrustworthy, to poison the merger closing, to force the board to question whether she could lead while her personal life was being dissected in public. She tapped, "Can you reach Herrera?" "I am trying. His number is disconnected. His office is closed. He left the country 3 days ago." 3 days ago, before the board vote, before the investigation was authorized. Dorian had planned this. Renata reached the cafe door. Through the window, she could see a woman sitting at the far table, silver hair, sharp cheekbones, a cup of coffee untouched in front of her. Mira. She was watching the door, waiting. Renata's hand hovered over the handle. Her phone buzzed one last time. "Celine. The article has been picked up by 3 national outlets. They are running it as a feature. The narrative is shifting from scandal to romance. They are calling it the love story that almost was." Renata stared at the words. The love story that almost was. She pushed open the door. The bell above it chimed. Mira looked up, her expression unreadable, and gestured to the empty chair across from her. Renata walked toward her, the photograph still open on her phone. Dorian's consultant still 3 days ahead of them, and the woman who knew where the bodies were buried waiting in the morning light. She sat down. Mira pushed the coffee cup aside and sounded her hands on the table. "Before I tell you the rest," she said, her voice low and rough, "I need to know one thing." Renata waited. "Did you love him?" The question landed like a stone in still water. Renata thought of the amendment in her pocket, the legal document that would let her deny every photograph, every kiss, every unguarded moment. She thought of Niko in his cell, refusing to cooperate, choosing prison over testimony. She thought of the oak grove, the greenhouse, the river at midnight. "Yes," she said. "I loved him." Mira's face did not change, but something in her eyes shifted, a crack in the composure she had worn for 28 years. "Good," she said, "because what I am about to tell you will destroy whatever version of the story you think you understand." She leaned forward. Malcolm Lund did not build that company alone, and he did not die alone either. Renata's breath stopped to my inspect. "The night he died, I was there. I watched him sign his last document, and I watched someone else sign it for him after he stopped breathing." Mira's eyes held hers. "That signature is still on file, in the original Mercetti file, and Dorian Mickelson has been trying to destroy it for 28 years. Chapter 48. Renata sat in the cafe chair with Mira's words still settling like ash in her chest. The night Malcolm Lund died, someone else signed for him after he stopped breathing. She wanted to ask who. She wanted to ask how Mira had watched without stopping it. She wanted to ask every question that would crack open 28 years of silence. But her phone buzzed against the table. "Priyanka, the Shell account. I traced the full payment chain. You need to see this." Renata looked at Mira. Mira nodded once, as if she understood that the past would have to wait for the present to stop burning. Renata stood. "I have to go." Mira did not move. "You know where to find me when you are ready for the rest." Renata left the cafe without looking back. The car ride to headquarters took 11 minutes. Renata spent them reading Priyanka's messages. The Delaware entity that funded Herrera's Shell account paid 3 separate vendors over the last 8 months. The first was the White Plains document handler. The second was a media consultant who has been placing Caleb's narrative in outlets since February. Who? Name is not on the payment record, but the vendor address matches a firm that handles crisis communications for high net worth individuals. I am running the principal now. And the third? A pause. The third vendor is an individual consultant. Retainer payments. Same amount every month for 18 months. Paid through the same Shell account as the document handler. Renata's throat tightened. Name? The payment record lists a single initial and a surname. The initial does not match any known board member or executive, but the surname. Priyanka sent a screenshot. Renata read it. B. Hollister. She did not recognize the name. She typed, "Who is Brent Hollister?" The response took 45 seconds. "I do not know yet, but the payment pattern matches the industry calendar. The retainer started 2 months before I joined Atlas Meridian. It ended the week after the gala. 2 months before Priyanka joined. That meant the payment chain predated the current crisis. Dorian had been paying this consultant before Caleb's claim was even filed." Renata's phone buzzed again. "I am in the security office. Can you come up?" The security office was on the 4th floor, windowless, lined with monitors showing live feeds of every lobby, stairwell, and loading dock. Priyanka stood in front of a terminal, her face lit by the same blue glow that had followed them through the gala, the estate, the long nights of paper trails and forensic documents. She did not look up when Renata entered. "Brent Hollister is not a full name," she said. "It is an alias. I ran the payment account through databases. The social security number traces to a man who died in 1996. Renata stopped beside her. "Then who was receiving the payments?" "A trust account, managed by a third-party administrator. The administrator's records are sealed, but the payment instructions list a contact address in Geneva." Geneva. Swiss banking laws. The account is designed to be invisible. The only reason I found the chain at all is because the Delaware entity used a common currency exchange vendor. The exchange vendor flagged the Geneva address for compliance review. Renata absorbed the implications. Dorian had been paying someone through 2 layers of shell entities, a dead man's identity and a Swiss trust account, for 18 months, with the same discipline and secrecy that had brought the bunk plane's document handler and Caleb's media narrative. Can you tie the trust account to Dorian directly? Priyanka shook her head. Not without a court order. But I can tie it to the same exchange vendor he used for the White Plains payment. The pattern is identical. The timing is consistent. A prosecutor could argue it. A prosecutor would need more than pattern. I know. Renata studied the monitor. The payment records scrolled past, month after month, the same amount, the same vendor code, the same dead man's name. B. Hollister. Who was receiving that money? A crisis operative? A strategic advisor? Someone who knew enough about the Lund family to guide Dorian's attack for 18 months before the first document was forged. What about Herrera? Renata asked. Can we trace the leak payment back to the same chain? Partially. The shell account that paid Herrera is a different entity, but the funding source traces to the same Delaware umbrella. Same formation date, same registered agent. Dorian covered his tracks. Not completely. He used a registered agent who handles hundreds of shell entities, but one of the agent's other clients is a holding company linked to the Lund Estate's old advisory board. Renata turned. Margarface Circle. One of them. I do not know which, but someone on the advisory board is connected to the same registered agent who filed Dorian's shells. The room felt smaller. Can you get me the names on the advisory board? I already have them. Priyanka pulled up a second screen. There are 7. 5 are dead. 1 is in a care facility and has not been lucid in 3 years. The 7th. She paused. The 7th is listed as Administrator Reserved. No name, no contact information. Just a note saying the position is held for future designation. Renata stared at the screen. An empty seat. A placeholder on the Lund advisory board, waiting for someone who had not yet been named. Mira said Dorian has been trying to destroy the Marchetti signature for 28 years, Renata said slowly. What if he was not working alone? What if someone else has been waiting for the same thing? Priyanka's jaw tightened. A successor. Someone who is supposed to take control of Atlas Meridian after the signature was destroyed. Someone who has been on retainer for 18 months. The implication hung between them. Then Priyanka's phone rang. She answered, listened, and her face went still. They found Caleb, she said. Renata's relief lasted half a second. He is not at his apartment. He is not at the address on file. His security detail lost him 12 hours ago. He has not been seen since. Since the article went live, Priyanka nodded. He is gone. Sector 49. The detention center's common room smelled of bleach and stale coffee. Niko sat at a bolted-down table in the corner watching the wall clock tick past the hour Diane Chen had promised to call back. The news had reached him through a guard who did not know he was delivering a detonation. Caleb Reynard was gone. Disappeared 12 hours ago. His hands trembled as he sat, and the shadows under his eyes had deepened into bruises. You heard? Thomas said. Caleb is gone. Not gone. Taken. Or running. There is a difference. Niko watched Thomas's fingers press flat against the table, a gesture that used to mean he was about to say something dangerous. What do you know? Thomas did not answer immediately. He glanced at the guard station, at the cameras mounted in the corners, at the other inmates scattered across the room like debris. I traced the alterations, he said finally. After you told me about the ghost signatures, I went back through the file chain. Not the documents themselves, the metadata, the access logs, the moments when someone opened a sealed record who should not have had clearance. And I found a pattern. Someone accessed the Marchetti file on 7 separate occasions over 18 months. Each time the access was logged under a different name. A paralegal, an intern, a temporary records clerk. Different names, same IP signature. Thomas's voice dropped. The IP traced to a private server in White Plains, not far from where Dorian paid the document handler. Niko felt the air shift. Who is on the other end of that IP? I never got a full name, but I got a partial. Thomas slid a folded piece of paper across the table. The exchange vendor flagged one of the payment instructions months ago. A compliance officer I knew forwarded me the name before he was reassigned. Niko unfolded the paper. 2 words were written in Thomas's cramped hand. Lena V. V what? I do not know. The compliance officer said the system cut off the rest, but he remembered the first name because she used it consistently across vendors. Lena. Thomas paused. He also remembered what she did. What did she do? She specialized in laundering old scandals, rich families, old money, hidden crimes that needed fresh narratives. If a patriarch died with a mistress no one knew about, she was the person who made the mistress vanish from the record. If a foundation had a payment trail that led somewhere inconvenient, she was the person who rewrote the destination. Niko stared at the partial name. Lena. The woman who refined his forgery blueprint. The woman who closed his deliberate failsafes. The woman who had been on retainer for 18 months, waiting for the same outcome as Dorian. She is the architect, he said. She is the reason your fingerprints are on something that does not look like your work anymore. Thomas leaned forward. Listen to me. She did not just alter documents. She altered people. She spent months with Caleb, feeding him history, teaching him to believe. She made him into a weapon that could pass any emotional test because he was not acting. He was reciting what he genuinely thought was true. Niko thought of Caleb's cracked voice in the gala. I am Malcolm's son. He never knew he was a forgery, Niko said slowly. He thought he was the real thing. That was her skill, Thomas said. She did not build lies, she built realities. And she is still out there. If she vanished Caleb, she is closing the last thread that connects her to the scheme. Niko looked at the paper again. Lena V. It was not enough. Not for a prosecutor, not for a warrant. But it was a direction, a crack in the wall. Do you have anything else? He asked. Thomas opened his mouth to answer. The door to the common ring opened. 3 men entered. They were not wearing uniforms, plain suits, short haircuts, the kind of stillness that came from training. They scanned the ring with the patience of people who already knew exactly where they were going. 2 of them stopped at Thomas's chair. One of them looked at Niko. Sorrel, the man said, you are coming with us. Niko did not move. Oh, I'm not in your jurisdiction. We are not asking. The man produced a folded document. Your cooperation status just changed. New evidence, new charges, new venue. What charges? Conspiracy, obstruction, fraudulent concealment of a material fact in a federal financial proceeding. The man's voice was flat, and accessory to the disappearance of a material witness in an ongoing investigation. Thomas went still. Niko kept his eyes on the agent. Caleb Reynard is not a material witness, he said. He is a victim of the same scheme you are investigating. Then you can explain that to the grand jury. The agent gestured toward the door. Stand up, slowly. Niko stood. His hand brushed the pocket where Diane Chen's card had been hours ago, but the guards had taken it during intake. Thomas did not look at him. He stared straight ahead, his face unreadable. As the agents flanked Niko and guided him toward the door, Thomas's voice came low and quick from behind. Lena Vale. Niko turned his head. Her name is Lena Vale. She used to work out of Boston, family offices, old money. She disappeared the same week Mira did, 28 years ago. The agent's hand closed on Niko's arm. Walk. Niko walked, but the name burned behind his eyes. Lena Vale. 28 years. The same week Mira vanished, the same week Malcolm Lund died. And now, with Caleb gone and the trail going gold, she was the last thread connecting the present to the past. The door closed behind him. The common room disappeared. And Niko stepped into a hallway that smelled of concrete and fluorescent light, flanked by men who would not tell him where he was going or how long it would take to get there. Chapter 50. The reporters had been waiting since dawn. Renata counted them through the lobby glass as she crossed the marble floor. 12 bodies, 3 camera rigs, a cluster of microphones on a single boom arm that swung like a metal insect eye. Celine had tried to route her through the garage. Renata had refused. She walked past the security desk and pushed through the revolving door. The heat of the questions hit before the sound, voices overlapping, names colliding, a wall of noise that condensed into one repeated syllable shouted from every direction. Sorrel, Sorrel, Sorrel. Renata stopped at the top of the steps. She had not slept. Her jacket was the same one from yesterday, her hair pulled back so tight it pulled at her temples. She had left Niko's note folded inside her inner pocket, pressed against the amendment and the photograph. She did not touch it. Ms. Okafor, is Atlas Meridian cooperating with the new federal charges? Ms. Okafor, were you aware of Niko Sorrel's past before hiring him? Did he tell you he built the forgery method, or did you find out after the gala? The prosecutors are calling the engagement an obstruction of justice. Do you have a response? Renata looked at the woman who had asked the last question. Mid-30s, press badge from a financial daily, no makeup. A stare that had stopped being impressed by power a long time ago. Atlas Meridian, Renata said, will cooperate fully with all federal requests. I have instructed our legal team to provide every document, every communication, and every record related to the engagement and its terms. The woman pressed. Including the contract? Including the contract. Does that include the handwritten amendment Mr. Sorrel filed with the court? Renata felt the question land in her chest like a weight. The amendment was on the record. Priyanka had warned her it would surface. It includes everything filed with the court, she said. A man from the left called out. Ms. Okafor, do you believe Niko Sorrel joined the engagement to obstruct the investigation into the forgery scheme? The words hung in the morning air. Renata thought of Niko's hand on her back in the gala, his voice in the penthouse hallway. The amendment he had eaten without telling her, a legal escape hatch he had built while she was still sleeping beside him. I believe, she said slowly, that Niko Sorrel entered into a professional arrangement with me and with Atlas Meridian. He fulfilled the terms of that arrangement. He also chose to make a full public confession of his prior involvement with the forgery method used in the Air claim. That confession exposed him to legal consequences he had avoided for 27 years. She paused. I was not aware of its prior work when I hired him. I did not know the extent of his past until he revealed it. But you knew before the gala, correct? Renata met the question head-on. I knew before his public confession. He told me, and I made the decision to let him speak. The silence that followed was different, heavier. The financial daily reporter stepped closer. Ms. Okafor, do you believe he loved you, or was the entire relationship a strategy to contain the fraud he helped create? Renata did not look away. I believe, she said, that truth and deception can exist in the same person. I believe he did what he was paid to do, and I believe he also felt something real. I cannot separate those facts for you. I cannot give you a single clean answer that makes the story easy to report. She looked at the woman. Neither of us gets a clean answer. The reporters wrote, recorded, processed. Renata turned and walked through the revolving door before anyone could ask the next question. Celine met her in the elevator lobby. That was controlled, Celine said. You refused to condemn him personally while confirming cooperation. That buys us dignity. It buys us time. Same thing right now. The elevator opened. They rode up in silence. Priyanka was waiting in Renata's office, standing in front of the desk with a tablet in her hand, and an expression that Renata had learned to read is worse than it looks. The prosecutors are not interested in the merger, Priyanka said. They are interested in the timeline. Renata closed the door. What timeline? Priyanka held up the tablet. They are building a theory that Niko did not just recognize the forgery method after seeing Caleb's file. They believe he recognized it the moment he read the claim, and that he took the engagement specifically to monitor the case, control the narrative, and obstruct their ability to investigate while it was still in the early stages. That is not what happened. That is what the evidence suggests to someone who does not know him. Priyanka set the tablet down. He accessed the claim file within hours of being hired. He never alerted anyone to his prior involvement. He did not disclose his connection to the forgery method until the gala, weeks after he had full access to the investigation. He was trying to protect me. I know that. You know that. But the prosecutors see a man who inserted himself into a company under active investigation, into a relationship with the CEO who had the most to lose if the claim succeeded, and used that position to delay, deflect, and eventually confess on his own terms when the story was already breaking. Renata stood very still. They are not charging him with forgery, Priyanka continued. They are charging him with obstruction, fraudulent concealment, conspiracy to defraud the United States in a financial proceeding. Those are not about what he built 20 years ago. They are about what he did the moment he walked into your building. The room felt smaller. Renata reached into her pocket and touched the folded edge of the amendment. The paper was warm from her body. If they prove he took the engagement to obstruct, she said quietly, then every kiss, every press conference, every photograph is evidence of a crime. Yes. Including the amendment he wrote for me. Priyanka nodded. Including the amendment, it proves on paper that the engagement was a knowingly manufactured performance, which the prosecution will argue was designed to delay the investigation long enough for the merger to close. Renata looked out the window. The glass showed her the city, the river, the towers, where nothing was ever private and nothing was ever safe. What do they want from me? Priyanka hesitated. The hesitation was worse than any answer. They want to know, Priyanka said, whether you were a co-conspirator or a victim. Renata turned from the window. And what do you think, Priyanka? Priyanka met her eyes. I think, she said, that the truth does not always help you, and that Niko Sorrel gave you the only weapon that might hurt you most to use. The tablet buzzed on the desk. Renata looked down. A single notification from the Financial Daily. Breaking. Sources confirm Niko Sorrel transferred to federal facility in White Plains. Grand jury impaneled. Witness testimony expected within 48 hours. White Plains. The same town where Dorian's document handler had accessed the Marchetti file. The same server location where Lena Vale's ghost signatures had been traced. Renata looked up. Get me a car, she said. I need to see Margrethe Lund. Chapter 51. The car was still 3 minutes out when her phone rang. Renata looked at the screen. The name that appeared made her chest tighten before she answered. Margrethe. I know you are on your way, Margrethe said. No greeting, no preamble. Her voice carried the same weight it had in the oak grove, the same measured authority that had made Renata feel tested and seen in the same breath. I need you to understand something before you arrive. Renata stepped away from the window, out of Priyanka's line of sight. Tell me. The dead never stop rearranging the lives of the living, Margrethe said, if no one finishes their work. The line was quiet for a moment. Wind moved through the speaker, the sound of leaves, the estate grounds. I found something, Margrethe continued. Among Malcolm's private papers, something that Caleb's claim was never meant to uncover. It was meant to keep it buried. Renata's hand tightened on the phone. What is it? I will show you when you arrive, but I am telling you now because I need you to decide something before you walk through my door. The elevator lobby was empty, the city pressed against the glass, bright and indifferent. What decision? Whether you want to leave the company, silence, or whether you want to know what it was really built on. Renata felt the word land like stone in her chest. I built it, she said. I know what it was built on. You built the structure, Margrethe said, but the foundation was laid before you arrived, and I do not think Malcolm told you the full price. The line went dead. Renata lowered the phone. The car was waiting downstairs. Celine was texting from somewhere in the building. Priyanka stood in the doorway of the office, watching her with the expression of someone who had already guessed the call was not good news. You still going? Priyanka asked. Yes. Do you want me to come? Renata thought about it. Thought about the weight in Margrethe's voice, the way she had said the full price. Not yet, she said. I need to hear this alone first. She rode down in the elevator with her phone pressed against her palm, The lobby was clear, no reporters. The security desk nodded her through. The car pulled away from the curb before she had fully closed the door. The drive to Connecticut took 90 minutes. Renata spent them watching the city thin into suburbs, then into trees, then into the long gray road that curved toward the coast. She had made this drive before, weeks ago, with Niko beside her and a story they were still learning to perform. Now she made it alone, with a story she did not know how to finish. The estate gates opened before she reached them. Marvithy had been watching for her. The driveway curved through the same trees, the same winter light, the same old stone walls where photographers had captured Renata laughing with her hand on Niko's arm. The house appeared at the end of the lane, gray and solid and full of rooms Renata had learned to read like a map of someone else's grief. She parked, cut the engine, sat for a moment in the silence. Then she walked up the steps and found the front door already open. Marvithy stood in the foyer, wearing the same charcoal wool she had worn the first time Renata came here. Silver hair pulled back, face unreadable. "Thank you for coming," Marvithy said. "You did not give me a choice." "I gave you a warning." Marvithy stepped aside. "Come inside. The papers are in the study." Renata followed her through the house. The study was on the second floor, a room Renata had never entered. The door was heavy oak, the lock old and brass. Marvithy turned the key and pushed it open. The room smelled of dust and old leather and something faintly chemical, the residue of documents stored too long in the dark. A desk dominated the center. On it lay a stack of papers bound with a ribbon. The ribbon was faded. The papers were yellowed at the edges. Marvithy stood beside the desk. "Malcolm kept 2 sets of records," she said. "The official ones, which the lawyers saw, and the private ones, which only I knew existed." She touched the ribbon. "I have spent the last 3 days going through everything he left behind, cross-referencing names, matching dates." She looked up. Caleb's claim was not a random attack. It was a targeted extraction. Someone wanted access to the Marchetti file, and they needed a legal pretext strong enough to force it open. Renata stared at the bound papers. "The Marchetti file is 28 years old." "Yes. What is in it that someone would spend 18 months and a forged heir to reach?" Renata untied the ribbon. The papers rustled as they settled. The name of the person who really owned Atlas Meridian before Malcolm died. Renata felt the room go very still. "What do you mean, owned?" "I mean the original funding for the company did not come from Malcolm's inheritance or his family capital. It came from a single investor, one source, a source whose name was removed from every record after the company was established." Marvithy slid a document from the stack. "Malcolm signed over controlling interest to that investor as collateral for the initial capital. He spent the rest of his life trying to buy it back." She held out the document. Renata took it. The paper was thin, legal stock, carbon-smelling and brittle. The letterhead was old, a firm she did not recognize. At the bottom, a signature, not Malcolm Lund's. Renata read the name. Her hand went cold. "This is not possible," she said. Marvithy watched her. "The investor," Renata said, "is Lena Vale." The name hung in the air like smoke. "She was not just a forgery architect," Marvithy said quietly. "She owned the company before you did, and she has been waiting 28 years to take it back." Renata looked down at the signature again. The ink, the date, the name that should have been dead. "She is alive," Renata whispered. Marvithy did not answer. She did not have to. The sound of a car engine turned into the driveway below. Chapter 52. Marvithy did not move toward the window. The engine cut. A door opened. Footsteps on gravel, deliberate, unhurried. Renata stood frozen, the Lena Vale document still in her hand, the name burning against her palm like a brand. "Are you expecting someone?" she asked. Marvithy's face did not change. "The study is not visible from the driveway. They will have to come to the front door." "That is not an answer. It is the only one I have." Renata looked down at the signature again. The ink had faded to a rusty brown, but the strokes were clean, deliberate, the hand of someone who had signed documents 1,000 times before. Lena Vale. The same name that had surfaced in Tomas's whisper, in Niko's transfer, in every shadowed corner of the investigation. And now here, at the foundation of everything Renata had built. Below, the front doorbell rang. Margaret's eyes held Renata's for a long moment. Then she crossed to the study door and pulled it closed, turning the old brass lock with a soft click that seemed louder than it should. "We have time," she said. "Whoever it is, Marta will handle the door. I want you to see the rest before you decide how much you trust what I have told you." She moved to the desk and opened a drawer Renata had not noticed, recessed beneath the main surface, lined with felt. From it, she lifted a second folder, this one newer, the paper crisp, the typeface modern. This came to Malcolm 7 years before he died, before the private records stopped. She held it out. Renata set down the Lena Vale document and took the folder. The cover was blank. Inside, the first page was a letter on old Lund Industries letterhead, the logo from before Renata's tenure, before the rebrand, when the company had still carried Malcolm's name in its full block letters. The letter was unsigned. But the content made Renata stop breathing. The testator structure of the Lund estate contains a note of ambiguity in the blood descendant clause. If no direct heir exists within the meaning of the original trust, the board authority seat reverts to the advisory council under the administrator reserved designation. There are currently 6 vacancies on that council, 1 living seat. The math is visible from any competent legal review. The question is not whether the gap exists, it is whether someone will reach it first. Renata looked up. "This is a proposal. Read the second page." She turned it. "I propose we hold 1 seat in reserve, not for a successor named by the estate, for a successor named by us. If the inheritance is ever challenged, the ambiguity becomes an asset rather than a vulnerability. We control both the question and the answer. No signature, no name." But the language was precise, clinical, and familiar in a way that made Renata's stomach tighten. She had heard that cadence in boardrooms, that same blend of legal abstraction and operational coldness. "Dorian wrote this," she said. Margaret did not confirm. She did not deny. She simply watched. "He knew," Renata said. 7 years before Caleb, he knew the blood clause was vulnerable, and he proposed a plan to exploit it. "Keep going." Renata turned to the third page. A payment schedule. Quarterly disbursements to a numbered account, starting 6 years ago, 3 years before Caleb's claim was ever filed. The amounts were modest at first, 5 figures, nothing that would trigger review, but the pattern was unmistakable. Someone had been paid to wait. The memo field on each transfer read the same way. Retainer, infrastructure. Not a person, infrastructure. Renata's hand tightened on the paper. Who was being paid? That is the question Malcolm asked when he found this folder in the estate office 3 weeks before he died. Margaret's voice was quiet, steady, the voice of someone who had rehearsed these words in her own head 100 times. He did not have time to answer it, but he tore the final page from this folder before he put it in the private drawer. She reached into the desk again and pulled out a single torn edge of paper, no larger than a thumbprint. The fragment contained 4 letters. DRA. Not enough. He took the full page with him the night he died. Margaret said, "I have spent 28 years wondering what was on it." Below, the front door opened. A voice, low and steady, too muffled by distance to identify. Renata looked at the papers in her hands. The unsigned proposal. The payment pipeline that dated Caleb by years. The missing page that Malcolm Lund had carried into the night he stopped breathing. The room felt smaller than it had a moment ago. "You brought me here to show me this?" Renata said. "But you also brought me here because you knew I would be followed." Margaret's expression did not shift. "I brought you here because you are the only person left who has standing to finish what Malcolm started," she said. "The Marchetti file, the ghost signatures, the administrator seat, the payment pipeline. Every thread leads to the same place, and the person who tied them does not want those threads pulled." She gestured to the window, the driveway below. "That car was not random, and it was not mine." Renata turned toward the study door. The footsteps were on the stairs now. 2 sets, 1 heavy, 1 light. The lock on the study door was old. Thump. The knock came solid, authoritative, the kind that expected to be answered. A voice through the wood. "Margaret, I know you are in there." Renata's blood went cold. She knew that voice. The door handle turned, the lock held. Silence. Then, "Open the door, we need to talk about the administrator's seat." Chapter 53. The voice through the door was familiar in the way a recurring dream was familiar, recognizable and impossible to place until the shape of it settled. Dorian Mickelson. Renata's hand went still on the unsigned proposal. Margraphy. Dorian's voice carried the same calibrated patience he used in boardrooms, the patience of a man who believed time was on his side. "I know you have company. I also know what you found." Margraphy did not move toward the door. She stood beside the desk, her silver hair catching the lamplight, her face unreadable. "Marta will handle it," she said. Below public areas, voices too quiet to distinguish, then footsteps retreating. The front door closed. The lock on the study door held. Renata exhaled. She had not realized she had been holding her breath. "He followed me," she said. "Of course he did." Margraphy's voice carried no surprise. "He has been watching this house for 28 years. He knew the moment I brought someone inside who could read what he wrote." Renata looked down at the unsigned proposal in her hands. The quarterly payments, the infrastructure retainer, the administrator's seat waiting for a successor who had already been chosen. "He wrote this 7 years ago," Renata said. "Before Caleb, before the claim, he was planning for a contingency that did not exist yet. He was creating one." The words landed like a stone. Renata looked up. Margraphy's eyes were steady, dark, older than her years. "Dorian did not just exploit the blood descendant clause," Margraphy said. "He identified it as an asset. He built a strategy around the possibility that no direct heir would ever appear, and he held that seat open for 20 years, waiting for the right moment to fill it with someone he controlled." Caleb. Caleb was the instrument, but the seat was the prize. Margraphy gestured to the payment schedule. "That retainer started 6 years ago, 3 years before anyone had ever heard of Caleb Reynard. Someone was being paid to wait, to prepare, to build the infrastructure for a claim that had not yet been filed." Renata's mind moved through the implications. The quarterly payments, the shell accounts, the ghost signatures in the Marchetti file, the 18-month retainer for B. Hollister, the administrator seat that had been held open for a successor no one knew existed. "The payment pipeline predates the claim by 3 years," she said. "Dorian was funding something before he knew who the claimant would be. Or he knew exactly who the claimant would be, and he was funding the person who would build the narrative." Renata looked at the torn fragment on the desk. 4 letters. D-R-A. "The missing page," she said. "Malcolm took it the night he died. What was on it?" Margraphy's expression flickered. Something passed behind her eyes. Old grief, old fury, old love. "I do not know," she said. "I have spent 28 years trying to reconstruct it, but Malcolm told me one thing before he left the house that night. He said he had found the answer to a question he had been asking for years. He said he finally understood who had been seeding the machine." "The infrastructure." "Yes." Renata set the unsigned proposal down on the desk. Her hands were steady, but her mind was not. The threads were converging faster than she could hold them. "You brought me here knowing Dorian would follow," she said. "You wanted him to know I had seen this." Margraphy did not deny it. "I wanted him to know that the paper trail exists outside his control," she said. "That someone else has seen the architecture of his plan, that he can no longer bury it by burying the people who know. You used me as bait. I used you as a witness." The distinction was small, but Renata understood the weight of it. Margraphy had not lured Dorian here to trap him. She had brought Renata here to assign the knowledge, to pass the burden, to make sure that if something happened to Margraphy, the truth did not die with her. Stewardship asks a different question. When you win, will the thing you saved still be worth having? Renata opened her mouth to answer, but her phone buzzed against the desk, sharp and insistent. Celine. She picked it up. "Renata." Celine's voice was clipped, professional, the voice she used when the news was bad and there was no time to soften it. "The Southern District just called. They want to know if you will sit for an interview about the engagement and Niko's access. Today. Renata's throat tightened. What kind of interview? Voluntary, for now. Celine paused. But if you refuse, they will subpoena you, and that puts the amendment on the record as evidence, not a shield. Renata looked at Margothy. The older woman's eyes were watching her, waiting. They want to know if you were a co-conspirator or a victim, Celine said. And they want to know before the grand jury convenes, which gives you exactly as long as it takes to drive back to the city. Renata looked at the unsigned proposal, the payment schedule, the administrator street, the missing page Malcolm Lund had carried into the night who died. Every answer she needed was still buried, and the people asking the questions would not wait for her to find them. Chapter 54. The Southern District's interview room was smaller than Renata expected. Government beige, fluorescent light that made everyone look slightly ill, a table bolted to the floor. No windows. 2 chairs on her side, 3 on theirs. She sat with Priyanka on her right and Celine on her left, the legal equivalent of a defensive formation. The prosecutor across from her was a woman named Calloway, late 40s, silver-streaked hair pulled back so tight it stretched her temples. She had the calm, patient gaze of someone who had watched 100 people talk themselves into handcuffs. Beside Calloway sat a younger attorney with a notepad and a federal marshal in the corner who had not touched the water bottle in front of him. Ms. Okafor, Calloway said, thank you for coming in voluntarily. Renata said nothing. Priyanka had coached her on the flight from Connecticut. Answer precisely, volunteer nothing, let them pull every word. We're here to clarify the timeline of your relationship with Niko Sorrel, Calloway continued. Specifically, when you learned of his prior involvement in document forgery and what access he had to Atlas Meridian's records during the engagement period. The engagement began as a professional arrangement, Renata said. Her voice was steady. She had practiced this sentence in the car. I contracted Mr. Sorrel to manage a media narrative in response to an inheritance claim against the company. Calloway nodded, unsurprised. And when did the arrangement become romantic? The question landed like a stone dropped into still water. Celine shifted slightly in her seat. Priyanka's hand moved an inch closer to Renata's folder. It developed over time, Renata said. I cannot give you a precise date. You cannot, or you will not. I cannot. Emotions do not arrive with timestamps. Calloway tilted her head, considering the answer. She opened a file on the table between them and slid a single photograph across the surface. Renata recognized it immediately. The oak grove at the Connecticut estate, her hand on Niko's arm, her head tilted back, laughing at something he had said, the kind of laugh that came from surprise, not performance. That photograph was taken 6 days into the engagement, Calloway said. Does that look like a professional arrangement to you? Renata kept her eyes on the image. The woman in the photograph looked happy. She looked unguarded. She looked like someone who had forgotten, for half a second, that the world was watching. People in professional arrangements can laugh together, she said. I employ 12 people who have seen me laugh. Calloway's mouth twitched, almost a smile. She slid a second photograph beside the first, the greenhouse, night. Niko's hand on Renata's jaw, her fingers hooked into the collar of his jacket, the kiss captured in grainy, green-tinted light. This was taken 3 days after the Oak Grove photograph, Calloway said. The timestamp is embedded in the file metadata, the night of the first kiss according to the articles published about your relationship. Renata said nothing. Do you recall making the decision to kiss Mr. Sorrel that night? I recall being present. That is not an answer. It is the only answer I have. Renata met Calloway's eyes directly. I did not schedule the kiss. I did not approve it in advance. I did not know it was going to happen until it did. The silence stretched. Calloway studied her with the patience of someone reading a document they had already memorized. So you are saying the physical intimacy was spontaneous, unscripted? Yes. And yet you maintain the engagement was a professional arrangement. Those things are not mutually exclusive. Calloway leaned back in her chair. The fluorescent light caught the silver in her hair, making it gleam like wire. Ms. Okafor, I am going to ask you a direct question, and I would like a direct answer. Did Mr. Sorrel ever tell you, before the gala, that he had participated in the creation of the forgery method used to fabricate Caleb Reynard's birth certificate? Priyanka's hand touched Renata's forearm. A warning, a reminder. This was the line. Yes, Renata said. The word hung in the sterile air. When? The night before the gala. He came to my penthouse and told me the full extent of his involvement. Calloway's eyebrows rose a fraction. He confessed to a federal crime and you did not report it. I did not have anything to report. He told me he had participated in creating a method years ago, not that he had participated in the current fraud. There is a difference between knowing how a lock works and picking one. You are a CEO of a publicly traded company. You are aware of your obligations under federal reporting statutes. I am aware of my obligations, Renata said. I am also aware of the difference between a confession and a tip. Mr. Sorrel did not give me evidence of a crime in progress. He gave me his history. I made the decision to bring that history into the light at the gala, where it could serve the truth rather than destroy it in private. Calloway set her pen down. The click of plastic against the table was loud in the small room. Let me ask you something else, Ms. Okafor. Do you believe Niko Sorrel's feelings for you were genuine? Celine made a small sound, a half-choked protest that Priyanka silenced with a hand on her wrist. Renata looked at the photographs on the table. The oak grove, the greenhouse. The woman in the images who had let herself forget for a handful of nights that safety was an illusion and trust was a gamble. She thought of Niko's note, the paper gone soft from solding, the words she had memorized. I meant every word, even the ones I was paid to say. She thought of the amendment, the legal shield he had built for her weeks before the gala, without asking for credit or gratitude or even acknowledgement. She thought of the way he had looked at her in the holding room before the hearing, the way his eyes had held hers like he was trying to memorize the shape of her face. Yes, she said. I believe they were genuine. Calloway did not react. She simply reached into her folder and pulled out a thawed document, sliding it across the table with the same neutral efficiency she had used for the photographs. Then perhaps you can explain this. Renata looked down. It was an email, dated 3 weeks before the gala, from an encrypted account linked to Niko Sorrel, addressed to a recipient whose name had been redacted. The subject line read, Amendment is filed. She has deniability. The rest is theater. Renata's blood turned cold. Calloway watched her with the patience of a woman who had already read the ending. The rest is theater, she repeated. Does that sound like a man with genuine feelings, Ms. Okafor? Or does it sound like a man who knew exactly what he was building, right up until the final curtain? Chapter 55. Diane Chen sat across the reinforced table in the White Plains interview room, her small hands folded on the metal surface, her face unreadable. Niko watched her the way he had watched every lawyer who had ever walked into a room to tell him how bad the numbers were. She had not smiled when she sat down. She had not opened with small talk about the drive or the weather or how he was holding up. She had just looked at him for a long moment, then said, Renata Okafor did not bury you. The words landed somewhere in his chest, below the ribs, where the bruise of the transfer had settled during the ride from the detention center in the back of a federal sedan. That is better than I expected, he said, and worse than I hoped. Diane tilted her head. You hoped she would bury you? I hoped she would save herself. He let the words sit. Did she? She told the truth. She admitted the engagement was professional. She admitted the intimacy was real. She admitted you confessed to her the night before the gala. Diane paused. She did not lie to protect you. She did not lie to hurt you. She answered the questions with the same exactness she would use in a board presentation. That sounds like her. It is her, and it means the prosecution cannot claim she knowingly participated in a conspiracy because she volunteered the timeline of her knowledge. She placed your confession before the gala, which means she had time to stop you and chose not to. That makes her a witness, not a co-conspirator. Niko let out a breath he had been holding since the transfer van door closed. Then it worked. It worked for her. Diane's voice sharpened. It did not work for you. They still have the email. Theater. He said the word like it tasted bad. The email proves you were managing the narrative. It proves you filed the amendment as a legal shield while continuing to perform the relationship for public consumption. It does not matter what you felt. It matters what the document says and what a jury will read when they see a man describing his romance as a production. Niko pressed his palms flat against the cold table. The scar across his right thumb caught the fluorescent light. I wrote that email to my old contact at the document repository, the one who processed the filing. I was telling him the amendment was complete and that the public-facing engagement was still running its course. It was logistics. It does not matter what it was. It matters what it looks like. Diane leaned forward. But that is not why I am here. She reached into her folder and pulled out a single sheet of paper, sliding it across the table so Lino could read it. It was a memorandum from the Southern District. Subject line: Conditional Proffer Agreement. Prosecutors are willing to offer limited use immunity for information about the person who modernized the forged-heir method. They know you built the original blueprint. They know someone refined it. They want the refiner's name. Niko looked at the paper without touching it. And what do they offer in return? Capped exposure on the obstruction charge. They will not seek the full 10 years if you cooperate on the refinement question. 10 years. He let the number hang. That is what I am looking at. If the conspiracy charge sticks and the obstruction theory holds, yes. Possibly more if they prove you had knowledge of Caleb Reynard's disappearance before it happened. I did not. I believe you. But belief is not evidence, and the grand jury is hearing testimony in 48 hours. Niko stared at the memorandum. The language was precise, clinical, the kind of document written by people who had already decided what the answer should be. Lena Vale, he said. Diane's eyebrows rose. Thomas Glaveski gave me the name before the agents took him. Lena Vale. She was the one who took my original blueprint and refined it. She was the one who programmed Caleb. She disappeared the same week Mira did, 28 years ago, the same week Malcolm Lund died. Diane wrote the name on a yellow legal pad. Do you know where she is now? No, but I know who she worked for. Who? Dorian Mickelson. The name came out flat, final. The ghost signatures in the Marchetti file traced to a server on White Plains, near Dorian's document handler. Lena Vale was his architect. She built the system, and he paid her through the infrastructure retainer that started 6 years ago. Diane set her pen down. That retainer predates Caleb Reynard's claim by 3 years. 3 years of preparation. Someone was building the machinery before they had the claimant. Dorian held the administrator seat open for 20 years, waiting for the right moment. Lena Vale was the engine behind the seat. The silence stretched between them, filled by the hum of the ventilation system and the distant clatter of a door sliding shut somewhere in the facility. Lena Vale is the key, Diane said slowly. If we can find her, we can produce the conspiracy predates your involvement. We can show that the refined method was not your work, that you were not the architect of the current fraud. But I was the architect of the original. You were 22 years old, working for a man who told you it was a legal contingency document. You did not know it would be used against Atlas Meridian. You did not know Malcolm Lund would die the same week. I knew enough. Diane looked at him with something that might have been pity or might have been recognition. You knew what you needed to survive. That is not the same as knowing the full architecture of a 28-year conspiracy. Niko looked at the memorandum again. The offer was there, typed in thin federal font, waiting for his signature. If I take this deal, I have to testify. You have to provide information. Testimony may be required depending on what the information yields. Against Lena Vale. If she is found, yes. And if she is not found? Diane did not answer. She did not need to. The silence told him everything. The deal was a gamble, and the odds depended on finding a woman who had already disappeared once and stayed hidden for 28 years. Niko thought about Thomas Gillespie, folded into the back of the federal sedan, giving him the name with his last free breath. He thought about Mira, carrying a photograph for 28 years, walking into the gala with the weight of the dead man's signature in her pocket. He thought about Renata, sitting in an interview room, telling the truth because she had decided that honesty was the only way forward. Lena Vale, he said again, tasting the name. She is the only road forward. Diane nodded. Then we need to find her before the grand jury convenes. Do you have any idea where she might have gone? Niko thought about the fragment from the missing page, the 3 letters Malcolm Land had carried with him into death. DRA. What? That is the fragment. From the page Malcolm tore out of Dorian's folder. Margaffey showed it to Renata. It ends with DRA. Diane's pen hovered over the legal pad. A name? A location? I do not know. But Lena Vale disappeared 28 years ago, the same week Malcolm died. And Malcolm died holding a piece of paper with those 3 letters on it. He met Diane's eyes. Find out what DRA means, and you find out where Lena Vale has been hiding for 28 years. Diane wrote the letters on the pad. DRA. So we have a partial name, a fugitive architect, and a 28-year gap in the record. We have a starting point. Niko leaned back in his chair, the metal cold against his spine. That is more than I had when I walked into this building. Diane closed her folder. I will start the trace. I will also inform the prosecutors that you are considering their offer. Do not inform them yet. She paused. Why? Because if they know Nio considering it, they will stop looking for Lena Vale themselves. They will wait for me to deliver her. And I do not have 28 years to wait. Diane studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded. I will keep the offer open without accepting it. You have 48 hours before the grand jury testimony begins. That is enough time. It is not enough time, but it is the time we have. She stood, gathered her folder, and walked to the door. Before she knocked to signal the marshal, she turned back. Niko, one more thing. He waited. Renata's interview ended with Calloway reading her that email. The theater email. She did not have an answer when Calloway asked if that sounded like a man with genuine feelings. The bruise in his chest deepened. What did she say? She said she believed your feelings were real, but she said it before she saw the email. After Calloway showed it to her, she did not say anything at all. Diane knocked on the door. The lock released. She stepped through without looking back. Niko sat alone in the interview room, the memorandum still on the table, the name Lena Vale burning behind his eyes. He had 48 hours to find a woman who had spent 28 years not being found. And somewhere in the building above him, in a prosecutor's office, a single email sat in an evidence folder, waiting to become the final nail in every truth he had ever tried to tell. Chapter 56. Priyanka found Thomas in the document lab at 11:47 p.m., seated before a stack of printouts so thick the edges curled under their own weight. He had not shaved. His reading glasses sat crooked on his face, and the coffee beside him had grown a skin dropped into still water. Lena Vale. Tell me. Thomas pulled off his glasses and rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands. She did not just refine the forgery method. She built the architecture around it, the identity scaffolding, the memory prompts, the grievance scripts that made Caleb believe he was Malcolm's son. How do you know? Because I found her signature in the margins of the earliest draft. He flipped to a page near the bottom of the stack. Not a legal signature, a structural one. She left markers in the way the narrative was layered, the emotional beats, the sequencing of the claim. It reads like a screenplay. Priyanka looked at the page. The annotations were not handwriting. They were formatting decisions, paragraph breaks, line spacing, the placement of a single comma that changed the weight of an entire sentence. She did not forge documents, Thomas said. She forged belief. She spent months with Caleb, feeding him language, anchoring his memories, building a version of his past that he could inhabit without effort. By the time she finished, he was not performing. He was remembering. Remembering something that never happened. Yes, that is what she does. She does not sell lies. She sells histories. Old money families paid her to rewrite their scandals, make mistresses disappear from record, redirect inheritance trails, clean the archive of anything that did not fit the official story. She was the best at it because she did not leave paper trails. She left psychological ones. Priyanka set the page down carefully, as if it might burn her. Where is she now? That is the problem. Thomas leaned back in his chair. The springs groaned. Lena Vale disappeared 28 years ago. Same week Malcolm Lund died. Same week Mira vanished. She has not surfaced since. Until now. Until now. He met her eyes. Someone reactivated her. Someone paid her to come out of hiding and build Caleb Reynard from scratch. That someone has been paying her for at least 6 years. Priyanka's phone buzzed. She ignored it. The quarterly retainer, she said. The infrastructure payments. That was her retainer. Dorian Milkson has been funding Lena Vale for 6 years, waiting for the right moment to deploy her. And the right moment was Caleb. Caleb was the weapon. Lena Vale was the armorer. Dorian was the architect. Thomas pulled off his glasses again. But here's the part that keeps me awake. Lena Vale did not just build Caleb's identity. She built the method that made the forgery undetectable for 18 months. She is better than Niko was, better than I ever was, and she has had 28 years to refine her craft. Priyanka's phone buzzed again. She glanced at the screen. It was Celine. She let it ring. Can you trace her? She asked. The payments lead to a numbered account in Zurich. The account is managed by a trust administrator who has not responded to any inquiry since 2007. The registered agent is a shell in Luxembourg that lists a P.O. box in Vaduz as its primary address. Dead ends. Designed to be dead ends. Lena Vale built her entire life around not being found. She chose her clients carefully, took payment through channels that could not be reversed, and never stayed in one place long enough to leave a footprint. Priyanka looked at the stack of printouts. 28 years of silence. 60 years of preparation. A forgery that had nearly brought down $1 billion company. We find her before the grand jury, she said, or she disappears again for another 28 years. Thomas nodded. I have a list of her known aliases. 3 of them connected to properties in the Northeast, 1 in Vermont, 1 in Maine, 1 in the Hudson Valley. Run them all. I want addresses, purchase dates, utility records, anything that tells me where she might be breathing tonight. Thomas turned back to his keyboard. Priyanka stepped into the hallway and called Celine back. What is it? Celine's voice was tight. Archive security just flagged an after-hours entry. Someone swiped in with valid executive credentials 14 minutes ago. Priyanka felt her spine lock. Who? The badge number belongs to a dormant account, a board liaison position that has not been active in 7 years. But the system cleared it anyway because the credentials are still in the directory and no one ever deactivated them. Which archive? The sub-basement, room 4 bytes, the physical repository for the Marchetti file and for all original estate records predating 2001. Priyanka was already moving. Pull the security feed. Do not approach the door. I want eyes on whoever it is before they know we are watching. Already on it. I am sending the feed to your phone. Priyanka hit the stairwell at a run. Her heels echoed off the concrete walls, sharp and urgent, as she descended toward the sub-basement. Her phone buzzed with the incoming feed. She opened it mid-stride. The image was grainy, shot from above, capturing the corridor outside room 4 bytes. A figure stood at the archive door, back to the camera, wearing a dark coat and carrying a leather satchel. The build was slight. The posture was unhurried. The figure raised a keycard to the reader. The lock released. The door swung open, and the figure stepped inside, moving with the ease of someone who had done this before, who knew exactly where to look. Priyanka reached the sub-basement corridor and stopped at the corner. The archive door was closed. The lock indicator showed occupied. She pressed her back against the wall and texted Celine. How long until I have a visual on whoever is inside? Celine's reply came in 3 seconds. 60 seconds. Motion sensors in the archives are lighting up. They are working their way toward the back wall. Priyanka held her breath. The Marchetti file was in that room, and someone with valid executive credentials was reaching for it. Chapter 57. The corridor smelled of stale paper and years of trapped dust. Priyanka pressed her phone flat against her thigh, watching the security feed update in 1-second increments. The intruder inside room 4 bytes had stopped moving. The motion sensors showed a single figure stationary at the back wall, near the cabinet that held the Marchetti file. She counted seconds. 8. 12. The figure moved again, unhurried, and the feed showed the cabinet drawer sliding open. Priyanka's thumb found Celine's contact. How long until someone reaches the sub-basement from the main lobby? 2 minutes minimum. No one is posted below the 3rd floor after 10. 2 minutes. A lifetime. She considered entering. The intruder might have a weapon. She had nothing except a phone and a legal brief that could not stop a blade or a bullet. The security feed updated again. The intruder's hand emerged from the drawer holding a manila folder, thinner than the full Marchetti file, the spine unlabeled. Priyanka's stomach dropped. They were not stealing the file. They were reading it, photographing it, taking what they needed without removing the record that would trigger an immediate alarm. She texted Celine again. Lock the archive. Remote lockdown. Do it now. The reply came in 5 seconds. Lockdown initiated. 30 seconds to engage. 30 seconds. The figure in the feed removed something from the folder, a single sheet, and held it up to what looked like a small device, a portable scanner. The motion was practiced, economical, the gesture of someone who had done this before in other archives, other basements, other rooms where records slept unguarded. Priyanka watched the seconds tick on her phone screen. 20. 15. The figure slid the sheet back into the folder, returned the folder to the drawer, and closed the cabinet with the same unhurried precision. The archive door's lock indicator clicked from green to red. The figure stopped. For a long moment, no movement. Then the head turned just slightly, as if listening for the change in the room's pressure. The feed showed the figure's profile, half lit by the scanner's dying glow. Priyanka zoomed in. The image blurred. The resolution was too low for certainty, but something in the angle of the jaw, the set of the shoulders, pulled at a recognition she could not place. The figure slipped the scanner into the leather satchel and walked to the door. The lock indicator showed red, but the intruder did not try the handle. Instead, they pulled something from a coat pocket, a slim rectangle that gleamed under the emergency light, and pressed it against the reader. The lock clicked green. Priyanka's phone buzzed. Celine. Remote lockdown failed. They have ROID. Another credential. Higher clearance. The door opened. Priyanka pressed herself flat against the corridor wall as footsteps emerged, measured and unhurried, moving toward the stairwell at the far end. She did not look. She did not breathe. The footsteps passed the corner, steady, and receded into the stairwell echo. She waited 15 full seconds before she moved. Then she walked to the archive door. The lock indicator showed green. The room was empty. The cabinet was closed. The Marchetti file sat undisturbed, a decoy waiting for inventory checks. But something had been taken, photographed, removed from the record without a trace. She pulled out her phone and called Tomas. I need you to check the badge logs for the sub-basement archive, the active override that cleared lockdown. I am already in the system, he said. The override came from a credential set issued to the board liaison office, the office that has been dormant for 7 years. Dorian's office, his authority, his department, but the badge number is not his. It was issued to an administrative account that was never deleted from the directory. Someone in his chain of command left a back door open 7 years ago, and no one noticed because no one checked after the office went inactive. Priyanka pressed her palm against the cabinet's cold metal surface. So Dorian did not personally override lockdown tonight. Someone on his payroll did. Someone with old credentials and knowledge of the archive layout. Someone who knew exactly where to look and how to move without triggering alerts until they were done. She looked at the drawer where the Marchetti file rested. The folder the intruder had touched was older, original documents, not digital copies, the kind of paper trail that could not be scrubbed from a server. Can you pull the security image? Clear enough for identification? A still frame from the corridor camera, maybe. The archive room itself has low resolution, but I cannot promise clarity. The system is old. The budget for hardware updates went to other floors. Do it anyway, and lock down every access credential connected to that dormant office. All of them, no exceptions. Already in progress. She ended the call and stood in the silence of the sub-basement, the archive door gaping behind her, the cabinet's content undisturbed but no longer secure. Someone had walked into her building with a 7-year-old badge and a portable scanner and had left with evidence she could not quantify. She walked back to the stairwell and climbed. Celine met her at the ground floor door, phone in hand, face taut. "We have another problem." Priyanka stopped on the landing. "The archive breach is not the only hit tonight." Celine turned her phone screen toward Priyanka. A message from an anonymous account, time-stamped 3 minutes ago. "Tomorrow's story is how your COU used romance to manipulate shareholders. The contract, the amendment, the confession she knew about before the vote. The theater files are already with Calloway's office. Tell Renata to prepare." Priyanka read it twice. Then she looked at Celine. "Who sent this?" "The account was created 40 minutes ago from a server that routes through the same Luxembourg shell that handles Lena Vale's payments." Priyanka felt the pieces align. The archive breach, the anonymous threat, the timing. This was not random. This was coordination. Lena Vale was not running. She was methodically demolishing every safe assumption Renata had left. Chapter 58. The ground floor lobby felt wrong as Renata crossed it. Night staff at their stations, the same polished marble, the same soft light, but the air carried something electric and hostile, as if the building knew it had been violated. Celine walked beside her without speaking. Priyanka followed half a step behind, phone in hand, still running the badge logs through Tomas's system. They took the elevator in silence. Renata's office was dark when they entered. The city spread beyond the glass, indifferent, bright. She did not sit. She stood at the window with her back to the door and let the hum of the building settle into her bones. "The anonymous message," she said. Full text. Celine pulled it up on her phone and read it aloud. "Tomorrow's story is how your CEO used romance to manipulate shareholders. The contract, the amendment, the confession she knew about before the vote. The theater files are already with Calloway's office. Tell Renata to prepare." Renata listened without turning. "They are going to publish the contract," Celine said. "Excerpts, enough to make it look like the entire engagement was a calculated fraud from the first meeting." "Because it was," Renata said quietly. The room went still. "Professionally structured," Priyanka said. "Not fraudulent. There is a difference." Renata turned from the window. "Tell that to the shareholders. Tell that to the donors who gave us their commitment because they believed the romance was real. Tell that to the swing directors who voted to keep me in control because they thought I had found stability." She walked to her desk. The inheritance envelope was still in the drawer where she had left it weeks ago, untouched. She pulled it out and set it on the leather blotter. "Every precaution I took," she said, "every boundary, every clause, every carefully worded escape route is now evidence that I was running a con." Celine stepped closer. "Then we get ahead of it. Release the full contract ourselves. Let the public see the entire document instead of cherry-picked excerpts." "Absolutely not," Priyanka said. The two women faced each other across the room. "If we release the contract," Priyanka said, "we are admitting it is relevant. We are validating the premise that the engagement was a performance designed to mislead the market. That is a securities issue. That is federal." "The contract is already going to be leaked," Celine said. "The anonymous source is sending it to entertainment outlets as we speak. By morning, excerpts will be everywhere. If we control the release, we control the framing. You cannot frame a document that says, engagement to terminate after 90 days unless both parties agree to extend. That language is not romantic. It is transactional." "That is exactly why we release it," Celine said. "We tell the truth. We say it started as a professional arrangement and became real. We humanize it. We make it witters," Priyanka said. "We create a paper trail that prosecutors can use to argue the entire relationship was manufactured. Renata already admitted under federal questioning that the engagement was professional. If the contract surfaces with matching language, that is not a love story. That is corroboration." Renata listened to them argue and felt something cold settle in her chest. They were both right. Celine was right that controlling the narrative was better than reacting to it. Priyanka was right that the contract language was damning on its own terms. The same document that had once felt like protection would now read like a confession. She looked at the inheritance envelope on her desk. The claim that had started everything. The fake heir. The staged romance. The man who had sold her devotion or meant it, or had not, or had meant it only until the theater became real. The amendment, Renata said. Celine and Priyanka stopped talking. Niko's amendment, the one that grants me unilateral authority to deny every statement made during the engagement. Priyanka's expression shifted. That amendment is filed with the court. It is already on the record. File it again, Renata said. Release it with a statement. Say that I am exercising my authority under the amendment to clarify that the engagement was a professional arrangement entered into for strategic purposes, and that any representation of romantic attachment during the engagement period was performed at my direction. Celine's face went pale. You cannot do that. I can. The amendment gives me that power. It makes you look like a liar. It makes me look like someone who is owning the truth before someone else weaponizes it. Priyanka shook her head slowly. That amendment was designed to shield you from criminal liability. It was a legal escape hatch. If you use it publicly to deny the romance, you are confessing to securities fraud in the court of public opinion. The market will not care about your legal protection. They will carry that you staged a romance while asking them to trust you with their capital. Renata looked at the two women who had protected her for years. Then what do I do? Celine and Priyanka exchanged a look. Neither answered. The phone on Renata's desk buzzed, a text from an unknown number. She picked it up and read the message. The excerpts go live in 20 minutes. Entertainment Weekly, The Guardian, TMZ. You cannot stop it. But you can choose how you frame the story before the first story breaks. Renata stared at the screen. Is it the same source? Priyanka asked. The same routing, I assume. The same Luxembourg shell. Celine moved beside her, reading over her shoulder. 20 minutes is not enough to prepare a full response. It is enough to decide. Renata set the phone down and looked at her reflection in the dark glass of the window. The city glittered beyond her, indifferent and vast. Somewhere out there, Lena Vale was watching, waiting to see what Renata would choose. The truth that was partial. The truth that was devastating. The truth that might destroy everything she had built. Or the performance that had kept her alive this long. The phone buzzed again. One line. You have the amendment. Use it. Or let the story use you. Chapter 59. Renata moved before the argument could resume. She pulled the amendment from her bag. The pages were still crisp, still unmarked, still carrying Niko's signature at the bottom and the court stamp that made them real. 20 minutes, she said. Celine, draft a statement. Priyanka, verify the chain of custody on this document. I want to know exactly what the anonymous source is sending before we decide how to counter it. Priyanka hesitated. Then she pulled out her phone and began typing. Celine moved to the conference table, laptop open, fingers already moving. The statement needs to acknowledge the contract existed. We cannot deny the language, but we frame it as a legal precaution that became something else. We do not mention the romance, Renata said. Not yet. We release the amendment first. Let the document speak. And if they ask whether the relationship was real, then we tell them the amendment is about control, not honesty. I had the right to deny every statement made during the engagement. I did not exercise that right. That is the only answer they get tonight. Celine's fingers paused. That is a thin line. It is a line. Priyanka's phone buzzed. She read the screen, face tightening. I just got access to the leaked pages. Entertainment Weekly has the first 3 pages of the contract, the compensation clause, the timeline, the performance requirements. They do not have the amendment. Because it was not part of the original contract, Renata said. Niko filed it separately. Which means the anonymous source either does not know the amendment exists or chose not to include it. Celine looked up. Which is more likely? Priyanka's expression hardened. They know. They are framing the contract as a straight professional arrangement because the amendment undermines their narrative. If the public sees that Niko gave Renata the power to deny everything, it changes the story from a calculated fraud to a mutual arrangement with escape clauses. Or it looks like she planned the escape route before she got caught, Celine said. Either way, the omission is deliberate, and that gives us leverage. Renata set the amendment on the table. Release the full document. The contract, the addendum, the amendment. Every page. Let the public see what the anonymous source tried to hide. Priyanka shook her head. That will take time to prepare. We need to verify the chain of custody on the amendment, confirm it was filed correctly, and ensure the court stamp is visible in any release. 20 minutes is not enough. Then we release what we have, the amendment alone, with a statement that the anonymous source omitted critical context. And if the outlets run the leaked pages before we can counter, then we run faster. Celine's phone buzzed. She glanced at it, then went still. What? Renata said. Celine held up the screen. The Guardian just published. They have the contract. They are calling it evidence of a calculated romance designed to mislead shareholders. The room went quiet. Renata looked at the window. The city glittered beyond her, indifferent and vast. Then we are out of time, she said. Release the amendment. Now. Priyanka moved to the secure printer, pulled a single page, and handed it to Celine. High-resolution scan, court stamp visible, signature visible, date visible. Celine uploaded it, typed a caption, and hit send. The seconds stretched. Renata watched her phone, waiting for the notification that the story had updated. Nothing. Then Celine's phone buzzed again. The Guardian already added the amendment to their story. They are calling it a legal maneuver yet complicates the narrative. It is a starting point, Renata said. Priyanka's phone rang. She answered, listened, and her face went pale. What? Celine said. Priyanka covered the receiver. Financial Times just reported that Niko Sorrel signed the amendment under the name Elias Vance. They are asking whether that was his legal name or another alias, in a pattern the prosecutors are now investigating. The room tilted. Renata stared at Priyanka. Elias Vance? That is what they are reporting. They are saying federal investigators have connected that name to a series of financial transactions dating back 12 years. They are asking whether Niko Sorrel is a real person or a constructed identity. Celine's voice dropped. If that is true, then the amendment is signed under a name that cannot be his legal identity, Priyanka finished, which means the amendment may not be legally binding, which means your escape hatch may not exist. Renata felt something cold settle in her chest. The phone on the table buzzed again. Another message from the anonymous source. Elias Vance. Ask him who he really is. Ask him what else he built before he built your love story. Renata picked up the phone and read the message aloud. No one spoke. The city glittered beyond the glass. And somewhere out there, Lena Vale was watching. Chapter 60. The dossier landed on Renata's desk at 2:47 a.m. Priyanka had assembled it from court records, credit applications, property leases, and a single fingerprint match that opened a door no one had known existed. 12 pages, 5 names, 15 years of a life that kept shape-shifting to survive. Renata read standing up because sitting felt like surrender. The first name was the earliest. Elias Vance, age 23, founding member of a consulting firm that specialized in narrative restructuring for the G-Dollar offices. The firm dissolved 18 months later, leaving no forwarding address and no complaints filed, which meant either the work was clean or the clients were too compromised to speak. The second name came 3 years after. Elias Vance became E. Vance Sorrel, then simply Niko Sorrel, dropping the first name like a coat left behind in a room he was never coming back to. Between the names, gaps, months where no records existed, no tax filings, no leases, no utility accounts, no paper trail at all. He had learned to live off the register, to stay useful to people who paid in cash and silence. Renata turned a page. The transactions the federal investigators had flagged started 12 years ago, small at first. A wire transfer under Elias Vance for $40,000 from a holding company that dissolved 6 months later. A consulting contract under the same name for a development firm that never broke ground. A retainer from a family trust that had no beneficiaries listed. Pattern, not chaos. She had been a logistics CEO long enough to recognize infrastructure when she saw it. The accounts were not random. They were anchors, positions he maintained in case he needed to surface as someone else. Each name was a lifeboat. She turned to the last page. There, in a footnote, was the detail that made the rest of the dossier make sense. Niko Sorrel, the name she had hired, the man who had sat beside her, who had confessed on a gala stage and written her a note about meaning every word. That name had existed for exactly 9 years. Before that, he had been someone else entirely. And before that, someone else. Name after name, like a man running out of room to hide. Renata set the dossier down and pressed her palms flat against the desk. She had asked him once, in the early days of the engagement, who he was before he became a fixer. He had smiled and said, someone who needed to be useful. She had laughed it off as deflection, the kind of practiced chard he deployed like a shield. Now she understood. He had not been deflecting. He had been telling her exactly what she needed to know, and she had not been listening. Her phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number, but the name attached was one she recognized. Diane Chen. Ms. Okafor. Niko has authorized me to tell you that he will answer one private question before formal cooperation begins. No lawyers, no recordings. One question, one answer, sent through me. You have until sunrise to decide what you need to know. Renata read the message 3 times. One question. She could ask about Elias Vance, about the 12-year transaction trail, about whether the name Niko Sorrel was even real. She could ask about the amendment, about whether he had signed it knowing it might be void, about whether he had planned for her to find out this way. She could ask about Lena Vale, about Dorian, about the infrastructure that had been built around her before she ever walked into that gala. But those were tactical questions. They would give her leverage, clarity, a path forward. They would not tell her what she actually needed to know. She picked up the phone and typed her answer. One question. Tell him I need to know if he was ever going to tell me the truth, or if he was just waiting for the right exit. She sent it before she could second-guess herself. The seconds stretched. The city was dark beyond the glass, the river a black ribbon. Somewhere out there, Lena Vale was watching. Somewhere out there, Niko was sitting in a concrete room with the same question burning through his chest. Her phone buzzed. She looked down. The answer was 4 words. Renata read them once, then again. Then she set the phone face down on the desk and did not move. Chapter 61. The phone sat face down on the desk. Renata had not moved in 3 minutes, maybe 4. The city hummed beyond the glass, a low vibration she usually found steadying. Tonight it felt like pressure, like the building was breathing around her, and she was the only thing not moving with it. She picked up the phone. The 4 words were still there, dark against the screen. I tried. Every day. She read them again. Then she set the phone down and picked up the dossier instead, flipping to the page where Elias Vance became E. Vance Sorrel, where a man had shed himself like a skin and walked out of the room as someone else. I tried. Every day. It was not an answer. It was a beginning. Her phone buzzed again, another message from Diane Chen. He wants to send you something. Written. No lawyers, no recordings. I will deliver it in the morning if you consent. Renai typed back 1 word. Send it. The response came not as a message, but as a file. A photograph of a handwritten page, folded along crease lines, the ink slightly smudged at the edges as if someone had pressed too hard while writing. Renata opened it. The handwriting was Niko's. She recognized it from the note he had left her after the gala, the one she still carried folded in her bag, the one whose paper had gone soft from her fingers. Renata, you asked if I was ever going to tell you the truth. The honest answer is, I do not know. I wanted to. I woke up every morning of those 90 days telling myself today was the day I would stop performing and start confessing. And every night I went to sleep having found a reason to wait 1 more day. The first week I told myself you did not trust me yet, that the truth would sound like manipulation. The second week I told myself the merger was too close, that I could not destabilize you before the vote. The third week I told myself the intimacy we were building was too fragile, that confession would shatter something precious before it had time to root. By the fourth week, I had run out of excuses and started telling myself the truth. I was afraid. Afraid you would look at me the way you looked at the dossier tonight. Afraid you would see the names I had worn and decide none of them were real enough to love. Afraid that the man who had built identities for other people had forgotten how to be one himself. I kept waiting for the right moment, for the confession that would not destroy us, for the version of the truth that would hurt less. There is no such version. I know that now. I am sorry I made you learn it this way. Renata set the phone down and pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes until the words stopped swimming. She picked it up again. There was a second page. The truth you deserve. The one I should have given you the night we met. My name is not Niko Sorrel. It is the name I chose 9 years ago when I walked away from Elias Vance and everything he built. I chose it because I wanted to become someone who could be loved without reservation, someone whose past did not arrive in the room before he did. I failed. Elias Vance did not disappear when I stopped using his name. He was still there, still useful to people who paid for silence, still wired into the infrastructure I had helped build. Lena Vale found me through that infrastructure. She did not blackmail me. She did not threaten me. She simply reminded me that the machine I had helped construct was still running, and that I could either help her aim it or watch it destroy everything I had tried to protect. I chose to aim it. I chose Caleb, not because I wanted to hurt you, but because I believed I could contain the damage if I was inside the operation. I believed I could steer the narrative, protect you from the worst of it, and walk away clean when it was over. I was wrong. Caleb was never the weapon I thought he was. He was a shell, a performer, a man who had been fed a script so thoroughly that he believed the role was his real life. Lena Vale did not just forge his documents. She built his grief, his grievance, his sense of righteous injury. She taught him to inhabit loss the way an actor inhabits a stage, until he could no longer tell the difference between the performance and the pain. That is what she does. That is what she has always done. She does not forge signatures. She forges belief. I know because she taught me first, 23 years ago, when I was Elias Vance and desperate enough to take any client who paid in cash. She showed me how to build a story so complete that the person living inside it would fight to protect it, even when the truth was standing in front of them. I used that skill for her, for others, for the family offices and the trusts and the people who needed someone to disappear without a trace. I told myself it was just work, that I was not hurting anyone, that the people I helped were already compromised, already complicit, already beyond saving. I told myself a lot of things. Then I met you, and I realized I had spent 15 years learning how to disappear, and I had no idea how to stay. I do not expect forgiveness. I do not expect trust. But I am telling you now, in writing, without lawyers, without recordings, without anything between us but the truth I should have given you from the start. Lena Vale taught Caleb to believe he was Malcolm Lund's son. She taught me to believe I could contain her. I was wrong about both. I'm sorry. Niko Renata read the second page twice. The third page was shorter. A single paragraph, written in the same hand but smaller, as if he had run out of room and needed to press the words into the remaining space. One more thing. The name Elias Vance is not the beginning either. Before that, I was someone else. Before that, someone else. I have worn so many names I no longer remember which one I was born with. But the man who loved you, the one who stood on that gala stage and confessed because you asked him to, that man was real. I cannot prove it. I can only tell you. The rest is up to you. Renata set the phone down. The sky beyond the glass was beginning to lighten, a pale gray seam between the buildings. Sunrise would come soon. She had until sunrise to decide what to do with the truth she had asked for. And somewhere out there, Lena Vale was still watching. Chapter 62. The sky had lightened to a pale gray by the time Priyanka knocked. Renata did not move from the glass. The phone sat face down on the desk beside her, Niko's words still burning in the dark of the screen. She had read the confession 3 times, the third page 4 times. Each pass had not softened the truth, only sharpened its edges. Come in. Priyanka entered with 2 cups of coffee and a tablet. Behind her, Celine followed, still wearing last night's clothes, silver threading through her dark hair catching the early light. They looked like women who had not slept and would not sleep again. We need to talk about Lena Vale, Priyanka said. Renata turned from the window. I know what she is. Niko told me. Did he tell you how she works? Priyanka set the coffee down and placed the tablet on the desk, already open to a document. Not just the forgery, the whole architecture. Celine closed the office door behind her and leaned against it. We spent the night cross-referencing her known aliases against every consultant, vendor, and contractor Atlas has used in the past decade. Priyanka found something. Priyanka pulled up a file tree on the tablet. Lena Vale does not disappear. She layers. She picks a target, studies their vulnerabilities, and builds a complete identity scaffold around them. Not documents, language, memory, grievance. She swiped to a second screen. Caleb's public speeches, the ones that made directors sympathetic, used specific phrases. A birthright stolen by people who profited from my erasure. I am not asking for charity. I am asking for what was taken. Those are not his words. Renata studied the screen. She wrote his script. She built his script, Priyanka said, over months, feeding him phrases in conversation, planting them as his own thoughts, letting him rehearse until the words felt native. By the time he spoke them to the board, he believed he had invented them. Celine stepped forward. That is not a forger. That is a handler. Renata picked up the coffee. The heat against her palms grounded her. How many? Priyanka hesitated. That is what we need to show you. She opened a second file, a folder labeled with a date from 6 months ago, containing meeting records, visitor logs, and a single name. Suspended consultant, attorney-client privilege hold. 6 weeks before Caleb's claim went public, Priyanka said. A suspended Atlas consultant met with a woman matching Lena Vale's description at a hotel in White Plains. The consultant was on retainer to Dorian's holding company through a subsidiary that dissolved 3 years ago. Celine's voice dropped. The same subsidiary that paid for Caleb's hotel under the charity shell. Renata set the coffee down. Who is the consultant? Priyanka turned the tablet toward her. The name on the screen was Julian Herrera. Renata went still. The same Julian Herrera who had fled the country after leaking the intimate photographs from the Connecticut estate. The same Julian Herrera who had worked for Dorian's holding company and vanished before anyone could question him. He was not just the photograph leaker, Priyanka said. He was Lena Vale's conduit into Atlas. She used him to study the organization's internal language, the board's pressure points, the emotional vocabulary that would let Caleb's story land. Celine crossed her arms. Herrera spent 2 years inside Atlas's vendor ecosystem. He knew the culture, the hierarchy, the unspoken rules. He knew exactly how to make Caleb sound like a Lund. Renata stared at the name. The pieces shifted in her mind, rearranging themselves into a shape she had not seen before. She was not just building Caleb, she said slowly. She was building a machine that could produce believable heirs on demand. Priyanka nodded. The infrastructure retainer, the quarterly payments, the 6-year preparation. Dorian did not hire her to create one claimant. He hired her to create a capacity to produce claimants whenever the administrator's seat needed to be filled. Renata felt the floor tilt beneath her. The heir scandal was not the weapon, it was the proof of concept. How many others has she built? Priyanka pulled up a third file. We found references to 4 other identity scaffolds in Herrera's encrypted correspondence. Codename designations, trading schedules, grievance scripts customized for different targets. She paused. One of them was designed for Atlas's charitable foundation, someone positioned to influence the legacy donors and the founder's circle from inside. We do not know if that scaffold was ever activated. Renata looked at the screen. The code name stared back at her. Archivist, the Boathouse, the junior archivist who had been paid to remove foundation records. He is still active, Renata said. The archivist, the one security caught at the estate. He was not the intruder. He was one of hers. Priyanka's face went tight. If Lena Vale has been embedding operatives inside Atlas's infrastructure for 6 years, we are not dealing with a conspiracy. We are dealing with a occupation. Celine's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen and went still. Celine? Renata watched her. Celine looked up, her face unreadable. The junior archivist just filed a formal whistleblower complaint with the Southern District. He is claiming that Atlas Meridian knowingly suppressed records about Malcolm Lund's death to avoid triggering the inheritance clause for other potential claimants. Renata's pulse stopped. He is not the whistleblower, she said. She is. Priyanka grabbed the tablet, already scrolling. If Lita Vale has been feeding him the script the same way she fed Caleb, then his testimony will match known facts closely enough to trigger formal investigation. She does not need to win the claim. She only needs to open the door. Celine held up her phone. The complaint names 3 people. Margaretha Lund, the estate's records custodian. She paused. And you? Chapter 63. Renata stood in Priyanka's office, the wall-mounted screen showing a hotel conference room she did not recognize. Pale blue curtains, a potted ficus, the kind of background designed to sign nothing at all. Caleb Reynard sat behind a table with a glass of water he had not touched. His suit was charcoal, pressed, conservative. His hands rested flat on the surface, fingers spread, the posture of a man trying to look steady. He was not steady. Renata saw it in the way his jaw worked between sentences, the micro-tension at the corner of his mouth. A man holding a smile that cost him something. "I was used," Caleb said, his voice carrying the careful rhythm of a rehearsed confession. "I believed everything I told you. I still believe parts of it because they fed me a history that fit the shape of my life." The interviewer, a woman with silver glasses and a neutral expression, leaned forward. "You are saying you were brainwashed?" Caleb's laugh was hollow. "I am saying I was built. There is a difference. Brainwashing implies I was broken down and reassembled. I was constructed from spare parts that already existed. My loneliness, my hunger to belong, my resentment of people who inherited what I had to earn." Renata's chest tightened. He was not lying. She could hear it in the ragged edges of his voice. The performance was still there, the polished cadence Lita Vale had drilled into him, but underneath it, something real bled through. A man who had been hollowed out and filled with someone else's grievance. Priyanka stood beside her, arms crossed. "He is good." "He is not good," Renata said. "He is genuine. That is worse." On the screen, Caleb's hands shifted. He picked up the water glass, set it down without drinking. "I met with a woman named Lita Vale 18 months ago. She told me she had proof I was Malcolm Lund's son. She showed me documents, photographs, letters my mother supposedly wrote to Malcolm before I was born." His voice cracked on the word mother. "I wanted it to be true so badly that I stopped asking questions. I stopped looking for contradictions. I let her tell me who I was, because the person she described was someone who mattered." The interviewer glanced at her notes. "And now?" Caleb's eyes lifted to the camera, direct, unflinching. "Now I know I was a product. A custom-made heir, fabricated to order for people who needed a weapon against Atlas Meridian. I do not know who paid for me. I do not know how many others like me exist." He paused. "But I know Lita Vale did not work alone. She had handlers, she had infrastructure, and she had a client who wanted the administrator seat filled badly enough to spend 6 years preparing the ground." Renata's breath caught. Priyanka's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen, then at Renata. "He is naming the players. Too carefully," Renata said. "He is leaving a trail, but not the destination. He wants us to chase what he gives us instead of asking what he is holding back." On the screen, the interviewer pressed. "Are you willing to testify under oath about what you know?" Caleb's jaw tightened. "I will testify if I am guaranteed protection. I know what happens to people who get in the way of this operation. I watched it happen to Julian Herrera. I watched him flee the country with nothing but a carry-on and a burner phone because he told me Lita Vale had already identified his replacement before he even knew he was expendable." Renata felt the temperature in the room drop. "He is trading names for immunity," Priyanka said. "He is trading names because he knows he is next," Renata corrected. "Lita Vale does not leave loose ends. She repurposes them." The interview cut to a commercial break. The screen went dark for a moment before a car advertisement filled it. Priyanka's phone buzzed again. She read the message, her face shifting. "What?" "A tip," Priyanka said. "Anonymous source, encrypted channel routing through 3 servers, claims Caleb is willing to meet with us directly. No lawyers, no media, just him and whoever Atlas sends." Renata turned from the screen. "Where?" Off-site location. Message says he will confirm the address 2 hours before the meeting. No recording devices, no federal presence. That is how people disappear, Renata said, or how they finally tell the truth. Renata looked back at the screen. The commercial ended. Caleb's face returned, this time in a tight close-up. His eyes looked ancient, exhausted. The eyes of a man who had spent months believing he was the hero of his own story and woken up to find he was the pawn. Atlas Meridian built its fortune on Malcolm Lund's vision, Caleb said, his voice softer now. But Malcolm Lund was not the saint the press releases describe. He was a man who made bargains with people who do not leave receipts. I was supposed to be his redemption arc. Instead, I am his burial ground. The interviewer's voice was measured. What do you mean, the burial ground? Caleb's smile was thin. Ask the woman who runs the company what she found in his study. Ask her what she is carrying in her pocket right now. Renata's hand moved instinctively to the folded page she had tucked into her jacket. The fragment with the letters D.R.A., the only surviving piece of the page Malcolm Lund had torn from Dorian's folder the night he died. He knows about the fragment, Priyanka said, her voice low. Lena Vale told him, Renata said, or he saw it in the file she built for him. Either way, he is not just trading names, he is confirming he has access to information he should not have. The interview ended. The screen cut to a news anchor summarizing the allegations. Renata pulled out her phone. Celine answered on the first ring. I am watching. He is playing the sympathy card hard. He is not playing, Renata said. He is scared. That makes him dangerous and useful. Useful how? Priyanka just got a tip. He wants to meet. No lawyers, no recordings. Celine was quiet for a beat. You are not seriously considering walking into a room with a man who was built to destroy you. I am considering walking into a room with a man who might be the only person who can tell me where Lena Vale is hiding. And when the room turns out to be a trap? Renata looked at her reflection in the dark screen. A woman who had spent the past 72 hours learning that everything she trusted was built on borrowed ground. Then I will know what else she has been building. She ended the call and turned to Priyanka. Tell the source we accept the meeting, but we choose the location. Somewhere public, somewhere with cameras he cannot control. Priyanka's fingers moved across her phone. I will set the terms. Renata looked at screen again. The news anchor was now discussing the whistleblower complaint. A graphic showed her name beneath the words, Renata Okafor, CEO, Atlas Meridian. The machine was already turning. She had two choices: let the narrative consume her, or walked into the room that might consume her instead. Renata pulled the folded fragment from her pocket. The letters. D.R.S. stared back at her. She folded the paper, tucked it away, and made a decision. Chapter 64. She walked through the penthouse and kept finding him. The coffee mug he had used that first morning, rinsed and left on the drying rack. The jacket he had draped over the chair by the window during the gala call, still hanging there because neither of them had touched it since. The indentation on the couch cushion where he had sat reading the dossier, knee bouncing, jaw set, the only time she had seen him look genuinely afraid. Renata stopped in the center of the living room. The light was gray through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The river moved below, flat and patient. Everything in the penthouse was exactly where she had arranged it. Clean lines, expensive surfaces, nothing out of place. And yet the space felt hollowed out, as if someone had removed a supporting wall and the whole structure had settled into a new, unfamiliar shape. She had not slept. The sun had risen an hour ago, and she had not closed her eyes once. Every time she tried, she saw the photograph from the dossier. Elias Vance, age 23. A man she did not recognize wearing Niko's bones. Her phone buzzed. Celine, I am coming up. Renata did not answer. She stood in the silence listening to the traffic far below, the hum of the building's systems, the tiny sounds of a life that kept running whether she was in it or not. The elevator chimed. Celine stepped out, holding a tablet and a takeaway cup. She took in the penthouse with a single sweep of her eyes, the empty mug, the draped jacket, the woman still standing in the middle of the room as if she had forgotten how to sit down. Did you sleep? No. Celine set the cup on the kitchen island. Then you will drink this, and let me tell you what is coming next. Renata did not argue. She walked to the island, picked up the coffee, and drank. The heat burned her throat. It was the first thing she had felt all morning that was not absence. Board wants you at private dinner tonight, Celine said. Velasquez is hosting. Harold Tran will be there. 3 merger partners who are getting nervous about optics. Renata set the cup down. I am not in the mood to perform. You do not have to perform. You have to exist in the same room as their money while they decide whether to stay or bail. That is all. Sit, eat, nod, let them feel reassured. And if they ask about Niko? Celine's expression did not change. Then you tell them the truth as you know it. He confessed. He is in federal custody. The company is not implicated. You handled it. Renata looked at the jacket on the chair. One of the attendees is the former client, Celine said. Renata's eyes snapped to her face. The woman from Midtown, the one you saw him with. Renata felt the coffee turned cold in her stomach. Why is she there? She is on the donor list for Velasquez's foundation. She has been on it for 3 years. Nobody flagged the connection until this morning. Did you try to remove her? Velasquez says she is a major contributor, and removing her would draw more attention than letting her sit at the table. Celine paused. I can tell her you are unavailable. No. Celine waited. If she is coming to the dinner, she is coming for a reason, Renata said. I want to know what it is. The reason might be Lena Vale. It might be. Renata picked up the coffee again. Or it might be something else entirely. Celine studied her for a long moment. You look like you have been walking through a house full of ghosts. I have been walking through my own apartment. The difference lately is small. Renata almost smiled. She did not, but she felt the shape of it somewhere beneath her ribs, a muscle remembering how to move. What time is the dinner? 7, Velasquez's townhouse. Black tie, but that is just because she likes an excuse to wear her grandmother's diamonds. I will be there. Celine nodded. She turned toward the elevator, then stopped. There is one more thing. Renata waited. Caleb's meeting request, Celine said. Priyanka set the terms. Public location, cameras he cannot control, no recording devices on either side. He agreed. When? Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. A cafe in Chelsea. Priyanka will have eyes on the perimeter. Renata's pulse did not change. She had already walked into the room that might consume her. The only question was what she would find inside. I will be ready. Celine stepped into the elevator. The doors closed. The penthouse fell silent again. Renata stood alone with the mug and the jacket and the hollowed-out space where a life had briefly taken shape. She looked at the chair by the window. Niko's jacket was still there. A dark wool blazer, the one he had worn the night of the gala. She had not noticed him leaving it. She had not noticed a lot of things. She walked to the chair, picked up the jacket, and held it. The fabric was soft. It smelled like him, cedar and something else she could not name. She pressed her fingers into the collar and stood there, holding the evidence of a man she had loved and did not know. The river moved below. The light shifted. Renata folded the jacket over her arm, carried it to the bedroom, and laid it across the foot of the bed. She did not know why. She did not ask. She had 3 hours before the dinner. 3 hours to become the woman who could sit across from Niko's former client and learn what she had come to say. She showered. She dressed. She let Celine's team pin her hair and choose her jewelry. She answered questions about the merger in short, precise sentences. She was the CEO of Atlas Meridian, and she knew how to perform certainty. But as the car pulled away from the building, Renata pressed her palm against the window and watched her own reflection slide across the glass. She was still holding the space where Niko had been, and she did not know if she would ever fill it with anything else. The townhouse glowed through the evening. Warm light in tall windows, the silhouette of servers moving between rooms, the low hum of conversation that meant the guests had already gathered. Renata stepped out of the car. Celine walked beside her, tablet tucked under her arm. Tran is already inside. Velasquez is hosting in the library. The merger partners are in the parlor, drinking her whiskey and waiting to be impressed. And the foreman client? In the garden room. She arrived early. Renata paused at the threshold. "You can still walk away," Celine said quietly. "No, I cannot." She stepped inside. The foyer was all dark wood and muted gold. A server offered champagne. Renata took a glass she did not intend to count and followed Celine through the hallway toward the garden room. The doors were open. The room was glass on 3 sides, celled with plants and low lantern light. A woman stood by the far window, looking out at the darkened garden. She was elegant, dark-haired, wearing a dress the color of old wine. She turned when Renata entered. Their eyes met. The woman smiled. Not warm, not cold. Something in between, a professional acknowledgement that they both understood the room they were standing in. "Renata Okafor. I did not catch your name." The woman stepped forward. "Aveline Cho." She extended her hand. Renata did not take it. "I know who you are," Aveline said, "and I know what you think you saw." Renata held her gaze. "I do not think. I saw." "You saw an embrace. You did not see the conversation that followed." "Then tell me." Aveline lowered her hand. She looked at Renata with something that might have been respect. "I warned him not to take your case," she said. "I told him the founder hair pattern looked like a setup designed to drag his old identity into daylight." Renata felt the words land like stones dropping into deep water. "He did not listen," Renata said. "No, he never does." Aveline's smile flickered. "That is why I am still alive, and everyone else who trusted me is not." Chapter 65. The garden room held its heat, glass trapping lantern glow, plants exhaling moisture, the air thick enough to taste. Aveline Cho did not move toward Renata. She stood by the window, one hand resting on the sill, her wine-colored dress catching light from the garden lamps. "You came early," Renata said. "I wanted to speak to you alone, before the others arrived." "Why?" Aveline studied her the way a chess player studied a board, not calculating the next move, reading the shape of the game. "Because I owe you an explanation." Renata did not sit. She stayed near the door, keeping the exit visible, keeping her back to the glass where she could see both the garden and the room. "Niko extracted my family from a situation," Aveline said. 10 years ago. My brother had been careless with people who did not forgive carelessness. They had photographs, documents, a timeline that would have destroyed him and taken my father's foundation with him. The words landed clean, professional. A story Aveline had told before, rehearsed in the privacy of her own skull. Niko handled it. He found the leverage, negotiated the terms, and walked away without a copy of anything, without leverage over me, without the ability to use what he had learned. Renata said nothing. "That is why I still trust him," Aveline said. "Not because he was flawless, because he had the power to exploit my family, and he chose not to." The air between them held. "You warned him not to take my case," Renata said. "Yes." "Why?" Aveline's gaze did not waver. "Because the founder heir pattern was wrong. I had seen enough of Lena Vale's architecture to recognize the shape of it, the timing, the specific documents selected, the way the claim was structured to force public exposure rather than private settlement." She paused. "It was not designed to win the inheritance. It was designed to put Niko Sorrel in a room with a camera, holding a lie he could not walk away from without confessing who he used to be." Renata felt the words settle into the hollow space behind her ribs. "You knew about Elias Vance?" "I knew about the name he stopped using. I did not know the details of what he built under it, and I did not ask." Aveline's mouth tightened. "That is how you survive people like Lena Vale. You do not ask questions that make you a target." "But you warned him." "I told him the setup looked like an unmasking trap. I told him to walk away and let the inheritance claim collapse under its own weight. I told him that whoever built Caleb Reynard wanted Niko inside the story, not outside containing it." Renata's hands were steady. Her voice was steady. Everything inside her was not. "He did not listen." "No, he never does." Aveline's smile flickered. "That is why I am still alive, and everyone else who trusted me is not." The words hung in the warm glass room like smoke. Renata forced herself to hold the woman's gaze. Who set the trap? Evelyn did not answer immediately. She looked past Renata toward the darkened garden, her reflection doubling in the glass. I do not have a name. I have a pattern. Lena Vale does not work alone, but she does not work for a single master either. She builds infrastructure for whoever pays. The question is not who hired her for Caleb Reynard. The question is who has been paying her for 28 years. The question Renata had been avoiding since Margaret's study. Dorian. Or someone behind Dorian. Or someone Dorian himself answered to. You came here to tell me this, Renata said. Why not say it in a message? Why walk into a room where everyone is watching? Evelyn's eyes held something that might have been grief, because I wanted to see your face when you learned the truth. I wanted to know whether Niko had finally found someone worth destroying himself for. The words cut. Renata did not flinch. I have seen women like you before, Evelyn said. Women who believe control is safety. Women who measure love in terms of leverage. You are not the first person Niko has tried to protect by lying, but you might be the first person worth the cost of the truth. The door behind Renata opened. Harold Tran stepped into the garden room, a glass of whiskey in his hand, reading glasses perched on his forehead. Renata, I was hoping to catch you before dinner. The moment shattered. Evelyn stepped back, her face smoothing into a mask of polite neutrality. The conversation was over. The room was no longer private. Renata turned to Harold Tran, her face composed, her voice even. I was just getting some air. He smiled, oblivious. Catherine is about to make her remarks. We should join the others. Renata looked back at Evelyn. The woman met her gaze one last time. Her lips parted. No sound came out, but her eyes said everything. You are in a room full of people who have done business with people who want you destroyed. Renata walked past Harold Tran and into the parlor. The chandeliers blazed. The merger partners smiled. The evening stretched ahead like a blade. Chapter 66. The parlor swallowed her. Chandeliers threw light across silk and wool, across crystal glasses and polished hands, across faces that had spent decades learning to smile without meaning it. Renata moved through them with practiced ease, touching shoulders, exchanging pleasantries, offering the version of herself that belonged in rooms like this one. Harold Tran stayed close, his reading glasses now in his jacket pocket, his manner unhurried. Your statement this morning was well handled, he said. The merger partners noticed. Good. The question is whether they believe it. Renata turned to face him fully. Which part? The part where you claim to have been deceived too. Harold's voice remained pleasant, but his eyes had sharpened. Some of them find it convenient. The timing, the scandal, the way both your engagement and the heir claim collapsed in the same room. They were designed to collapse together. I know that, you know that. But the people in this room have been watching their portfolios bleed for a week. They want to believe the worst is over. He paused. They also want to know who to blame if it isn't. Renata held his gaze. Then I will give them a name when I have one. Harold nodded, a small concession, and drifted toward the bars. She felt the weight of the room shift. Not hostility, not yet. Watchfulness. The kind of silence that meant people were measuring her for the distance between what she said and what she knew. Catherine of Velasquez appeared at the center of the parlor, a glass raised, her voice carrying without effort. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming on short notice. I know the past weeks have tested everyone's patience, and I will not pretend the road ahead is clear. She glanced at Renata. But we have survived worse than a scandal, and we will survive this one. What matters now is whether we move forward together or let the noise pull us apart. A murmur of agreement, a ripple of raised glasses. Renata accepted a glass of wine she did not intend to drink. The dinner was served in courses, the conversation circling around fund performance, regulatory updates, the slow mechanics of a merger that had not yet closed. Renata answered questions about logistics and timelines with the precision of someone who had rehearsed the answers before dressing. She gave nothing away. It was 43 minutes before the first blade landed. Dorian's oldest ally on the board, a man named Fowler with thin gray hair and a voice like gravel, set down his fork and looked directly at her. Renata, you have been running Atlas Meridian for 6 years. In that time, You have never had a scandal that touched you personally. Now you have two in the same quarter, one involving a man you brought into the building and a forged heir scheme that nearly cost us the merger." The table had gone still. "I understand," Fowler continued, "that you claim to have been deceived. But I am asking you directly, as a partner who has invested significant capital in this organization, whether your judgment has been compromised." Renata did not look away. "Mr. Fowler, I hired Niko Sorrel to perform a specific function, control a narrative crisis that was already in motion when I inherited it. He performed that function. The fact that he had a prior connection to the forgery architecture used against us is a coincidence I did not anticipate, could not have prevented, and addressed as soon as I had actionable evidence." She let the pause land. "If you are asking whether my judgment was compromised by personal feelings, the answer is no. I compartmentalized. I executed the strategy. I secured the vote." Fowler's expression did not change. "And the federal investigation?" "I am cooperating fully, as is my counsel, as is Mr. Sorrel." "Then the emotional entanglement that your own press conference confirmed." Renata set down her glass. "I did not say the entanglement did not exist. I said it did not compromise my judgment. Those are different statements, and I would expect a partner of your experience to recognize the distinction." The silence lasted long enough to feel like a verdict. Then Catherine Velasquez cleared her throat. "I think we can agree that Renata has handled an extraordinary situation with composure. The question of judgment is fair, but the answer has been given. Let us move on." The table exhaled. The conversation resumed, sinner now, the blade still hanging in the air. Renata finished her wine. Aveline Cho had not spoken the entire meal. She had sat at the far end of the table, her wine-colored dress casting the chandelier light, her expression unreadable. She ate little. She watched everything. When the plates were cleared and the guests began shifting toward the parlor for coffee and brandy, Aveline rose and walked past Renata with a glass of water in her hand. She did not slow, but her voice came low, barely above a breath, meant only for the space between them. "Fowler's firm." Renata did not turn, did not react. "The infrastructure retainer, the one that paid Lena Vale for 6 years." Aveline's hand brushed Renata's sleeve as she passed, a gesture that looked accidental, friendly, meaningless to anyone watching. "His firm handled the shell." Then she was gone, a dark shape at the brandy cart, her face neutral, her gaze fixed on something across the room. Renata stood very still. The parlor hummed with conversation. Crystal clinked. Someone laughed at a joke she had not heard. She looked at Fowler, who stood near the fireplace, his back to her, speaking to Harold Train with easy familiarity. Fowler, not Dorian, not directly, but a firm that heading the shell that paid Lena Vale, which meant Dorian had not been acting alone. He had been acting with board cover, with the knowledge, or at least the infrastructure, of someone who had been in the room this entire time. She turned toward the window, her reflection staring back at her from the dark glass. Aveline had not named the partner, but she had named the firm. And Renata now had a reason to look at every name Fowler had ever touched. Celine appeared at her elbow, her voice low. "You look like someone who just learned who shot the president." "Not quite." "Then what?" Renata turned from the window. "I need you to run a name for me, quietly, no document trail." Celine's eyes narrowed. "Whose?" "Fowler, the board partner. I need every shell, every foundation relationship, every charitable contribution his firm has made in the last 10 years. Celine did not ask why. She simply nodded and stepped away, her phone already in her hand. Chapter 67. The call came at 6:47 a.m. Renata had not slept. She sat at her kitchen island in the same dress from the night before, coffee cold beside her, the name Fowler circling like a blade she could not stop turning over. Her phone vibrated. Priyanka. No greeting, just the sound of her breathing, measured, careful. "I have him." Renata straightened. "Where?" "A holding arrangement. Federal satellite office in White Plains. He agreed to talk on one condition." "Condition?" "He wants you in the room. No lawyers, no recordings, just you." Renata pressed her palm flat against the granite. The surface was cold. She focused on the cold.
That is not a condition, that is a trap. It might be, Priyanka said. He says he will not speak to anyone else. He says what he has to say is not for the record, it is for you. For me. He used your name. He said you would understand once you heard it. Renata stared at her reflection in the dark window above the sink. The woman staring back looked hollow, composed, dangerous. When? 1 hour. I can have a car at your building in 30. Then do it. She ended the call and stood. The dress was wrinkled. She did not change. The Federal Satellite Office in White Plains was a low, concrete building set back from the road. No signage, no flag, no indication that anything happened inside its walls. The car pulled up to a gate where a guard checked Priyanka's credentials against a clipboard and waved them through. Renata stepped out into the raw morning light. Priyanka walked beside her, her heels sharp against the asphalt. He is in a conference room on the 2nd floor, no restraints. 2 marshals outside the door. He asked for coffee. Did he get it? Black, 1 sugar. Renata almost smiled. Small details. The kind of thing made a man seem human when he was anything but. The interior was fluorescent and quiet. A desk officer led them down a corridor of identical doors and stopped at one marked 212. He is inside. You have 30 minutes. The marshals will remain outside. If you need to end the session early, knock twice. Renata nodded. The officer opened the door. Caleb Reynard sat at a gray table, his hands flat on the surface, a paper cup of coffee untouched beside him. He wore the same clothes he had worn in his televised interview, a dark jacket, no tie, his face pale and thinner than she remembered. He looked up when she entered. She saw the thing she had not seen in any of his performances. Fear. Real fear. The kind that sat in the bones and did not gnaw. Ms. Okafor, Mr. Reynard. She sat across from him. Priyanka took the chair against the wall, her body angled to watch both the door and the window. Caleb did not look at her. He looked only at Renata. You came. You said you would not talk to anyone else. I meant it. He picked up the coffee cup, set it down again without drinking. I have been sitting here trying to figure out how to say this without sounding like I am still following a script. Try the truth. He let out a breath that was almost a laugh. The truth. I have been paid to perform the truth for so long I am not sure I remember what my own sounds like. Renata said nothing. He looked at his hands. I was not born a liar, he said. I was chosen because I was empty. The word landed hard. I was 32 years old when Luna Vale found me. I had no family. I had no direction. I had spent my entire adult life being useful to people who did not remember my name when the job was done. He paused. I wanted to belong to something. To anyone. I wanted it badly enough that I would learn any script she gave me. Renata kept her face still. She tested me first, small assignments. A phone call here, a letter there. She watched to see if I could hold a story under pressure. I could. I had been performing my whole life. The only difference was that she paid me to do it. And the inheritance claim? That was the final exam. His voice dropped. She spent 6 months building the history. She taught me Malcolm Lund's mannerisms, his handwriting, the way he signed his name with a small flourish on the last letter. She showed me photographs of his private study, the books he kept, the way he took his coffee. Renata's chest tightened. She told me I was not lying. She said I was becoming. The silence stretched. I believed her, he said. I believed every word of the script because I wanted it to be true. I wanted to be his son. I wanted to matter. Renata heard the crack in his voice. She did not let herself soften. When did you know it was a lie? He looked at her then, his eyes wet but his voice steady. The night Niko Sorrel came to see me. The name hit her like a current. It was Niko. Of course it was. 3 weeks before the gala, Caleb said. He found me in a hotel room in Chelsea. He told me the claim would collapse. He told me Lena Vale was using me as a decoy, that the real target was someone else, that I would be destroyed when the truth came out. Renata's hands were still. The world had gone very quiet. He offered me a way out, Caleb said. Money, a new identity, a plane ticket to somewhere Lena Vale could not reach me. Why didn't you take it? Caleb's jaw tightened. Because by then I did not know who I was without the lie. The script was the only thing that made me feel real. He paused. I told him to leave. I told him I would destroy him if he came near me again. Renata heard the words, but they moved through her like water through a sieve. Niko had tried. Weeks before the gala, before the confession, before everything, Niko had tried to break Caleb from Lena Vale's control, and failed, which meant Niko had known. He had known the claim was built on a lie. He had known Caleb was a fabricated heir. He had tried to stop it without exposing himself, but he had not told her. He had not trusted her with the truth. She looked at Caleb, who was watching her with something that might have been recognition. "You did not know," he said. "No. He did not tell you." "No." Caleb nodded slowly. "That must hurt." Renata did not answer. She thought of Niko's hands on her waist, his voice in the dark, the way he had looked at her when he said her name. All of it built on a foundation of silence. She stood. "Thank you for telling me, Mr. Reynard." "Ms. Okafor." She turned at the door. "One more thing," he said. "Lena Vale did not build me alone. She had a partner. Someone who paid her to find people like me. Someone who has been paying her for 28 years. Renata waited. "He is still in the room," Caleb said. "He is still at Atlas, and he knows you were here." Chapter 68. Renata did not move from the door. The words hung in the stale air of the conference room, dense and cold. Caleb watched her from across the table, his hands flat on the surface now, no longer trembling. He had said the thing he needed to say. He was waiting to see what she did with it. "He knows I am here," Renata repeated. "Lena Vale's partner knows everything. He knew before I agreed to meet you. He knew before Priyanka made the call." Caleb's voice had gone flat. "He is the one who let me come to White Plains. He wanted me to tell you." "Why?" "Because now you cannot unknow it, and you cannot act on it without exposing that you know." Renata's mind moved through the logic like a blade through silk. If the partner was inside Atlas, positioned high enough to know her movements, then every call she made from this room was watched, every file she accessed, every person she trusted. She looked at Caleb. "Niko came to you in a hotel in Chelsea, 3 weeks before the gala. Tell me everything he said, every word." Caleb leaned back. His eyes lost focus, pulling the memory up from whatever compartment he had sealed it inside. "He did not announce himself. He just appeared. I opened the door and he was standing in the hallway. No coat, no bag, no assistant. Just a man who looked like he had not slept in days. He walked straight past me when I tried to block him, sat in the chair by the window, did not touch anything, did not take his eyes off me." Renata stood very still. "He said, 'You have 18 days until the shareholder gala. I know what Lena Vale promised you. I also know she is lying.'" Caleb paused. "I told him he was wrong. I told him I had proof." "What did he say to that?" "He pulled out a photograph." Caleb's voice dropped. "A photograph of the real birth certificate, the one Lena Vale used as a template. He showed me the differences in the stamp codes, the registrar's signature, the paper stock. He laid it all out like a doctor explaining a diagnosis." Renata's chest tightened. "He said, 'You are not his son, you never were, but you do not have to be destroyed by that.' And then he offered you a way out." Caleb nodded. "A new identity, documents that would hold up under federal review, a numbered account with enough money to start over anywhere in the world, a plane ticket to a country that does not extradite." He had it all ready. The envelope was in his jacket. He put it on the nightstand and said, "Take it. Walk away tonight. Tell Lena Vale you got scared. Tell her I found you. I do not care what she thinks of me." Renata heard the roughness in his voice, the edge of something that might have been guilt. "Why did you refuse?" Caleb's jaw worked. "Because I looked at that envelope and I did not see freedom. I saw the death of the only person I had ever been allowed to be." The silence pressed. "Lena Vale spent 6 months building me into someone who mattered. She gave me a father, a history, a reason to wake up in the morning. Niko Sorrel offered me a life where I would have to invent myself from scratch with nothing but money and a fake passport. I did not know how to be that person." Renata watched him. The confession was raw. She believed it. "Did Niko say anything else?" Caleb's eyes met hers. He said, "If you stay in this room, I will have to destroy you on that stage, and I do not want to." Renata felt the words land like a weight. He said, I have already fallen in love with someone who will never trust me again if I do what I have to do. But I will do it anyway, because she deserves a clean ending. Those were his exact words. As close as I can remember. The room felt smaller. Renata turned the key over in her mind. Niko had tried. He had tried to break Caleb free before the gala, before the confession, before any of it. He had offered him a clean door, and when Caleb refused, Niko had done what he promised. He had destroyed Caleb on that stage. He had destroyed himself. For her. The door opened behind her. Priyanka stood in the frame, her face unreadable but her posture alert. She held a tablet in one hand. Renata, the single word carried urgency. Renata stepped into the hallway, leaving Caleb in the room. Priyanka closed the door and lowered her voice. I pulled the payment trail for the hotel where Niko found him, the Chelsea Inn, 3 weeks ago. And? The room was prepaid, not by Lena Vale's usual shell, a different entity. She turned the tablet toward Renata, a charity registered in Delaware, the Mariposa Foundation. Renata looked at the screen. The name meant nothing. The Mariposa Foundation has one board member, one signatory on the account. Priyanka's voice was very careful now. A partner at Fowler's firm. The air went thin. Which partner? Priyanka showed her the next screen. Renata read the name. She had shaken his hand at the dinner. She had watched him laugh by the fireplace. She had listened to him challenge her judgment and questioned whether he was an enemy or just skeptical. Fowler himself, the senior partner, the man who had looked her in the eye and asked if she could be trusted. He paid for the room where Caleb stayed, Priyanka said. He has been on the Mariposa Foundation board for 12 years. The foundation's annual reports show regular disbursements to a consulting firm registered in Vaduz. Lena Vale's Luxembourg shell is listed as a subsidiary. Renata's hand tightened on the tablet. Fowler had not just provided the infrastructure. He had been in the ring the entire time. He had smiled at her. He had questioned her judgment while his own fingerprints were on the payment chain. He knows I am here, Renata said. Priyanka's eyes sharpened. How do you know? Caleb told me. The partner knows everything. Renata looked back at the closed door where Caleb sat waiting. She had walked into this meeting to find Lena Vale's trail. She had found something worse. Her phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. He knows you know. Do not leave through the front. Chapter 69. Renata read the message twice, the warning burning against her retinas. He knows you know. Do not leave through the front. She did not ask who. She did not ask how. The text did not matter as much as the fact that someone inside the building had sent it, someone who could see the exits. Priyanka stood at her shoulder, tablet still in hand, her face pale under the fluorescent lights of the White Plains corridor. Renata, we need to move. If he knows I know the front exit is watched, then we do not use it. Renata looked past Priyanka to the hallway where a federal marshal sat at a desk near the elevators. The building was a federal facility. Fowler could not reach her here without leaving traces. But the moment she stepped outside, the calculus changed. Who sent the text? Priyanka glanced at her phone. Cloned number, burner, disposable. Then we assume he has eyes on every door. Renata's mind moved through the geometry of the building, the loading dock in the basement, the underground parking connected to the federal garage next door, the maintenance corridor she had noticed on the way in. She had cataloged it without thinking. The habit of survival. Priyanka, call Celine. Tell her to meet us at the East Conference Room at Atlas, not the main lobby, the service entrance. Celine is running the Fowler paper trail. Tell her to bring everything she has found so far, every name, every foundation, every gala roster from the last decade. Priyanka was already dialing. Renata turned back toward the interview room where Caleb waited. She opened the door and found him slumped in the chair, his face a mask of exhaustion and something that might have been relief. I am leaving through the maintenance corridor, she said. If anyone asks, you do not know where I went. Caleb looked up. He will find out anyway. Then let him work for it. She held his gaze for a long second, then stepped out and closed the door. The maintenance corridor was narrow, painted institutional gray, lined with pipes and electrical panels. Renata walked fast, her heels clicking against the concrete floor, Priyanka following close behind. At the end, a steel door led to the underground parking of the federal building next door. Priyanka held up a badge she had borrowed from someone. I have clearance. We take my car. They moved through the garage in silence. Priyanka's sedan was parked near the exit ramp, unobtrusive, gray, the kind of car no one noticed. Renata slid into the passenger seat and pulled her phone out as Priyanka started the engine. The text had come from a number she did not recognize. She tried calling it. Dead. She typed a single reply. "Who are you?" No answer. The car climbed the ramp into daylight, and Renata watched the mirrors for anyone following. No one did. "You think Fowler knows we are onto him?" Priyanka asked. "He knows I meant Caleb. That is enough. But the payment trail, that know enough to be prison survival, should likely positioned up to a pseuditical beanict. You talking for purpose, pliggers telling small deceptions, the moment we've actually grounded to the any point. We think that Fowler knows we are onto him?" Priyanka asked. "He knows I met Caleb. That is enough. But the payment trail does not prove he knew what the foundation was funding. He could argue his firm handled the paperwork, and he never read the fine print." Priyanka's jaw tightened. "We need more. Celine is finding it." They drove in silence through the mid-morning traffic. Renata watched the city slide past, the glass towers of Midtown rising ahead, and tried to calculate the shape of the trap Fowler had built around her. He had been on the board for 12 years. He had smiled at her. He had questioned her judgment at dinner, a performance designed to make him look skeptical rather than complicit. And all the while, his foundation had been paying for Caleb Reynard's hotel room. By the time they reached the Atlas building, Celine was already waiting in the East Conference Room. The table was covered in printouts, spreadsheets, and a single leather-bound folio that looked old enough to be from the founder's era. Celine looked up as Renata entered. "You need to see this." "Tell me." Celine tapped the folio. The Mariposa Foundation was not just a shell. It had a real address, a real office, a real development arm that interfaced with Malcolm Lund's original foundation for 7 years. Interfaced how? Philanthropy matching. The Mariposa Foundation donated to the Lund Family Foundation, and the Lund Foundation donated back. They created a paper trail of legitimate charitable activity that masked the payment flows. Renata sat down. How deep does it go? The Mariposa Foundation had a development officer, a real person, named. Celine flipped through the pages. Eleanor Vance. The name hit like a physical blow. Eleanor Vance? That is what the donor records from 23 years ago show. The same name that was used on the forged birth certificate Niko exposed at the gala, the doctor whose hospital privileges were revoked in 1992. Priyanka stepped closer. Lena Vale used her own name on the foundation's payroll. Not her own name, Celine said. She used a real dead woman's name. Eleanor Vance was a physician who died in 1994. Lena Vale appropriated her identity for the foundation work. Renata felt the geometry of the conspiracy shift again. Lena Vale had not just built identity scaffolds for her pawns, she had built one for herself. She had been moving through the philanthropic world as Eleanor Vance for years, using the foundation to launder money and access the Lund family's inner circle. She nested inside the legacy philanthropy, Renata said slowly. She was not outside the walls looking in, she was inside. Celine nodded. And if she was inside the foundation's development arm, she had access to donor lists, board members, family histories, everything she needed to build Caleb Reynard's identity. How far back do the records go? 28 years. Celine looked up. The same length of time someone has been paying her. Priyanka was already dialing. I am calling the Southern District. We need warrants. Renata's phone buzzed. Margary Flund. She answered. Renata. Margary's voice was steady, but something in it made Renata's spine straighten. Someone tried to enter the locked boathouse at dawn. Renata's hand tightened on the phone. They did not get in. The lock held. But they left prints in the mud. A woman's shoe. Small. Narrow. Was anything disturbed? The padlock was scratched. Someone tried to pick it. They knew the boathouse was there, and they knew it had something worth taking. Renata thought of the old ledgers Margary had shown her, the hidden compartment beneath the maritime plaques, the fragment she had recovered. Margary. Who knew about the boathouse? A pause. Only Malcolm, and the person who helped him build it. Who helped him build it? Margary's voice dropped. I never knew his name, but he was young, 25 maybe. Malcolm called him his architect. Renata felt the world narrow to a single point. How long ago? 30 years, maybe more. Did Malcolm ever tell you his name? Another pause. Longer this time. He kind him Vance, chapter 70. Marguth, I am coming now. Renata ended the call before Marguthi could protest. She was already moving, her bag across her body, her keys in her hand. Celine, get me a car, secure line to the estate. Priyanka, you are with me. Celine was on her phone before Renata finished the sentence. Black car, 5 minutes. I will coordinate with estate security. Priyanka was already gathering files. What are we walking into? Someone tried to break into Malcolm's boathouse at dawn. A woman with small shoes. She knew the lock. She knew what was inside. They moved through the corridor at a pace that made junior staff press themselves against the walls. The elevator doors opened as Renata reached them. In the car, the city blurred past. Renata watched the glass towers thin into warehouses and then into the green seam of the parkway leading north. Priyanka did not ask questions. She worked her phone, updating Celine, coordinating with the estate contact Marguerite had provided. Renata thought about the boathouse. She had seen it only once, from a distance, on the afternoon of the staged photo shoot. Old cedar, weathered gray, perched at the edge of the tidal creek that bordered the estate's eastern boundary. Malcolm had drutted with his own hands, Marguerite had said, and with a young man he called his architect, named Vance. The name threaded through everything now. Elias Vance, Eleanor Vance, the architect named Vance. A single name worn by different people across 30 years. The car took the exit for the coastal road, winding past stone walls and salt marshes. The November light was thin, the sky the color of old pewter. The estate gates opened before they reached them. A security detail Marguerite had arranged waved them through. Marguerite was waiting on the porch. She wore a wool coat over a sweater, her silver hair loose, her face set in something that looked like cold anger. Renata, show me. Marguerite led them around the side of the house, past the kitchen garden, past the greenhouse where Eloise had photographed Renata standing in filtered light, while Niko watched from the doorway. The path to the boathouse was unpaved, soft sand and crushed shell. The tidal creek was low, exposing mudflats and the skeletal roots of marsh grass. The boathouse stood at the end of the path, old cedar, a roof pitched steeply against the coastal wind. The padlock hung open. Marguerite stopped 10 feet from the door. I did not touch anything. I called you first. Renata stepped past her. The door swung inward on salt-rusted hinges. The interior was dim, lit only by the light through the door and a single small window facing the creek. A workbench lined one wall. Fishing rods hung from pegs. A row of maritime plaques was mounted above the bench, brass and dark wood, naming vessels that had belonged to the Lund family for generations. 2 of the plaques hung at an angle. Renata crossed to them. The screws had been pulled. The wood behind them showed a recessed compartment, its small door forced open. The compartment was empty. She took something, Renata said. Priyanka was already photographing the scene with her phone. The ledgers? Or she was looking for something specific. Marguerite stood in the doorway, her voice steady but thin. The ledgers were never here. Malcolm kept his personal papers in the study, but there was a memorandum, a single page. Renata turned. A memorandum about what? The discretionary fund, the one Dorian used to finance narrative management before Malcolm died. Marguerite stepped into the boathouse, her shoes crunching on the sanded floor. Malcolm tore it from the folder the night he died. He never told me where he hid the torn page. But you knew it was here. I suspected. He used sin to this boathouse when he could not sleep. He said the water helped him think. Marguerite looked at the empty compartment. I should have searched for it years ago. Priyanka crouched beside the workbench, running her hand along the underside. There is something here. She held out a folded sheet of paper, yellowed at the edges, stuck to the underside of the bench with dried salt and years of neglect. Priyanka unfolded it carefully. The paper was torn at one edge. In Malcolm Lund's hand, the memo named a discretionary fund administered by a single signatory, Dorian Mickelson, with authorization to disperse for narrative coordination and family office communication services. Renata read the date. 29 years ago. The fund had been active before Malcolm died, before Caleb Reynard existed, before any of the current fraud had been designed. Dorian had been managing the narrative machine for nearly 3 decades. The person who broke in, Renata said slowly, was not looking for the ledgers. She was looking for this page. Margurthy nodded. Because without it, no one can prove Dorian ran the fund. The records in the study only show the fund existed. This page shows who controlled it. Priyanka was already photographing the document. This gets us warrants, directly to Dorian's personal accounts. Renata looked at the open compartment again, the empty space where something had been taken. What else was in there? Margurthy's face tightened. I do not know. Malcolm never showed me everything. Renata turned toward the door, scanning the mudflats beyond. The footprints were clear, small, narrow. A woman's shoe pressed deep into the soft ground. The prints led away from the boathouse, along the edge of the tidal creek, toward the dense line of reeds that bordered the estate's eastern boundary. The reeds swayed in the wind. The prints disappeared into them. And in the shadow between 2 stands of cattails, Renata caught a flicker of movement. Someone was still there, watching. Chapter 71. Security reached the reeds before Renata did. 2 men in estate jackets crashed through the cattails, their flashlights cutting white arcs across the marsh. The figure in the shadows did not run. Not immediately. She stood frozen for half a breath, caught in the beam like a deer deciding whether the light meant danger. Then she bolted. Renata heard the splash before she saw the body hit the water. A woman's cry, sharp and startled, cut short by the cold. The security men swore and plunged after her, their lights bobbing through the reeds. Priyanka was already on the phone, her voice low and urgent, calling the local police. Margurthy stood in the boathouse doorway, her silver hair catching the last of the evening light, her face unreadable. The marsh swallowed the sounds of pursuit. The tidal creek was deeper than it looked. Renata had spent enough time on this estate to know the currents could pull a body out to the sound if the tide was running. It was running. She walked to the edge of the lawn, where the grass gave way to mud and salt hay. The security lights had come on, flooding the eastern boundary in harsh white. She could see the 2 men now, waist deep in the creek, one of them dragging something toward the bank. A figure. Small, dressed in dark clothing. The woman did not resist. She let herself be hauled onto the mud, coughing, shivering, her hair plastered to her skull. One of the security men pinned her arms while the other radioed the house. Renata walked toward them. The woman looked up. Young, mid-20s maybe. Her face was pale, her lips blue from the cold water. She wore a black jacket and dark pants, soaked through and clinging to her thin frame. She was not Lena Vale. Renata had never seen Lena Vale's face, but she knew, with the certainty that comes from years of reading people in rooms where the truth was currency, that this girl was not the architect of anything. She was a messenger, a courier, a body sent to retrieve what Malcolm had hidden. Who sent you? Renata asked. The girl's teeth chattered. She shook her head. Priyanka arrived, phone still in her hand. Police are 10 minutes out. Search her, Renata said. The security man found the phone first. A burner, cheap and anonymous, tucked into the girl's waistband inside a waterproof pouch. He handed it to Priyanka, who dried it on her sleeve and swiped the screen. No passcode, Priyanka said. She was about to use it. What is on it? Priyanka scrolled. Her face tightened. 1 contact. No name, just an initial. V. Faye. Or Vance. Priyanka turned the screen toward Renata. And a scheduled message, sent 40 minutes ago. It says, compartment empty, no document found. Someone else got there first. Renata looked at the girl, who was shivering on the mud, her eyes fixed on the phone in Priyanka's hand. You were supposed to take the memorandum, Renata said, but it was already gone. The girl did not answer. Priyanka scrolled further. There is a second message. Unsent. Drafted but never sent. She read it aloud. They found it. I am compromised. Do not send anyone else to the pier. Renata's pulse ticked up. The pier. What pier? The girl's face crumpled. She pressed her lips together, but her body betrayed her. Her hands were shaking, not from the cold alone. Talk to me, Renata said, her voice low, controlled. You were sent to retrieve evidence. That is obstruction, conspiracy, accessory to fraud. You are looking at years in federal custody. Or you can tell me what I need to know and I will make sure the prosecutor hears that you cooperated." The girl's breath hitched. "I do not know her name." "But you took orders from V." "Yes." "Where is the Pier?" The girl's eyes flicked toward the phone. "The contact list. The last number dialed is the Pier's dockmaster. He handles arrivals. I was supposed to meet someone there tonight at 11. They would take what I found and pay me the second half." "Who were you meeting?" "I told you. I do not know her name." "V. The same V who sent you here." The girl hesitated. Then she nodded. Renata crouched, bringing herself to eye level with the shivering figure on the mud. "Listen to me carefully. The police will be here in 6 minutes. They will arrest you. They will take your phone, your clothes, your fingerprints, and your statement. If you want a different outcome, you tell me everything now." The girl's tears started, slow and silent, cutting tracks through the mud on her cheeks. "I did not know it was this big. I thought it was just old records, foundation stuff. He said someone had been stealing from the charity and they needed the files removed before an audit." "He? I do not know his name either. He paid in cash, dropped envelopes under my door." Renata straightened. She looked at Priyanka, who was already typing on her own phone. "The dockmaster," Priyanka said. "I am cross-referencing the number with the estate's security records. If this pier is on the sound, it may be connected to one of Dorian's properties." "Do it." The security guard shifted his weight. "Ms. Okafor, the police are at the gate." Renata looked at the girl one more time. Young, scared, drowning in something she had never fully understood. "Keep her here," Renata said. "I want her statement recorded before anyone from Dorian's office knows she was caught." She turned and walked back toward the boathouse, where Margarethi still stood in the doorway, watching the scene unfold with the practiced calm of a woman who had spent decades learning to wait. "The Pier," Margardi said as Renata approached. "You will go." It was not a question. "Someone is meeting V's contact there tonight," Renata said. "If I show up instead, I can find out who is at the other end of that message. Or you can walk into a trap. Or I can walk into a trap." Renata looked at the empty compartment, the forced lock, the torn memorandum still safe in Priyanka's evidence bag. "But I am tired of waiting for other people to make the next move." Margardi studied her for a long moment. Then she reached into the pocket of her dress and pulled out a set of keys. "The estate has a boat," she said. "Faster than driving if you know the channel." Renata took the keys. The girl was being led toward the house, her wet shoes leaving dark prints on the gravel. Priyanka was still on her phone, her face sharp with concentration. "I found the Pier," Priyanka said, looking up. "It is private, registered to a holding company that traces back to the same Luxembourg shell that paid Lena Ville." Renata's hand closed around the keys. "Then that is where I am going." "And the girl?" Renata looked at the shivering figure, small and lost, and almost certainly guilty of nothing more than being desperate enough to take cash from a stranger. "Keep her safe," Renata said. "She is the only witness we have who has actually seen V's face." Chapter 72. The estate boat cut through the dark water, its engine a low murmur against the slap of waves. Renata stood at the helm, Margarethi's keys cold in her hand, the navigation lights of the Connecticut shore sliding past like scattered stars. Priyanka sat behind her, phone pressed to her ear, speaking in clipped sentences to the federal investigator who had agreed to the operation. No warrants yet, no official presence. Just eyes and ears and a decision about whether to step in. "The Southern District is coordinating with Coast Guard," Priyanka said, lowering the phone. "They will have a cutter staged 200 yards north of the pier, invisible until we need them." "And the pier itself?" "Private dock, no cameras. The holding company's registered address is a mailbox in Wilmington, but the dockmaster logs show regular arrivals, mostly after dark, mostly water taxis from the city." Renata adjusted the lotto. The boat responded, lifting slightly as they cleared the mouth of the creek and entered open sound. "How far?" 3 miles east, around the point." Priyanka leaned forward, her voice tightening. "Renata, you are not going to meet them yourself." "I am going to see who shows up." "That is not the same thing." Renata said nothing. The wind pulled at her jacket, cold and salt-tinged, and she let it sharpen her focus. She had spent weeks reacting, letting other people set the pace, watching from the sidelines while Caleb performed, while Niko confessed, while Dorian moved his pieces across the board. Tonight she would be the one moving. The boat rounded the point, and the pier came into view, a narrow wooden structure jutting into the sound like a broken finger. No lights, no signs of activity, just dock water and docker wood, and the silhouette of a single car parked at the landward end, its engine off, its shape sleek and expensive in the gloom. Priyanka raised a small pair of night vision binoculars. Mercedes, black, Connecticut plates. Can you see the driver? Not yet. The windows are tinted. Renata cut the engine and let the boat drift. The silence that followed was heavier than the sound, pressing against her ears as the current carried them slowly toward the pier. She checked her watch. 10:53. 7 minutes until the scheduled meeting. Get the Coast Guard on standby, she said, and tell the federal investigator we have eyes on the location. Priyanka made the call, her voice low and controlled. When she finished, she looked at Renata with something that was not quite approval, but was no longer resistance. If this goes wrong, I am testifying that you acted on bad intel from a compromised source. I will sign the affidavit myself. They waited. The water lapped against the hull. A boat called somewhere in the darkness, sharp and lonely. The Mercedes sat motionless, its driver invisible, its purpose unknown. Then, at 10:58, a light appeared on the water. Small at first, a pinprick against the black, then growing as it resolved into the running lights of a water taxi approaching from the city side. The engine was quiet, electric maybe, designed for discretion. Renata's pulse quickened. The taxi slowed as it approached the pier, its bow turning to align with the dock. A figure stood on the deck, bundled in a dark coat, hood up against the wind. The shape was wrong, too broad, too tall. Not a woman. The taxi bumped against the pier. The figure stepped off, sure-footed, and walked toward the Mercedes. The car's door opened, and a man emerged, older, silver-haired, moving with the careful economy of someone who had spent decades in service to powerful people. Renata's breath caught. That is not Dorian, Priyanka whispered. But I recognize him. He has been with the Mikkelsen family for 30 years. Personal aide. Disappears anything that needs disappearing. The two men met at the center of the pier. The older man handed over something small, an envelope or a drive, and the younger figure took it without inspection. Then the younger figure turned. The hood fell back, and the pier's single weak light caught a face Renata knew. Caleb Reynard. He was supposed to be in federal custody. He got out, Renata said, the words barely audible. He got out, and he came here. Priyanka was already on the phone. We have a problem. Caleb Reynard is on the pier. He is not in custody. He is meeting with Dorian Mikkelsen's personal aide. I need immediate backup. Caleb took the envelope and walked back toward the water taxi without looking at the older man. The aide returned to the Mercedes. The whole exchange had taken less than 90 seconds. Renata's hand moved to the throttle. Do not, Priyanka said. You go out there now, you compromise the surveillance and you give them a target. He is going to disappear again. He already disappeared. The question is where he is going next. The water taxi's engine hummed to life. Its running lights shifted as it began to pull away from the pier, heading not back toward the city but east into the darker stretch of the Sound. Renata made a decision. Tell the Coast Guard to intercept that taxi. I want Caleb Reynard picked up before he reaches whatever shore he is heading for. And the aide? Renata watched the Mercedes reverse, its headlights cutting twin beams across the gravel parking area. He is not the priority. Caleb is the one who knows where Lena Vale is hiding. The water taxi was already 50 yards out, its silhouette shrinking against the horizon. The Coast Guard cutter would need to move fast. Priyanka relayed the instructions, her voice tight with urgency. The radio crackled, and a voice responded, confirming the intercept. Renata gripped the helm, her knuckles white. The Mercedes pulled away, its taillights vanishing into the tree line. And somewhere in the darkness ahead, Caleb Reynard was running toward whoever had sent him to that pier. She pushed the throttle forward. The boat surged, cutting a whack through the black water as she followed the taxi's fading light. The wind cold against her face, the night swallowing everything but the chase. Priyanka's voice came from behind her, sharp and urgent. "The Coast Guard is 10 minutes out. They cannot get here faster." "Then we get there first." Renata, but she was already committed, the throttle wide open, the boat lifting, the pier shrinking behind them. Ahead, the water taxi's light flickered, then turned sharply into a narrow channel, invisible from open water. A channel that did not appear on any map. Chapter 73. The channel swallowed them. No lights, no markers, just the dark hum of the engine and the water taxi's running lamp bobbing ahead, smaller now, weaving through something that felt less like navigation and more like memory. Renata kept the throttle steady. The boat's hull scraped something below, a shoal or submerged rock, and Priyanka swore under her breath. "That channel is not on any chart because it was never supposed to be used," Priyanka said. "You are going to ground us. Then we swim." The water taxi slowed ahead, its running light steadied as the hull eased against a narrow dock that materialized out of the darkness, wooden, weathered, barely visible against the black tree line. Renata cut her own engine. The sudden silence pressed in. Caleb Reynard stepped onto the dock. He looked back once, his face caught in the weak glow of the taxi's cabin light, and there was something raw in the set of his mouth. Fear, not calculation. He had not expected company. Renata stood. "Caleb." He flinched. The name hit him like a slap, and he turned fully, squinting into the darkness where her voice had come from. "Who?" "Renata Okafor. You ran out on our meeting. I do not appreciate being kept waiting." A beat of silence. The water taxi's engine idled, its driver invisible behind the cabin glass. Then Caleb laughed, a sound with no humor in it, brittle and exhausted. "Tell me you brought federal agents. I brought my lawyer and a boat." "Not enough." He stepped to the edge of the dock, peering past her into the dark. "She is gone. The whole operation, the accounts, the infrastructure, everything. She emptied it and vanished. I am collateral." "Who?" "Lena." He said the name like it tasted sour. "She knew I was meeting the aide. She knew before I did. She has been 2 steps ahead of since the gala. I am not the escape plan. I am the loose end she left behind to slow you down." Priyanka moved to the bow, her phone raised, recording everything. "You have something to trade," Renata said. "I have ledgers, physical copies. She kept paper because digital leaves trails she cannot burn." He patted his coat, a worn field jacket that hung loose on his frame, too big for him. "Dorian Mickelson has been paying her longer than the shell accounts show. The Mariposa Foundation was only the visible layer. Beneath that, there are 30 years of private disbursements, family trusts, coded line items in estate budgets." He paused. "She kept copies of everything he asked her to build. Not just my identity, all of them." Renata's chest tightened. "The other scaffolds, 4 that I know of, maybe more. She never showed me the full inventory, but she kept the records in case she needed leverage. Dorian does not know I have these." "Why should I believe you?" Caleb looked at her, and for the first time, he dropped the performance. There was no rehearsed injury in his face, no carefully curated grievance, just exhaustion and something close to shame. "Because she left me on that pier with nothing but this coat and the papers in the lining. She called it severance. I call it a death sentence. If you do not take me into protective custody, I will not live long enough to testify anyway." Priyanka lowered her phone. "We have a Coast Guard cutter inbound. ETA 4 minutes. Tell them to hurry." Caleb glanced back at the tree line. "She knows I took the ledgers. She will have someone watching." The words barely left his mouth. The first shot cracked from the shoreline, a sharp whip crack splitting the night. Wood splintered from the dock 6 inches from Caleb's foot. He dropped. Renata hit the deck, pulling Priyanka down with her. The water taxi's driver shouted something, and the engine riveted, the cabin light cutting out as the taxi reversed hard, abandoning its passenger. A second shot. The dock post beside Caleb exploded, sending shards across the water. "The ledgers," Caleb shouted, his voice ragged. "She will burn them. You need to get me out before—" A third shot. This one sounds something softer. Caleb's driver slumped sideways in the retreating taxi, his body pitching into the water. The taxi continued without him, gliding into darkness. "Who is shooting?" Priyanka's voice was low, controlled, her hand already on her phone. "I do not know." Caleb's hands were shaking. "I do not know. She has operatives everywhere. She told me once she could kill me from any window in the city." Renata scanned the shoreline. The trees pressed dense and black. No muzzle flash, no movement. Whoever was shooting did not need to be seen. "Caleb," she said, her voice low. "The ledgers. Are they watertight?" "Yes." "Then roll off the dock and hold the coat above your head." For a second, he stared at her. Then he moved. He slid off the dock into the black water, a soft splash, and surfaced with the swollen coat held aloft, his face white in the darkness. Another shot. The water beside him erupted. Renata grabbed the boat hook and reached over the side. "Grab it." He caught the hook with his free hand. She pulled, muscles screaming, and hauled him alongside the hull. Priyanka leaned over, gripping his collar, and they dragged him over the gunwale in a cascade of cold water. He landed on the deck, gasping, the coat pressed to his chest. The shooting stopped. The silence stretched, brittle and waiting. Renata pushed the throttle. The boat surged forward, away from the dock, into the channel's darkness, and behind them, the shoreline held its breath. Caleb lay on the deck, sodden and trembling, the coat still clutched against his body. "She kept copies of everything," he said, his voice barely audible over the engine, "including the threats Dorian manufactured to leverage the board, family safety, creditors, fake conspiracies he planted to make himself look indispensable. She has 30 years of his handwriting and his voice. She kept it all because he was never her client. He was her puppet." Renata looked at him. 30 years of Dorian Mickelson's real face, preserved by a woman who had vanished with the money. And somewhere, Lena Vale was watching them escape. Chapter 74. The Coast Guard cutter met them 3 nautical miles east of the unmapped channel, its searchlights cutting white scars across the dark water. Renata cut the engine and let the current carry them into the lee of the larger vessel, her hands still locked around the rung, and when the deck officer reached for her arm, she let him pull her over the gunwale without a word. The cutter's cabin was tight and functional. A medic met them, peeled Caleb's coat from his chest, and found the graze along his ribs, a shallow furrow that had bled through his shirt and dried brown against the fabric. Clean through, no fragmentation. The medic swabbed, pressed gauze, taped. "You will live," the medic said, and Caleb laughed once, without humor. "That remains to be seen." Renata stood in the corner of the cabin, arms crossed, watching the shoreline recede through the small porthole. The estate lights had gone dark. The dock was invisible now, swallowed by distance and black water. She did not know if Lena Vale was still watching. She did not know if the shooting was over, or if it had only just begun. They were transferred to a field office in New London by 2:00 a.m., a low concrete building with fluorescent lights that hummed at a frequency designed to keep people awake. A marshal processed Caleb into a holding room, and Renata sat on a bench in the corridor, her wet clothes cooling against her skin, her mind running the same loop over and over. Dorian's aide, the pier, the unmapped channel, the ledgers, and Lena Vale somewhere, stepping through the door of an empty room. Priyanka appeared with coffee and paper cups, the steam thin in the cold air. "The ledgers are being photographed and logged. The originals will go into evidence at the Southern District by morning." "How long before Dorian knows?" "If he does not already." Priyanka sat beside her. "The aide who handed Caleb the envelope knows what it contained. The question is how fast Lena Vale's information moves, and whether Dorian is ahead of her or behind." Renata drank the coffee. It tasted like nothing. At 3:17 a.m., a marshal opened the holding room door and told Renata that Caleb was asking for her. He was sitting on a bolted-down bunk in a gray sweatshirt the marshals had given him, the bandage visible through the fabric. His face was older than it had been in the Chelsea cafe, stripped of performance, stripped of the careful composure he had worn like a second skin. He looked like a man who had finally stopped pretending to know where he was going. "You need to hear this," he said, "while I can still say it." Renata closed the door behind her. The sedative the medic had given him was wearing off. His eyes were sharp again. but the sharpness came with a tremor in his hands that he could not hide. "Lena's method," he said. "You want to understand how she operates, how she made me." Renata sat on a chair across from him. "Tell me." He looked down at his hands. "She finds people who are already hollow, not broken. Broken people still have edges. Hollow people have room. She told me once that the best material is someone who has been told their whole life that they are almost enough, almost worthy, almost loved, almost visible." He paused. "She isolates them, not physically, but structurally. She takes the few connections they have, family, friends, jobs, and she makes those connections feel conditional. She plants small doubts. Someone who loves you, she can make them wonder if that love is real, or if it is pity. Someone who employs you, she can make them question your competence. She does not have to fire you. She just has to make you believe you are about to be." Renata said nothing. "Then she scripts the injury," Caleb continued. "Every story needs a wound. For me, it was that I had been erased, that the longed family had stolen my name, my inheritance, my place in the world. She gave me a grievance that fit me like a suit. I wore it because it was the first thing that ever made me feel like I mattered." His voice cracked. "She supplied the documents, the birth certificate, the photographs, the correspondence that proved Malcolm Lund had known about me and chosen to hide me. She taught me to rehearse the story until it felt like memory. And then she built the stage." He looked up. "If I had known it was a trap for Niko, would I still have done it?" "Yes, because she had already made me believe I deserved the applause." Renata felt something cold settle in her chest. "When did you realize," she asked, "that I was a puppet? That Niko knew what you were?" Caleb's eyes flickered. "The first time he visited me in the Chelsea Inn, 3 weeks before the gala. He walked into the room, and I saw him recognize the pattern. He knew what Lena had done to me. Not the details, the documents, the timeline, but the method. He understood the construction because he had seen it before, because he had helped build an earlier version of it." Renata's breath caught. "He did not try to scare me," Caleb said. "He did not threaten me or bargain with me. He sat on the edge of the bed and he told me that I was not the first person Lena had built, and I would not be the last. He said the lie would never stop being a lie, no matter how many people believed it. And then he offered me a way out. You refused. I refused because I did not believe there was anything else to be. He understood that too. He looked at me and I saw that he knew exactly what I was feeling, because he had felt it himself. The terror of becoming no one." Renata stood. The room felt too small. The walls, the ventilation, the humming fluorescent light all pressed in at once. Niko had recognized Caleb's hunger because he knew what it meant to starve. Niko had seen the scaffolding Lena built because he had once held the blueprint. And he had still gone to the Chelsea Inn, sat on the edge of a stranger's bed, and offered him a way out. Not because Caleb deserved it, because Niko knew what it cost to live inside a lie. "There is more," Caleb said, "but I need something first." Renata turned. "I need you to tell me that when this is over, I will still exist. That the testimony I give, the ledgers I carried, the truth I am telling you now, all of it will count for something. That I will not be erased twice." The corridor light hummed. "You will exist," Renata said, "but you will have to build who that is from nothing, because the person Lena created cannot survive the truth." Caleb nodded slowly. "Then I have one more thing to tell you," he said. "She did not vanish on her own. Someone warned her I had taken the ledgers. Someone inside the federal building called her before I reached the pier." Renata's phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out. The screen showed a single message from an unknown number. This is the part where you ask yourself, who told her first? Chapter 75. The holding cell in White Plains smelled like bleach and regret. Niko sat on the bench with his forearms resting on his knees, watching the fluorescent light flicker in a rhythm he had memorized over the past 3 hours. 3 beats on, 2 beats off. On the wall above the door, someone had scratched a single word into the paint. "Why?" He did not answer it. The lock clicked. Diane Chen stepped through the door with a manila folder in one hand and a sealed plastic water bottle in the other. She placed the bottle on the bench beside him and sat across the table without preamble. "They are offering a narrower path," she said. Niko looked at the water bottle. Condensation beaded on the plastic. What kind of narrow? Substantial cooperation against Lena Vale and Dorian Mickelson's financial network. Full disclosure of every identity scaffold you built, every client you worked for, every payment structure you designed. In exchange, they reduced charges on the older conduct to a single count of conspiracy. No incarceration, 3 years supervised release. And the new conduct. They amend the complaint to exclude the gala confession entirely, provided your testimony matches what you gave them this morning. Niko picked up the water bottle. The cap was still sealed. He turned it over in his hands, watching the light catch the plastic. What about Renata? Diane's expression did not change. She is not mentioned in the agreement. Neither the engagement nor her knowledge of your past appears in any charging document. The government has agreed that she was an unwitting participant in the conspiracy, not a co-conspirator. That is not what I asked. Diane set the folder on the table. I know. The silence stretched. Niko twisted the cap off the water bottle and drank. The water was cold and flat and tasted like the vending machine it had come from. He set the bottle down. I am going to ask for something I have no right to request, he said. You are my client. You can ask for anything. I cannot guarantee I can deliver it. He looked at her. I want Priyanka Sase to know what I am going to say before I say it, not the details, the shape of it, the structure, so that when I testify, Renata is not caught off guard again, so that she has time to decide how she wants to hear it. Diane studied him. You understand that I cannot control what Priyanka does with that information. She is not your counsel. She is not your ally. She is Atlas Meridian's chief legal officer, and her loyalty is to Renata, not to you. I know. You understand that if Priyanka chooses to use this information to protect Renata before your testimony, it could change the outcome of the case, the merger, or the board vote. I know. You understand that you are asking me to carry a message to a woman who has every reason to use it against you. Niko picked up the water bottle again. Priyanka will not tell anyone unless Renata asks her to, he said. She is the one person in this entire operation who has never stopped asking what is true. She will sit on the information until Renata tells her what to do with it. The prosecutor? Give her the information. Tell her it came from my counsel as a professional courtesy ahead of testimony. Do not tell her I asked for it. Diane leaned back. Her small frame did not fill the chair, but her presence did. You are trusting a woman you barely know to hold something that could destroy your cooperation agreement before it begins. Would you rather I trust the prosecutor? Diane did not answer, but she picked up the folder, and she stood. The message will be delivered by tomorrow morning, she said. Do not expect a reply. She was halfway to the door when Niko spoke again. Diane? She stopped. The ledgers, he said. Caleb's ledgers. They contain 30 years of payments, names, dates, account numbers, every identity Lena Vale built, including the ones Dorian does not know about. Diane turned. How do you know what is in those ledgers? Niko set the water bottle on the bench. Because I helped her start keeping them. The file room at the New London field office hummed with fluorescent light and the low whir of a portable document scanner. Priyanka Sate sat at a conference table with a legal pad, a cup of coffee gone cold, and a stack of photographed pages that felt heavier than paper. She looked up when her phone buzzed. The message came from a number she did not recognize. Niko Sorrel's counsel requests a 5-minute window before his testimony tomorrow. Material regarding the structure of his cooperation. No recordings, no witnesses. Your discretion. Priyanka read the message twice. Then she set the phone face down on the table and stared at the ledgers. The coffee sat untouched. The scanner whirred. And somewhere in the building, a door opened and closed with a sound like a promise. Chapter 76. The file room at the New London field office had stopped humming. Renata sat at the long table with the photographed ledgers spread in arcs around her, pages that held names she did not recognize, and dates that stretched back before she had ever heard the name Atlas Meridian. The scanner was silent. The coffee had gone cold hours ago. The only sound was the occasional click of the thermostat and the distant whir of a floor buffer somewhere in the building. She had not slept. She had not tried. Priyanka appeared in the doorway holding a manila envelope. No seal, no markings, just the soft fold of paper that meant someone had carried it by hand. "This arrived 10 minutes ago," Priyanka said. "Diane Chen's paralegal dropped it at the front desk, addressed to you." Renata did not reach for it. "Does it say what it is?" "Sealed summary of Niko Sorrel's expected testimony, structure of the cooperation, names he will give, accounts he will map, clients he built identities for, and the condition." "No condition. Diane sent it as a professional courtesy ahead of tomorrow's testimony. She wanted you to have time." Renata looked at the envelope. The paper was cream-colored, expensive, the kind of stock used for legal correspondence that someone wanted to feel important. "Why now?" Priyanka set the envelope on the table. "Because he asked her to." The words landed like stones. Renata picked up the envelope. The flap was not sealed. She pulled it open and slid out a single sheet of paper, folded once, typed in a clean serif font that looked like it belonged on a court filing. She read the first line. "The cooperating witness will testify that he began constructing false identity scaffolds under the direction of Lena Vale approximately 23 years ago, using the alias Elias Vance." She kept reading. "He will provide the full list of identities he helped create, including the names, dates, and account numbers corresponding to each scaffold. He will identify all clients for whom he constructed narrative architectures, including the point at which he recognized that the Atlas Meridian claim was a trap designed to force his former identity into public view. He will testify that he recognized the signature method in Caleb Reynard's inheritance documents within 48 hours of accepting the engagement contract, and that he continued the relationship knowing the claim was built on a foundation he had helped create." Renata's hand tightened on the paper. "He will identify the point at which he attempted to exit the engagement without causing harm to the target of the investigation." She stopped. "Read the line again." "The cooperating witness will testify that he attempted to exit the engagement approximately 3 weeks before the shareholder gala." Her breath caught. 3 weeks before the gala. The same week he had visited Caleb at the Chelsea Inn. The same week he had offered a new identity and a plane ticket to a man who had nowhere else to go. She kept reading. "He will testify that he did not follow through on the exit because leaving without confessing would have left the target of the investigation defenseless against Lena Vale's next operation." The words blurred. Renata set the paper down. The fluorescent light buzzed overhead. The thermostat clicked. Somewhere in the building a door opened and closed with that same sound like a promise. "I did not know," she said. Priyanka did not answer. "He never told me he tried to leave." "The summary does not say he wanted you to know." Renata looked at the paper again. The line at the bottom was the hardest one. "He will testify that he chose to stay because he believed the only way to protect the target was to be present when the trap closed, even if being present destroyed every chance he had of being trusted after." The words sat on the page like a verdict. Renata folded the paper slowly, carefully, the way she had folded Niko's note the night of the gala. She slid it back into the envelope. "Does he know I have this?" According to Diane, he asked her to deliver it. He did not ask whether she succeeded. Renata stood. The chair scraped against the linoleum. She picked up the envelope and held it against her chest, the paper warm against her palm. "When does he testify?" 9 tomorrow morning, White Plains Federal Courthouse, 3rd floor, room 314. "I will be there." Priyanka's expression did not change. "That is not in the summary." "I know." Renata walked to the door. The envelope felt heavier than paper should feel. She stopped at the threshold and turned. "The line about leaving? The line about staying because I would be defenseless?" Priyanka waited. Was that in the original summary, or did Diane add it herself? Priyanka's silence was the only answer she needed. Renata walked out into the hallway. The fluorescent lights flickered. The floor buffer whirred somewhere in the distance. She kept walking, the envelope pressed against her ribs, the paper carrying a truth she had not asked for but could not put down. He had tried to leave. He had stayed because of her. And he had known, the entire time, that staying would cost him everything. The hallway ended at a window overlooking the parking lot. The sky was starting to lighten. The first edge of dawn crept over the trees, gray and cold and inevitable. Renata stopped at the window. She looked at her reflection in the glass. Then she looked down at the envelope in her hands. "Who told her first?" she said aloud. The words hung in the empty hallway. The anonymous text from the night before. This is the part where you ask yourself who told her first. She had asked, and she still did not have an answer. But she knew someone who might. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number she had never called before. It rang twice. A voice answered, low and unsurprised. "Renata." "Margaret," she said. "I need the name of the person who warned me about the boathouse." Silence. Then Margaret's voice, careful. "I do not know that name." "Then I need the name of someone who does." The pause stretched. "Come to the estate," Margaret said. "I will tell you what I know about the woman in the reeds." Renata ended the call. She stood at the window as the first light broke over the trees. She still held the envelope. She still did not know who had warned her. But she was one step closer to finding out. Chapter 77. The file room clock read 6:47 a.m. when Priyanka found her still at the window, the envelope flat against her ribs like a second skin. "You need sleep." Renata did not turn. "I need to know what happens next." Priyanka set a paper cup on the windowsill. Coffee, black, the steam curled against the cold glass. "Integration team starts at 8. The merger documents close at noon. By tomorrow morning, Atlas Meridian belongs to you on paper, the way it already does in every other way that matters." "And Niko?" Priyanka's pause was a language Renata had learned to read. "There is a protocol," Priyanka said carefully, "for cooperating witnesses. Before testimony, defense counsel can request a private meeting, off the record, no recordings, no prosecutors." Renata picked up the coffee. The heat burned her palm through the thin paper. "Requested by whom?" "You, through Diane Chen, if you want one." The words hung in the air like a question Renata had not known she was allowed to ask. She took a sip. The coffee was bitter and too hot, and exactly what she needed. "What are the terms?" "Any terms you set, location, duration, subject. Niko's counsel will either accept or counter." Renata set the cup down. "And if I set terms he cannot accept?" Priyanka's expression did not change. "Then you do not meet." Simple, clean, a door that opened only if both of them chose to walk through it. Renata looked at the envelope on the windowsill. The paper had gone soft at the edges from her grape. She had read the summary 6 times. She had memorized the line about staying because she would be defenseless. She had folded and unfolded the page until the crease threatened to split. She still did not know what she would say to him, but she knew she was not done yet. "Get Diane Chen on the phone." Priyanka pulled out her phone. I dialed. The ringtone sounded thumb in the empty hallway. Once, twice, 3 times, a voice answered, low and precise. "Chen, Renata Okafor is requesting a pre-testimony meeting with your client." The pause on the other end was measurable. "What terms?" Priyanka looked at Renata. Renata thought about the penthouse where she had woken beside him, the gala where he had stepped forward to destroy himself, the envelope in her hands carrying the truth he had chosen to tell her, even though it cost him everything. "No cameras," Renata said. "No lawyers, no timeline." She paused. "And no performance. He does not get to be charming. He does not get to be the man who sold me a story. He shows up as whoever he actually is, or he does not show up at all." Priyanka repeated the terms into the phone. The silence stretched. Then Diane Chen's voice came back, different now, something almost like warmth beneath the precision. "He will agree to those terms." Renata's breath caught. "He already told me to accept whatever you asked." The words hit her like a hand on her chest. "Where and when?" Diane continued. "He will be there." Renata looked at the window. The sky was lighter now, gray turning to pale gold at the edges, dawn breaking over the parking lot. The first day of the rest of her merger. The first day of whatever came after. "The field office," she said. "There is a conference room on the 2nd floor. No windows, no recording equipment. I checked." Priyanka's eyebrow rose slightly, but she said nothing. 11 a.m., 1 hour. "Done," Diane said. "I will inform my client." The line went dead. Renata stared at the phone. He had already told Diane to accept whatever she asked. before she had even made the call, before she had even known she would. She picked up the envelope and walked toward the stairs. The second floor was quiet. The conference room was exactly as she remembered it. 4 chairs, a metal table, a clock on the wall, and nothing else. No windows, no cameras, no distractions. She set the envelope on the table. Then she pulled out the chair that faced the door and sat down to wait. The clock ticked. 18 minutes until 11. She had no idea what she would say to him. But she knew for the first time since the gala that she wanted to say something. The door opened at exactly 11. Not Diane Chen. Him. Niko Sorrel stood in the doorway in the same charcoal jacket he had worn the night of the gala. No tie. His dark hair cut close at the sides, his warm eyes shadowed by something deeper than exhaustion. He did not smile. He did not step inside. He stood in the threshold and waited. "You said no performance," he said. "I am here as myself." His voice was raw, unguarded, stripped of the polish he had worn like a second skin for 90 days. Renata did not stand. "Close the door," he did. Then he crossed to the chair across from her and sat down, his hands flat on the table, palms up, open, unprotected. "I do not know where to start," he said. She looked at his hands, the small scar across his right thumb, the way he had kept them visible, deliberate, offering her every angle of warning. She picked up the envelope and set it between them. "You start," she said, "by telling me why you stayed." The clock ticked. The fluorescent light hummed, and Niko Sorrel, for the first time, began to tell her the truth without editing it for her comfort. Chapter 78. 12 seconds passed before Niko spoke. His hands stayed flat on the table, palms up. The scar across his right thumb caught the fluorescent light. "I stayed," he said, "because leaving would have been the easiest thing I ever did." Renata did not move. "I had the exit planned. Diane had a car waiting at a garage 3 blocks from the Chelsea Inn. New documents, a flight to Montreal, a bank account I opened under a name I had never used for anything. Clean, invisible, everything I had spent 23 years learning how to do." He paused. "I walked to the garage. I put my hand on the door handle." His voice dropped. "And I could not open it." "Why?" He looked at her. His eyes were the same warm brown she had memorized during the gala, but the polish was gone. No charm, no angle, just exhaustion, and something that looked almost like fear. "Because I knew what had happened to you when I disappeared." He said it flat, not romantic, not pleading. "The moment I did not show up for the next event, the press would start asking questions. Dorian would feed them the answers. Lena would have already planted evidence that you knew about the forgery from the beginning. And you would be standing alone in front of the merger vote, with no one to confirm that the engagement was a professional arrangement you entered in good faith." He spread his fingers wider on the table. "I could survive becoming a fugitive. I have done it before. What I could not survive was reading about your collapse in the business section and knowing I caused it." Renata felt the words settle in her chest like stones. "So you stayed to protect me?" "I stayed because you were going to need someone to tell the truth." He held her gaze, and I was the only person who knew enough of it to matter. The clock ticked. The fluorescent light hummed. Renata thought about the envelope between them, the testimony summary he had authorized Diane to deliver, the line about staying because she would be defenseless. "You should have told me," she said. "I know. From the beginning. The night we met. When you recognized the documents. I know. You let me fall in love with someone who was hiding the worst thing about himself." His jaw tightened. "Yes." She waited for him to defend himself, to explain, to offer some version of events that made his silence reasonable. He did not. "I failed you," he said. "Not because I built the blueprint, because I met you, and I still did not trust you enough to tell the truth." Renata felt something shift in her chest. Not forgiveness, not closure. Something smaller and more fragile. "Why now?" she said. "Why are you telling me this now instead of at a courtroom with a prosecutor watching?" He looked at his hands. "Because I am done being useful to people who want a performance." He looked up. "I want to be useful to you, but not the way I was before. Not as the man who says what you need to hear, as the man who says what is true even when it costs me." Renata felt the air in the room change. "Love without trust," she said slowly. It is still a wound. I learned that twice now. Once when I found out you built the forgery, and again when I read that summary and realized you had been protecting me from a distance while I sat in a field office thinking I was alone. He nodded. I know. Then what are you asking me for? He held her gaze. I am asking for the chance to earn the slower thing. Renata frowned. After the testimony, after the case, after every legal consequence I cannot avoid, I am not asking you to trust me tomorrow. I am not asking you to forgive me. I am asking you to leave the door unlocked long enough for me to show you that the man who built the lie is not the man I want to become. She stared at him. The room was still. The clock ticked. She could hear her own heartbeat in her ears. She opened her mouth to answer. Her phone buzzed on the table. The screen lit up with a single line. She knows you are meeting him. She is already moving. Renata's blood went cold. Niko saw her face change. What? He said. She turned the phone toward him. He read the message. His expression did not shift, but his hands curled slightly. Who sent it? He said. Renata shook her head. I do not know. She looked at the message again. The same anonymous number that had warned her about the federal building exits. The same unseen player who had been feeding her information for days. She knows you are meeting him. She is already moving. Lena. Renata looked at Niko. How does she know we are here? Niko's eyes were dark, the same way she always knows. He paused. The question is who told her. Chapter 79. The hallway outside the conference room was empty. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. Renata stood with her phone still in her hand, the message burning on the screen, and felt the building settle around her like a held breath. She did not look back at the door. She walked. Past the water station where a janitor mopped the same tile in slow circles. Past the window that faced the parking lot where a sedan idled with its headlights off. Past the exit sign that glowed red against the gray carpet. Priyanka met her at the end of the hall. You need to tell me what happened in there. Lena knows we met. Priyanka's face did not change. How? The same person who warned me about the federal building, that texted while we were talking. Show me. Renata held up the phone. Priyanka read the message, her jaw tight. She knows you are meeting him. She is already moving. Priyanka handed the phone back. Then we move faster. Renata nodded. Get me back to Atlas. I need to see Celine. The car ride was silent. Priyanka worked her phone in the passenger seat, coordinating with the field office, the federal investigator, and someone Renata did not recognize from the thread. Renata watched the highway lights blur past and thought about Niko's face when he read the message. The way his hands curled. The way he said the question is, who told her, as if he already knew the answer but could not say it out loud. She thought about the door. Unlocked. She did not know yet what she would do with that word. Celine was waiting in the East conference room when Renata walked in. The lights were dimmed. A laptop sat open on the table with a press release draft on the screen. Celine had changed into a fresh blazer, dark blue, and her hair was pulled back in a tight knot that meant she had been working for hours. Finally, Celine said, I have been tracking the press pattern since the text came through. Nobody has moved yet, but they will once Lena's people start leaking no. Celine stopped. No what? No spin, no press release, no strategic romance language. Renata set her bag on the table and sat down across from her head of communications. We do not lie anymore. Celine stared at her. Renata, that is not how this works. You have a merger closing in 48 hours. You have a federal investigation. You have a man who just confessed to building the forgery that almost destroyed you, and you are sitting in a conference room telling me you want transparency. Yes, I can frame this. I can make it work in your favor. But I need language that gives us room to move. Renata shook her head. I am done with room to move. She pulled the envelope from her bag, Niko's testimony summary. The pages were still warm from being held against her chest. When I walk into that courtroom tomorrow, I am not going to say I was deceived. I am not going to say the engagement was a professional arrangement I entered in good faith. I am going to say I knew what I was doing. I knew who I was standing next to, and I made the choice anyway. Celine's expression shifted. That is not a defensible position. No, It is the truth. There was a long pause. The fluorescent light buzzed. Celine's fingers hovered over the keyboard. You understand what that does to your standing? Yes. You understand Dorian will use it? Yes. You understand Margathy Lund will have to answer for it at the foundation level? Yes. Celine sat back in her chair. Then give me the words. Renata looked at the laptop screen. The press release draft was still there, waiting for her approval. I will give them to you after the testimony, she said, when I know what I actually said. She was alone in her office at 7:47 p.m. when the note arrived. It came in a cream envelope with her name written in ink, the same handwriting she had seen on the estate's letterhead. Margarvaith. Renata opened it standing. Stewardship is not about controlling the narrative. It is about holding the story steady long enough for someone to arrive truthfully. You have held it steady for 9 days. Now the question is whether you will shut the door because you cannot see what is coming through it, or leave it unlocked because you trust the person who is finally walking in. If you want my help, you know where I am. Renata read the note twice. She folded it along the crease and set it on her desk next to the key to her first delivery van. At 8:13 p.m. she called Margathy. The line rang 3 times, then Margathy's voice, calm and unhurried. I was wondering when you would call. You knew. I suspected. I did not know the shape of it until you told me about the boathouse. Renata leaned against the window. The city spread out below her in a grid of light. He asked me to leave the door unlocked. Yes. I do not know if I can. Margarvaith was quiet for a moment. When Malcolm died, I spent 7 years locking every door I could find. I thought I was protecting the company, protecting the legacy, protecting myself from having to admit that I had loved a man who kept secrets I could not even imagine. Did it work? No. It made me the keeper of a fortress I did not want to live in. Another pause. Renata, you have done what no one else in that company has done. You have looked at the truth and not looked away. That is stewardship. Letting the person who earned it walk through the door is the hardest part. What if I let him through and he is still the man who built the lie? Then you will have chosen truth anyway, and you will be able to live with yourself. Renata felt the words settle. Margarvaith. Yes. The woman in the reeds. Do you know who she is? Margarvaith was silent. For so long Renata thought the line had dropped. Yes. Tell me. Come to the estate tomorrow. After the testimony, I will tell you everything. The line went dead. Renata stood in the dark office with the city below her and Margarvaith's note in her hand, and she realized she had been holding her breath for 90 days. She let it out. Then she picked up the phone and texted Priyanka. Tomorrow, 9 a.m., White Plains. I will be in the front row. She typed the next line, paused, and sent it. After that, I need to go to the estate. Alone. The phone screen darkened. Renata looked at the keychain in her hand, the one she had kept since the first warehouse. Her fingers brushed the edge of the key. She unlocked the office door, and she left it open. Chapter 80. The courthouse came into view at 8:47 a.m., a block of gray stone against a sky the color of old paper. Renata sat in the back of the sedan with her hands flat on her thighs, watching the building grow larger through the windshield. She had not slept. She had not eaten. She had spent the hours between midnight and dawn sitting in her open office door, watching the hallway light shift as the cleaning crew moved through the floors below. Priyanka was in the passenger seat, phone pressed to her ear, murmuring coordinates to someone at the field office. The driver said nothing. The heater hummed. You do not have to do this, Priyanka said without turning. Yes, I do. Celine will have a press statement drafted by noon, regardless of what you say in there. Let her. Priyanka turned. Her face was unreadable in the gray morning light. You understand what happens if you walk in that room and sit in the front row and he sees you. I understand. It is not a strategy. It is not a negotiation. It is you putting yourself on the record, in full view of federal prosecutors, that you are not a victim of this man. Renata met her eyes. I know. The lobby was wider than she expected. White marble, high ceilings, a security checkpoint where 2 marshals watched the flow of lawyers and clerks with practiced boredom. Renata stepped through the metal detector. Her bag went through the scanner. She collected it on the other side without looking at the marshal. Priyanka was already at the directory, reading the room numbers. 3rd floor, room 314. They will start the preliminary hearing at 9:15. His cooperation testimony is after that, closed session. Will I be allowed in the closed session? Only if the government clears you. I made the request last night. Diane Chen supported it. Renata nodded. She had not asked Priyanka to make that request. She had not asked for anything. They took the stairs because the elevator was full of reporters. 3 flights, the stairs painted institutional beige, the air smelling of floor wax and something stale. Room 314 was at the end of a long corridor with fluorescent lights that buzzed in sequence. Renata stopped at the door. Through the small window she could see the courtroom. Wooden benches, a raised dais for the judge, 2 tables for counsel. A chair beside the left table where a man in a charcoal jacket sat with his back to her. Niko. He was alone. No handcuffs. Diane Chen was not beside him yet. He was sitting very still, his hands resting on the table in front of him, his head slightly bowed. The marshal will bring him in through the side door once the hearing begins, Priyanka said quietly. He will not see you until he is seated. I want to be inside before he comes in. Then go. Renata pushed the door open. The courtroom was colder than the hallway. The air had the particular chill of a room that had been empty all night, waiting for people to arrive and fill it with their heat. She walked down the center aisle. Her heels made sound on the wood floor. Each step felt deliberate, like she was marking distance. 10 steps to the first row, 7 more to the second. She stopped at the bench behind the prosecution table, 3 feet from where Niko would sit. She sat down. The wood was hard. The seat was worn smooth by years of people who had sat in this exact spot, waiting for someone else to determine their fate. She placed her bag on the floor beside her. She folded her hands in her map. She looked at the empty chair where Niko would be in a few minutes. The door to the left opened. Diane Chen entered first, carrying a leather portfolio and a briefcase. She was speaking to someone over her shoulder, her voice low and professional. Then she stopped. She had seen Renata. Diane's face did not change, but her shoulders shifted, a small adjustment that said she understood what Renata's presence meant. She walked to the defense table, set down her portfolio, and turned. Ms. Okafor. Ms. Chen. I did not expect to see you here. I know. Diane studied her for a moment. Then she nodded, once, and turned back to her notes. The side door opened again. Niko Sorrel walked in with a marshal at his shoulder. He was not handcuffed. He was wearing the same charcoal jacket he had worn at the gala, the one with the torn lining where he had hidden the ledgers. His shirt was white and collar was loose. His face was pale, and his eyes were fixed straight ahead, the way a man walks when he had memorized exactly where he is going and will not let himself look anywhere else. He reached the chair beside Diane Chen. He sat down. He placed his hands on the table, palms down, and stared at the wood grain. Diane said something to him, her voice too low for Renata to hear. Niko nodded. He did not turn. Renata waited. The courtroom filled slowly. A clerk entered and arranged papers. A stenographer settled at her machine. 2 assistants from the prosecutor's office took their places at the opposite table. Niko did not move. The prosecutor entered, a woman in her 40s with silver-streaked hair and a calm, patient expression. She nodded at Diane. She nodded at the marshal. She did not look at Renata. The clock on the wall read 9:13. Renata watched the back of Niko's head, the way his shoulders were set, the way his hands did not move. She thought about the first time she had seen him, the private club, the way he had smiled at her like he already knew her, the way she had refused to smile back. She thought about the gala, the way he had stepped into the aisle and told the truth in front of 500 people, knowing what it would cost him. She thought about the unlocked door. She thought about the note Marguerite had sent, the one about leaving the door open because you trust the person who is finally walking through it. She had left it open. Now she was the one walking through. The judge's gavel fell. The hearing began. And Renata Okafor, for the first time in 90 days, did not know what came next. She did not need to.